the third annual Holistic Health Week. My name is Brandy Bosco. I'll be your host this week. I'm also the COO here at FDN. And over the next 5 days, we have over 25 experts who are going to be coming to talk to you about different topics in the functional health space. I'm joined this morning by our founder, Reed Davis. But before we jump in, Reed, to get started with your story, I'm just going to go over a few housekeeping items. So all of the talks today are going to be on this stream. This is a continuous stream that's going to run all day. We will have a short 5-ish minute break between each session. That way you guys can get up and stretch your legs, grab something to drink. And there is a little bit of a delay. So just be aware that there's about a 10 to 20 second delay. So if you're posting a message or a chat, it may be a little bit delayed, which is totally normal. I do want to answer a couple questions about replays because we get this question a lot. So every day the sessions will be live on YouTube until midnight. Once midnight happens, the replays go away. And for those of you that purchase the replays, you will get an email from our team telling you how you can watch the replays going forward. So be on the lookout for that. For those of you who have not purchased the replays, today's the last day to get it for $29. So our team is going to put the link in the chat. If you have not purchased them, I strongly encourage you to do that. There's going to be a lot of amazing takeaways here, and I don't want you to miss out on them. I do want to give a quick shout out to our sponsors because they made it possible for us to be able to do this. And so I want to thank Evexia Diagnostics, Therasage, and Biocanic. And before we get started with Reed, I do want to say Therasage has generously offered several prizes that we're going to be giving away this week. So there's an opportunity to win 3 prizes each day. And then on the final day, we are giving away the grand prize, which is a personal sauna. So throughout the day, be on the lookout for a QR code that we're going to put on the screen. You'll scan that QR code and you can enter the win the giveaway of the day. All right, Reed, how are you this morning?
Fantastic, Brandy, and thank you for the introduction. We're really happy to be doing this for the 3rd year again in a row. It's a place to come together for our community. Lots of FDN graduates and trainees, I'm sure, are tuning in, as well as lots of new people who are seekers and do-gooders and people in the industry. And we're just really pleased to be here and hope that you get something out of each and every session. We put together a pretty good lineup for you. Starting right after me, Will Cole, one of the most famous people in the health space. I like to say alternative health space. I'm not afraid of that word, and because it's not conventional for the most part. At the same time, we do have doctors and chiropractors and hopefully no lawyers. Just kidding. But we're gonna have a good time all week. We're gonna have I do a session later in the week, and we got some really top-notch, very successful FDN practitioners for you. And so just buckle up, stay tuned, and we should be okay.
Fantastic. Well, Reed, why don't you tell us a little bit about how you founded FDN and, kind of made it what it is today?
I'm going to give the real short version today, just so we don't take up what little time I have. I started working in a clinic because I just really wanted to help people, and I didn't know much. I always say I had a lot to learn, but I had nothing to unlearn. I came from a different field, actually environmental law, and I was just fascinated and happy and excited to learn how to help people. And at this, it was a chiropractic wellness center. We had lots of doctors and modalities and things. And I was basically running the place, but the owner said, "Hey, Reed, I'm going to get my diplomat in nutrition. And if you'd like, you can come along and you'll get your certified nutritional therapist certificate. And this was the most exciting thing, you can work on our patients at the clinic in between your classes." Now, I knew even that's 27 years ago. I knew that was an amazing opportunity. So I jumped on it. Heck yeah, let me go with you. So we went to all of these nutrition and such classes, and then I got to talk to patients. This is when I started talking to the actual patients. And I was just amazed at what they were going through. I couldn't believe that they'd been to 6 or 8 or 10 different practitioners and weren't better yet. It just blew me away. Like I'd never really been to a doctor. So I said I'd make this short. So this nutritional therapy class was great. And I liked it so much that I also became a certified personal fitness trainer. And I also got certified in body work. I learned from Jeff Rockwell, who was a student of Ida Rolf. So I was doing nutritional therapy, structural integration, hands-on with the patients. And I was doing personal fitness and training, teaching, all the stretching and stuff they could be doing at home and stuff like that. And guess what? It didn't move the needle much. People were still kind of, yeah, I feel a little better, but struggling. So I would say raise your hand if this was a live presentation, but nod or say something in the chat if there is one, and that you've been through that. That you've got a certificate or 2 or 3, and I ended up with I think a total of 15 in the 10 years that I worked at that clinic. 10 years. Thousands of people coming through. And here's the thing, here's the trick. This is what made the difference in my life and why we're here today. One of the weekend seminars that we were at, this doctor who's speaking flashed up on the screen a name and a phone number. I still remember it, 1-800-570-2000. I wrote it down, and on Monday when I got back to the office, I called that lab and said, "Hey, I'm Reed Davis. I'm with the Better Health and Wellness Center in Poway, California, and I want to send me some of those test kits." Now, I didn't know what I was doing. I said, "Send some of those tests." I knew our office had to get test kits, and if we could start, running labs on people and getting real data on them, that I might be able to help them. And that was, again, 6 years ago, and never looked back. I started running labs, and I got to know other labs and the whole deal. But I started running labs on every person coming in the door that would spend the money. So in other words, it was all self-paid and that kind of a thing. We did not bill this to the insurance company and things like that. So I did that for 10 solid years. I don't want to keep talking about me, but I just want to put yourself in this position of you've got your nutrition, you've got your health coaching. By the way, I was certified personal development, neuro-linguistic programming. I did all of that stuff. Nothing worked much until I started running labs. And so long story short, after 10 years, I'd run thousands of labs on thousands of people. And I recognized a few patterns. Mm-hmm. And then someone said, "Reed, you need to be teaching. Like, you have to be teaching. Think of all the people that would get help if other people learned your methods." We were doing amazing. By the way, I started making more money than any doctor in the place as a nutritionist, personal trainer / whatever you have. I know there's lots of naturopaths, and these are hardworking licensed people. There's even some medical doctors, but most are nurses who this is perfect for, health coaches, perfect, nutrition, fitness, body work. Again, these were really important modalities that I had, but nothing touched running labs on people, getting data from their saliva, urine, blood, and stool. And it's just incredible, the patterns I recognize, and that's what we're known for. You see on Brandy's screen, FDN up there, and you see it on my shirt. And you've made it when you have a shirt with your initials on it like that. So that's what we're here for this week, is to share so many things. So much water's gone under the bridge or over the dam, and we continue to learn. But a lot of FDN is what took me 10 years to learn. And we're going to be sharing a lot of it with you and all the cool people that we know who are the same mindset. And I'll just finish with this, Brandy. If the mindset is easy, it's really easy. Mm-hmm. You want to help people, and you want to find out why they're ill or suffering, whatever it is, not just treat the symptoms or manage the condition. That's not a horrible thing, but it's not what people want anymore. People want to know, do you know what's wrong with me? We can say yes.
Mhm.
And can you help me? We can say yes. And have you helped others like me? Well, let me tell you, there's 5,000 FDNs in 50 countries. So absolutely, we've helped people just like you. Matter of fact, there are some health seekers here who might only be interested in their own health, and that's beautiful. For those of you who want to add some skills, this is the week to pay attention.
Fantastic. And Reed, we've got people from all over the world who are joining us. I saw people in the UK and all over the US. So we've got a lot of people. And Kristen asked a question that I'm going to share here. So Kristen says, does FDN have a certified functional nutritionist program? Kristen, that's a great question. We absolutely have a program where we train practitioners. And this is where Reed's going to jump in tomorrow in his longer talk. He's going to share how he developed FDN and developed this idea of metabolic chaos. And he's going to dive into that tomorrow, and you'll have an opportunity to really hear the FDN methodology. You'll also hear that from Elizabeth Gaines today as well. She's going to be on a little bit later this morning. She's going to share a little bit about that. So, Reed, I wanted to ask you, because you've been in this space for a long time, and so you've probably seen a lot of things over the years in the functional health space. So what are some trends that you think are here to stay, and where do you see the future of functional medicine going?
It all, the truth is, I've seen that entire evolution. When I started in the late 90s, it was just alternative versus, standard.
Mhm.
So everyone who'd been to a standard doctor, or 3 or 6 or 9 or 12, was coming in for alternative. They're just sick as, being sick. And we offered chiropractic and acupuncture and other weird things like that. And I was a nutrition guy who started running labs. And so that in itself was an evolution where we ended up 10 years later. I didn't teach my first class for 10 years. And, that's taken on a life of its own, as you know. But I saw in that 10 years, all of a sudden there's complementary. So it's alternative. The evolution goes to complementary. There's different names. People might argue the order. It doesn't matter. Complementary means standard plus something else, some alternative thing. And then it became integrative, which means a lot of standard medicine practitioners started integrating, as a matter of course, some of the alternative. Why? This is the big question. Because they're great market followers. And when you and I and us and our clients, when they start demanding things from their standard, that's what will change that industry. And so we have to keep demanding from our standard practitioners that they open their eyes and get new training, and things will change. And so finally, functional medicine. Also, functional. And I think that that's a good step in the evolution, but it's not the final landing place. The final landing place is FDN. We've shortcutted all of the in betweens. And remember what I said, I had a lot to learn, but nothing to unlearn. And so I wasn't, I don't know what the right word is, but indoctrinated into some standard medical model. Matter of fact, I rejected the medical model. And so were all of the patients coming in our office. We're rejecting that model. So had to find something different, started running labs, and finally called it FDN. So I think the evolution in the future is to do what we do, or something really close to it, where your mindset is that the body's designed perfectly. Every cell, all the tissues, organs, systems, every cell knows its job. You don't have to teach the cell what to do. You have to nurture it. You have to provide the right environment for it. And you also have to sort of coach down the contributors to metabolic chaos, I'll talk more about metabolic chaos tomorrow and how it's our one concern. It's that there's so many multiple causal factors in play that if you just diagnose one condition, you're going to leave a lot of what that person needs to actually do off the table. It's like, it doesn't matter what you label something, someone's condition, you're only dealing with part of it. So FDN is the absolute ultimate holistic, um, lifestyle and all-inclusive mind, body, spirit type of work. But it's very, very science-based. We don't do anything that isn't proven, or researched really well, at least. And we do our own research as we move forward. And so there's lots of directions you could take FTN yourself. I was not an expert, in some of the things that I've learned since. But you can, if your sort of specialty, your hankering, your love, your desire, your mission is to help people with mental emotional problems, for instance, you need FDN because you got to do the science. You got to get what's the body telling you in terms of these markers that we look at, or you might just be into some other thing. Typically, whatever's wrong with you is what you'll fix. Let's start with that. You're going to fix it and you'll be able to help other people fix the same thing. So the future is in that it's so highly individualized that we don't want to categorize it.
Well, and one of the things that come up a lot when we do presentations like this is people often are afraid, well, are there enough clients for me to work with? What would you say to somebody who says, I don't know if there's enough people out there, there's too many coaches, too many practitioners, am I going to be able to make a practice out of this?
Yes, of course you will. You just need to have the right training and understand where you fit into the big picture. And, you know, it's like it's funny. I've heard it too. A guy called me up and said, "Hey, I'm thinking about signing up for the FDN course. Will I be able to make a business out of it?" And I said, "Where do you live?" He goes, "New Jersey." I said, "No, you can't make. There's no sick people in New Jersey." So obviously, being facetious, you will never run out of customers. You will never, ever, ever run out of customers. Remember, I love how Tom O'Brien, who's a good friend of mine, says, of the top 30 in civilized countries, I didn't know there was that many, but he says, the top 30 civilized countries, in terms of health, United States is number 2 from the bottom. Out of the top 30 modern countries, in terms of health, United States is ranked 2 from the bottom. We're like 28 out of 30. So
Wow.
you'll never run out of people who have what our one condition we address is metabolic chaos. And clients love this term. They love to know, oh, gee, I thought it was crazy. My physician said that there's nothing wrong with me, that my blood work looks normal, but I know something's wrong. That's right. There is something wrong. It's called some level of dysfunction, and it's probably in multiple areas. You're functionally could be your hormones, your immune system, digestion, detoxification. There's lots of areas where you could be dysfunctional to some degree. So we call those healing opportunities. Come tomorrow, listen to my talk tomorrow. I'm going to spend a good amount of time on some of the details.
Absolutely. I'm going to share this question here because I think this is an important one when it comes to what we do here at FDN. Does FDN require you to have a health professional license?
Well, no, I didn't have one. I developed this in the office. By the way, I came out of the law field, environmental and business law. I know where lines are drawn, and I've never, ever crossed the line as the health director of a clinic doing major amounts of business and work and helping. I found my place there as a practitioner who didn't have any medical training,
Mhm.
and but was still able to run the labs, interpret them relative to an individual, and never give a medical diagnosis. That's the only thing you can't do. You can't give a medical diagnosis or treat anything specifically. And our clients, my clients, the patients of the clinic didn't want another diagnosis. They didn't want to be labeled something and handed some pills or something. They wanted to know what's really wrong with me. And I didn't know at first, but I started making discoveries. Again, 10 years. I ran over 10,000 labs in 10 years. And I know, kind of dialed it down to which ones work for the health crisis that's going on today. There's people have downward spiraling stress related conditions, downward spiraling. And as long as that downward spiral isn't really contracted, where they might need it, go see a doctor and get prescriptions or surgery stuff. There's stuff that's downward spiraling so fast that means they're pretty much dying. Uh, they need to go get urgent and emergent and critical care. Like we're not trying to step on any toes there. But if that downward spiral is protracted, their body can heal if they know what to do. And if you know what markers to look at, if you know how to identify the healing opportunities that are always there, they're always there, multiple areas someone can improve on. And so drugs and surgery aren't what we do. And if, again, very contracted, gunshot wounds, car accidents, Ebola virus, something, you have to go get your life saved by someone who does that. And so the question was, will you ever run out of customers? No, you never will. You just need to learn how to talk to people, and we'll teach you that too.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of professionals that I'm reading the chat here. We've got some dietitians and some other professionals, and they're asking the question, how do I make this work if I'm a registered dietitian or a physician's assistant? How do I do this and do it within our scope of practice? And seeing as you built FDN within a clinic with licensed practitioners, can you talk a little bit about how you recommend licensed practitioners do this work and not cause any issues with their licensure?
Great question. And I encourage the physicians to at least train your staff. Like if you don't have time to take the FDN course, by the way, it's a very robust course. It's as good as any master's program. It's been compared to PhD programs, which might cost you $25,000 to $50,000 and take 2 years, by the way. So forget the 25 or 50,000 in the 2 years. I can teach you in 10 months what it took me 10 years to learn. And, of course we're still learning, but you don't have to be a physician to do it. As a matter of fact, there's physicians, they just hire 2 or 3 FDNs. And so, if you have anyone in your office who's a nurse or even PAs and people like that, or just very helpful people. Heck, they could be on your office staff because there's a lot to just running an FDN practice that they'd already be good at, And so people have issues, problems, complaints. Everyone has something about the way they look or feel that they'd like to improve. And so that's like the only question you need to ask. Is there anything about the way you look or feel that you'd like to improve? And I have the whole spiel for you. So I could teach any office to add FDN. It's kind of a cinch. It's so much more easier than you think. And you're just going to be offering your patients or customers, if you're a fitness trainer, massage therapist, my Pilates instructor, I just met with her this morning. I did a session, and she finally, after I've been working with her 15 years. Well, she finally took the FDN course about 2 years ago, and she's just telling me how easy it is and how she's just getting all these customers. And all she does is just talk about metabolic chaos. And, of course, most of them are women, and they seem to care more about their health than men, but I don't think that's it entirely. But so it's really easy to talk about FDN once you take the course. You have to learn. And so I would say that the limitation isn't your licensure, it's are you willing to learn and open up to a different paradigm. It's very emancipating when you realize that you don't have to medically diagnose and zero in on one thing with a fancy name. It's emancipating. And so you still need to niche because that's the best way to build a business. You might, I don't like the word specialize, but focus on people with the same problem you have. That's normally what happens. If you have Hashimoto's, thyroiditis, and low thyroid and all that stuff, you may end up attracting those people. But you will attract people who are suffering, who have something that they really want to change about the way they look or feel.
Fantastic. We've got some trainees in the chat who are, talking about how much they love the FDN program and they agree with what you're
Yay.
saying, Reed. So that's amazing. As we move throughout this week, what do you hope that folks here joining us this whole week take away as they kind of listen to all the sessions and look forward? What do you hope they take away from this week?
I hope they learn enough to make a decision to alter course a little bit. Like if you're not a practitioner, by the way, we've had engineers and you name it, real estate agents and people who are just tired of the whatever treadmill they're on, and they want to change careers and do something useful and purposeful. There's a certain part of the FDN quest that does rest upon the spirit and of helping, and at the same time, it's very practical. In other words, you can get paid for it. And so if you are in that boat, you want to change careers. If you are already in the health services of any kind, you want to up your game. You don't want to be referring out. I know this FDN practitioner. Just become one. It's a very robust course. You'll learn a lot. If you already know a lot, it might be some very interesting and entertaining review because we have a good time in the FDN course. I take the work very seriously, but I don't always take myself all that seriously. So it's just because I like to have a good time and at the same time do some good in the world. And I know where the bread's buttered, so I can help you learn that too.
Fantastic. Well, we will have Reed back. He's coming back tomorrow, and he's going to talk all about, he's going to go deeper into how he developed FDN in the clinic. He's going to talk about the methodology and the testing and, basically what the term metabolic chaos means. So if you want to learn more from FDN and how he developed and so on, please join us tomorrow. Yes, go ahead, Reed.
Yeah, last thing is, as far as the guests go, they're all handpicked.
Yep.
We've been doing this 3 years now. We have on some of the brightest and most entertaining, enthusiastic, more important to me these days than almost anything else. Yeah, intellect and science and all that's really good. But someone who's on purpose, on mission, and if it's a co-mission with what we're all about, which is to educate as many people as possible how to get well and stay well naturally, so they in turn can educate others. We're going to see a lot of like-minded individuals, and they're great teachers. So enjoy it, if nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Keep a notebook handy so you can have good questions. And if someone on this week's calls, turns you on, reach out to them. I'm sure they're going to provide their contact information and all that, and find your purpose in life. That's what I hope. You find your purpose.
Absolutely. Well, Reed, thank you for joining us this morning and helping us get started and kick off this event. And looking forward to hearing your talk tomorrow.
You're welcome, Brandy. Love you guys.
Fantastic. Thanks, Reed. All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed that. And I just want to cover who we're going to get to see today. So, coming up in just a moment, we're going to get to speak with Dr. Will Cole. We're very excited to have him joining us today. And then we have a couple of other amazing speakers coming up today. We've got Robby Besner, Elizabeth Gaines, Ryan Obermeyer, and Dr. Darren Schmidt coming up. So, I hope you are in for some really good information. So, let's see here. I believe we've got Dr. Cole behind the scenes. And I love all of this chat that you guys have going on the stream. You guys are saying hi in the chat, so that's great. Thank you for doing that. All right, so here we go. Good morning, Dr. Cole. How are you?
Hi, Brandy. How are you doing? I'm doing great. I'm excited to be a part of this.
Fantastic. Well, I'm going to read a little bit of a bio, and then we're going to jump in and ask some questions. Everybody's very excited to hear from you today. So Dr. Will Cole is a leading functional medicine expert who consults people around the world via webcam. Having started the first functional medicine telehealth centers in the world, named one of the top 50 functional and integrative doctors in the nation, Dr. Cole specializes in clinically investigating underlying factors of chronic disease and customizing a functional medicine approach for thyroid issues, autoimmune conditions, hormonal imbalances, digestive disorders, and brain problems. You are the host of the Art of Being Well podcast and the New York Times bestselling author of Intuiting Fasting, Gut Feelings, Ketotarian, and the Inflammation Spectrum. So, Dr. Cole, we're very excited to have you, and welcome to Holistic Health Week again.
Yeah, thank you. It's always like interesting when you're there and you're reading my bio. I feel like I should hide somewhere, and or I need you as my hype man every day just to make myself feel a little bit better about me.
Yeah. No, we are very excited. And so I wanted to kind of get started because you have been in this space for a really long time and you've watched the space evolve. And so when you look at where functional medicine was 5 years ago compared to where we are right now, what is the most significant shift that you've seen so far?
Wow. Yeah, a lot has changed. Really, a lot has changed. As you mentioned, I started the first functional medicine telehealth clinic. We didn't even have the language for telehealth 15, 16 years ago. I called it a virtual functional medicine practice because that was the best I could come up with using words to describe how I was doing what I was doing, because it was born out of necessity. I was 16 plus years ago, I was writing a lot. I like to write and educate that way, and speak on line, right? And I was writing about things like gut health and hormonal health and environmental toxins and these things before it was not what it is today. And there would be lots of people in different states and countries that needed access to what I was talking about, my training in functional medicine and clinical nutrition. So we just had to logistically figure out how do I get somebody, I'm in one place, how do I get somebody in Nebraska to the labs that they need and the guidance that they need and the protocols that they need. So we worked out the logistics over time. That was 2009. And from 2009 to 2020, then doctors had to figure out overnight during the pandemic, how do you do this telehealth thing? We had already worked out the logistics years prior. So we helped a lot of doctors kind of figure out, and coaches and practitioners, how do you do this no brick and mortar remote thing that everybody had to figure out during the pandemic. So to answer your question more, just to give people a backstory, I guess, and where my focus has been, I 10 plus hours a day working with people that have autoimmune problems and hormonal problems, the things that you said. So I've seen the space change dramatically in a very small period of time. So going back to 2009, I'd be talking online or writing an article about diabetes, for example, type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance. It was radical to say in 2009, you could reverse type 2 diabetes. We would get phone calls saying, how dare I, you are giving people false information, and you are born with type 2 diabetes. It's genetic type 2 diabetes. It's not type 1, type 2 diabetes, insulin resistance. And the idea that you could reverse it with lifestyle changes was radical. today, everybody that's watching this, whether they're an FDN or a health coach, doctor, doesn't matter. It is commonplace to know that you can do that this is largely lifestyle driven. Of course, there's genetic components to everything, insulin resistance included, but to say that you couldn't reverse it is just, I think that's a good symbolism, a through line of how far we've come as far as awareness on what we have agency over in our health. The next frontier is the other things, right? Maybe it's the autoimmune conditions, that it's the new insulin resistance, and in another 10 years, people will understand that. Mm-hmm. Largely, we are dealing with the chronic health issues, and these are largely overcomable, healable, reversible things. And give further context to how we run the telehealth clinic. I work with almost exclusively FDNs. They're the best people to work with. The FDNs on my team are who I prefer to work with on helping people heal, helping people optimize their health. So I'm so honored to be a part of this event, because it's collaboratively something that's been a part of my day-to-day. These are the people that I get to do life with. They're my family. They're my work family. And we get to collaborate on being there for people. And it's a sacred responsibility to do what we do, to take somebody that's really struggling, whether they're doing all the healthy things, they're still spinning their wheels in certain areas, or they have complex health issues and everything in between. It is a sacred responsibility to heal people. We've come a long way in the 15 plus years I've been doing this professionally, but we have a long way to go. There was no Cleveland Clinic has a functional medicine center. That was not the case 15 plus years ago, but we're still scratching the surface on the amount of people that need help. So I'd like to see where we're going to be in another 15 years.
That's amazing. And, I've noticed a lot lately that there's a lot of noise about functional medicine going mainstream, a lot of different people talking about functional medicine. Do you think that's a good thing, or do you think it's diluting the message of what we really do and how we can help people?
I don't know if it's a net positive or a net negative. I think it's probably, there's good and it's a double-edged sword. There's probably some drawbacks too, because maybe the term is used a little bit too flippantly. Everybody's functional this, functional that, and what is their actual training? I think there's truth to that. So we need to look beyond just the label, beyond whether you hear functional diagnostic nutrition, functional medicine. You have to know what they're talking about, right? And are they actually certified? What is their training? And beyond just certification and training, what's their experience, right? All of these things matter. So it's a little bit like organic or natural, right? What does it actually mean? Functional. We need to know what's the actual quality of the certification or training and experience. Yeah, that's kind of my hot take on that.
Yeah. And so then in your perspective, when you are working with somebody, what does a good practitioner look like? What are they doing with their patients? How are they asking questions? How are they diving into their health history so that they can get a really good basis of where their clients or patients are and how they can actually get real results for them? What does that look like for you?
I would say from a practitioner standpoint, clinician, coach, whatever you are, if you're leaning into this training in FDN, I would say to be curious and this is, people make fun of it because it's like, this sounds like woo-woo or kind of, vapid, but to hold space is a real thing, because it's people that you're going to be interacting with, or if you're the person that is going through a health problem, this already. There's a lot of medical gaslighting, and there's a lot of not the practitioner, the doctor, the coach is not focused. They're not prepared. They haven't looked at your case before the appointment. They're kind of just catching up in real time in front of you. It is a sacred responsibility, as I said earlier. So I think the biggest thing is being focused, present, prepared, curious. I think those are some best traits of the best, like the FDNs that I work with, functional medicine doctors that I know, some of the best healers, and I use that word, openly, of just, you know what I'm saying? People that are interested in you leveling up your health. They see you as a human being, as a person that's worthy of wellness, that's worthy of healing, and not just going through the motions. They're not just a lab on a paper. They are a human being. So it is, and the curiosity kind of provokes that, because people don't always divulge all the information on the intake forms.
Mhm.
They don't always say this stuff. They don't even know. They don't even know what they should be telling you. So you need to really read between the lines sometimes, and sort of what I talk about is sort of balancing the science and the art. The science is important. The data, lab data is important. The knowing the clinical acumen, the protocols, all of that is very important as a practitioner. But it's more than that. You need to have like read the room, and if it's virtual, you need to read the virtual room, and know when to listen and shut up. And I say that nicely. And sometimes people that are excited about, because they're excited about what they do, they're passionate about what they do, but people don't always want to hear a monologue from the practitioner. Sometimes they want to be heard and listened to, and then there's a time to speak and lead, and to know when to bend and yield and push forward. These are all, I would say, important aspects of balancing the science and the art, the human and the being, as far as being a practitioner or healer is concerned.
And, I really love that, because, we can't help our clients or patients with just 1 or 2 sessions. It takes a lot of building that rapport with them, having them open up, having them share with you what's going on, like you said, in listening to what they're saying. And, I'd like to ask you about your philosophy around testing, because testing is important, and having that data is important, but I think there's also a spectrum in the field or in the community of too much testing. So what is your take on testing, and do you feel like at times too much testing can be a bad thing?
Yeah, I do. It does us no good to just testing for the sake of testing. So that's where the most important yet the most unsexy part of all of what we do is health history. As really back to that sort of clinical investigation. How can you be a clinical proverbial Sherlock Holmes to really get to the heart of what's going on, of the science and art of that person, looking at the physiological, but also the psychological component, looking at things like chronic stress and unresolved trauma, but also all these things that impact their health and exposure to environmental toxins or the food intake, all of the inner workings. Having that both and, not either or approach during the health history matters, because that informs what labs, if any, sometimes, but most of the time, yeah, there's appropriate labs to run. What's going to be the most effective for them? What's going to be the most helpful for you as a practitioner, without just going through, again, autopilot and rote, as far as you're not even thinking about it. It's just your standard labs that you run for everybody. Maybe they need additional labs you don't run every time. Maybe they don't need that lab that you think everybody needs. Maybe they don't need it. So I think it's a balancing act of curating, customizing that appropriate lab list. What are the proverbial stones that are most likely to have something underneath it? So for one person, it may be this set of labs. For the next person, it can be that set of labs. Because it is a fair critique, I think, within functional medicine and functional nutrition of running excessive labs. We want to be comprehensive without being excessive. We want to be comprehensive, but still be cost effective and practical and clinically appropriate. So I think that these are always a balancing act. And look, if you get 5 different practitioners, you're going to probably get 5 different opinions on what that list is. So I'm not saying it's perfect science, but we need to be holding that awareness of discernment, of curating a comprehensive list. And look, you can always run additional labs later if you need to. If you have further questions, it's not like one and done and forever. You're stuck with these labs. But I think it's less overwhelming to the consumer, to the client, to the patient, to not feel like it's their burden. People want answers, so don't get me wrong. I love labs, and the consumer, patient, client wants labs, but we don't want to bog down, because then anybody that's been a practitioner, clinician, any period of time will know people come in with well intentions. The coach, the client have good intentions most of the time, but you have a pile of labs and nothing to show for it. And what good are the labs if you don't have follow through? What good are the labs if you don't actually have execution on addressing these things? So the labs are the beginning, but they're just the beginning. And I see so many people stuck in the potential with these pile of labs, and they're still in the same spot. And then you're getting more and more of these direct-to-consumer labs out there, which you all know, like the big players in the space, all good stuff. But is there a follow-through? And I think that's where the coach, practitioner, doctor is so important, because then you just have all this data and they're overwhelmed. They have paralysis of analysis. What do I do with this information? Execution is so much more important. It's knowing, again, back to science and art. The art in this circumstance is actually doing something about the data.
Absolutely. And, the other end of the spectrum is you have people who do all the labs, and then they build these really robust protocols that are really overwhelming to the clients. And then they almost fail because they're asking too much of the clients, because they're not ready to make all those changes. So how do you, in your practice with your coaches, how do you approach protocols and talking about what they need to do next with your clients? Because it can be very overwhelming.
It can be. And as a practitioner, you don't always get it right. Back to meeting them on that initial consult, that's an important part of getting to know them. What have they tried? You don't want to be redundant. You want to really give them a fresh perspective and a fresh protocol on the things they haven't tried, or they have tried and maybe not. There's some tweaks and adjustments, or they haven't given it the time that it needs, etc. You are guiding them, and they're looking for guidance. So looking for answers, and be mindful of that. You want to be confident, not performative confidence, actual confidence. And that's being part of being prepared, right? And knowing when to lead. So the protocols you want to be and this starts with the lab piece and the health history piece. What are the aspects of the protocol that are going to move the needle? So I get a lot of people that have tried a lot of stuff, and they have a pile of supplements. I call it a supplement graveyard, where it's it makes sense in theory, but they don't even know why they're taking all this stuff. I mean, there's oftentimes spreadsheets involved with people when I'm meeting them of multiple tabs of things. What the heck? Look, I know some biohackers out there that take that many supplements, and kudos to them. But the average person, us mere mortals, that's going to be too many supplements to take, and your body can only process so much of this stuff. And it could be good in theory, but is it really moving the needle for you? Is it really if you went off of it, would you miss it? If you went off of it, would it really shift the total context of the labs in your life differently? I'm not so sure. I think sometimes the water is so muddied that it's what's it? Yeah, it's if you want to spend your money on it, it's not hurting you, but it's not necessarily going to be a significant needle mover for you if you go off of it or stay on it. And that's part of our job, should be, as practitioners, as clinicians, to curate and customize and distill what is the biggest needle movers for them. And that doesn't mean you always get it right. It doesn't mean that you're fortune teller and you know exactly. It's okay. It's, again, the science and the art. The art is you're painting this beautiful painting of their wellness with the different aspects of the protocol. It could be a nutrition protocol. It could be a supplement. It could be a mind-body practice. It could be something like this. So part of my job is how low can we get that list? How simple can we get this stuff? Because stressing about healthy things isn't good for our health. And then you have these complex things, which, look, sometimes it's needed. I'm not going to say everybody has just this short little succinct list. Sometimes complex health issues, at least for a season of their life, requires some more complex protocols. But not always. So not always. And I think it's just what are going to be the bigger agents of change in the positive direction for that person? And if you're new, you're not going to get it overnight. I mean, that's why they call it practice, right? I mean, because part of it is gaining that confidence and clinical acumen does take time. But people, they want leadership, but they also want an agility, and they want fresh ideas. So as you learn, as you are seeing things work with other clients, you'll be able to bring that thing in. And they love that. The average client really loves the fact that as long as they're being led with integrity and honesty, it goes a long way.
Absolutely. And there's a lot of people in here sharing like they love this perspective. I think we had a client of yours in here who said that, you know, you changed her life, which was great. So I think this is important for us to think about as we are working with clients. So I did want to ask you, because you mentioned that you specifically hire FDN practitioners for your team. So what was it about FDN practitioners that you thought, these are the people that I definitely need on my team to support my clients?
It is the clinical acumen, without a doubt. It is the fact that they're talking about you're heavier on nutrition and you're heavier on diagnostics. So those are two important things, where there's other coaching companies out there that can be fine in their own lane. In our realm, labs are important. Knowing how to interpret the data is important. And then what do you do with that data? And I think that both and is why. And there are people that get in the space, people that go through the program here care about people. They care about people. I haven't met one where they didn't. And they're just loyal, caring, high integrity people. So I think that's the main reason.
Fantastic. So, you know, we have a bunch of people here, some of them are self-healers. A lot of them are people looking to become practitioners. So if there was somebody here listening to you and they were sitting on the fence about committing to a career in functional health, what would you tell them about what's possible and what they could possibly be doing in the future?
So there's a few thoughts I have here. One is, I think if you're just doing this to be a self-healer, then great. I think you should do that. I wish more and more people, even if you're like, this isn't going to be my career, it's not going to be my day job, but I want to know about my health. I want to know about my health and the people around me. And just, you have a passion to learn and a curiosity to learn about health. I think that's fantastic. And not everybody's meant to do it professionally, but they're helping people in their life just naturally through what they learned, or they've helped themselves through what they learned, and gaining that that empowerment. They empower themselves, and they're helping. They're just doing it as a human being. I think that's a beautiful, beautiful thing. And we need more and more informed people in our world around health, even if they're not doing it professionally. But also the people that are maybe, all right, this isn't my profession right now. I can't tell you how many telehealth patients over the years, honestly, that have become FDNPs because of their own health journey. So when they met me, they were in banking, they're an office job, they were in a completely different space professionally. But through their own health journey with us in functional medicine, they asked me, where would you go? I want to learn about this and maybe do a career pivot, or I want to do this on the side part-time, but still get my day job. I send them to you all. And I say, okay, this is where I would get training if you have a curiosity about that. That's happened countless times over the years. So it's really awesome to see how they end up doing it. And some still just, there's two groups of people that want to do it professionally. There's the part-time, I'm still going to keep my day job, but they love helping people. And it's just, they grow it on the side, and it's sort of a slow burner. But and then you have the people that are the entrepreneurs. They want to be a part of a team like ours, where they love the collaborative aspects of being part of a clinical team. And they don't have to worry about the sort of arduous sides of business and marketing and all that stuff. They want to be a part of a team. So that's sort of the entrepreneur FDNPs. And then you have the entrepreneurial FDNPs that want to start their own coaching business. So I think there's something for everybody, because again, when you look at the statistics of 50 plus million Americans having an autoimmune condition, 93% UNC report of the United States is metabolically unhealthy, have a blood sugar problem. The rise of mental health problems, the rise of digestive problems, the rise of all these hormonal problems, fertility issues. These people need help. They need support. They need coaching. They need guidance. So maybe it's just a friend that's been empowered through FDN, and they're in a different industry. They're not in the health space, but it's just through this increased awareness and increased education in our country. It's in not just country, in our world. It's so important. So yeah, that's what I would say to anybody that's watching this right now.
On the fence, yeah. So let me just see. There was a great question here from somebody when you were talking about your protocols. How do you present your supplement recommendations to your clients in a more specific way without overwhelming them with multiple options to pick from? That's pretty common.
Yeah, it is. And everybody has their own, like, they learn differently, right? And then you have visual and auditory learners, then you have different ways that people see the world. Like, it's just so much bio-individuality with even the way that someone receives information. So I would have something written and then something auditory, because they may be an auditory learner, and you sending them a spreadsheet or a Google Doc or an email about the supplements, they want someone to just talk it through with them. They want someone to walk through verbally, visually, what's going on with you. And then you have people that are fine with the spreadsheet. They're fine with a simple list and just tell me what to take and they'll order it. But I would say for most people, whether they're more of an auditory or more of a visual, everybody kind of exists on a spectrum with these sort of things. So and they're not going to necessarily fit in one box. They may get overwhelmed with different things, but I would say do both. Mm-hmm. Because even if they think they understand it, they may not understand it. And there could be a conversation about these things. And again, it's a balancing act of what's going to be a needle mover for you. But I think if you talk through it, it goes a long way, because then it takes the mystique, the overwhelm out of it. Mm-hmm. And it's showing them. And I like doing this. And the visualization aspect of it is important. So talking and showing this in written form is showing them, okay, this is maybe the category of the supplements, or this is what each one is doing more or less. It's informing them, but it's also getting them excited about what they're about to do for their health. Like, this is exciting. How are they going to nourish their body in this specific way? What's this superhero, if you will, going to be able to do? What's this agent that you're bringing into this beautiful apothecary that you're bringing them into their protocol? I would just get them excited about it, because that creates I want to say buy-in, but it creates consistency on their part. Because you could give them the list all day long, but if they're not taking it, or if they're inconsistent with it, they're not excited about it, it's going to help them set them up for success when they are excited and empowered by this stuff that they're taking. And then follow-up appointments are so important, like checking in, having that guidance, having that structure is important, because we know the willpower of humans, we can all get sidetracked, inconsistent. That coaching piece is so important here. And having those guardrails, having that structure, having that accountability is so important. And that's when you can adjust dosages of things, increase dosages, decrease dosages, come off of things that aren't working for them, retest when appropriate, see where you're at from a data standpoint. So all of these things are back to that art piece analogy over time that you're painting, that starts with that initial protocol.
Absolutely. It's all about educating them. This is why they're doing what you're recommending and how it's going to help them, because then they want to do it. They've come to you because they want to feel better. So it's that education piece and going along the journey with them. It's important. So the chronic disease landscape nowadays is getting more complex. What do you see right now as the biggest unmet need that most people need support and coaching around?
Yeah, things that the old advice that, the number of people that this is going to be helpful for is less and less. Most people know the average, like, eat healthy foods, don't have the processed foods. Yes, they're sabotaged. Yes, there's a lot of marketing and noise, and people self-sabotage all the time. So of course, but they know better, more or less. There's an increased, I think, average awareness from a consumer standpoint, whereas like things that were so novel years ago now is more and more commonplace. People are aware of stuff. as far as food is concerned. So yes, I would say this, because of the impact of our environment on the gut microbiome, from a nutrition coaching standpoint, there's healthy foods. What works for one person may not be loving the next person back so much. So what I would say is having a cookie cutter, whole foods, anti-inflammatory, elimination diet, whatever, nutrient dense diet, is going to look different for different people because of what's happening on a gastrointestinal, inflammatory, immunological level, what's happening to the human microbiome, which is intimately tied to the soil microbiome and the way our food is grown, all of that stuff. So what I would say is the old like standard cookie cutter approach when it comes to food is changing. Anybody that's seeing people will tell you, yeah, this like this is advice of what having like this amount of cups of like vegetables. Well, what do you do when the vegetables are causing bloating? What do you do when someone has oxalate issues and FODMAP issues and histamine issues? And what do you do with this? Is that every case? No. So you don't want to go looking for problems or making problems where there aren't any. You don't want to become orthorexic and disordered eating around healthy foods for yourself or your client. Certainly not that. But when there is a real tangible problem with certain healthy nutrient dense foods, it doesn't make the food bad. It's just a moral judgment. It's this food isn't loving that person's body back right now. Yeah. And our goal as coaches, as practitioners, as clinicians is to build resilience over time. So the list of foods that don't love them back will shrink, and the foods that do love them back, that list will grow. That resilience building, that fortitude, that bioterrain, as we call it, like the context of how the body digests and absorbs food, takes time to build that. But I would say, to answer your question, some of the biggest things from a coaching standpoint is going to be aware of. There's a lot of bioindividuality when it comes to clinical nutrition. There's a lot of bioindividuality with food as medicine. So that's going to be number one. So there's a lot of different ways to use food as medicine. We just need to get out of our own way. What worked for you may not be them. So if you're ideologically chained to one way of eating for every human being, you're going to fail people. Mm-hmm. You have to get out of your own way. You have to get out of the way that, okay, it worked for me or worked for this client or worked for a lot of clients. It may work for a lot of clients. It may not work for every client. And I would say that's a guarantee. So if you're vegan or vegetarian, if you're carnivore, if you're keto, just cut that out of your lexicon of your brain, because yes, it can be a potential tool within the toolbox, but it's not necessarily clinically appropriate or advantageous to the individual. But back to the science and art piece, there can be something clinically relevant, but the head and the heart space to the clinically relevant thing is not there. So that's why, as you said, education, empowerment is so important. But what if somebody hates the way that they're eating? That inner resistance, that anxiety, that overwhelm, yes, there's a curve and learning curve and it takes time. But what if you're weeks in, months in, and they absolutely abhor what they're eating? That's stress and anxiety, even though you know, hey, this makes sense. Health history, labs, I know this will help this person. But that person's inner resistance, their mental, emotional, spiritual relationship with their body and the food isn't moving in the right direction. Now you can work on that. Work on meditation, work on mindfulness, work on vagal tone, work on whatever they're doing that's from a mental emotional piece that's impacting it. But that puts the body in the fight or flight stress state. That's shutting down regulating that resting, digesting aspect of the parasympathetic. So that the intention of how the person's eating, their attitude towards all of this, that mind-body connection is really important. So keep that in mind, that the art of that is plan B. Like it's not originally what I thought that they should be doing from a food standpoint, but if plan B ends up being less stressful, more sustainable, more consistent, they're not going to self-sabotage, they like it, plan B ends up being more effective than plan A because you heard them, because you were able to adjust it, tweak it, optimize it, customize it based on where that person's at in their journey. And maybe later on, once they start feeling better, getting wins because they were able to stay consistent with plan B, maybe you can pivot back to your original plan of like the optimal. But don't let, what is the saying? Don't let perfection get in the way of good. Don't let like the perfection get in the way of just something they can stay consistent with, because the most effective protocol is the one they can stay consistent with. So keep that in mind. And then the last piece I would say here that's on the headlines, the front line should be on everybody's mind, is the environmental toxin piece, the man-made environmental toxin piece. So it is shocking to me how many people have herbicides, pesticides, microplastics, forever chemicals, heavy metals in their bodies showing up in their labs. Common, not normal. So we need to keep that in mind. Yes, it's about food. Yes, it's about exercise, all the cliched wellness stuff. But that's not going to undo environmental toxins. So we need to look at this piece as a piece of the puzzle. For some people, it's a big piece of the puzzle. For some people, it's negligible. But we need to keep open mind on, this, if they're doing all the things, or is there an environmental toxin piece? And then the last thing I would say is that maybe it's a mental, emotional, spiritual toxin. So maybe, you got the food down right. Maybe you have all the physical activity up, all that stuff is good, but they're serving their body a big slice of stress every day. They are gorging on unresolved trauma every day. That's going to spike dysregulation and inflammation in their body more than a food that didn't love them back. So I keep that in mind, that those are more nebulous, more nonlinear, more abstract, more complex, certainly. And I'm not saying you have to be a mental health specialist. That's not what I'm saying. But you need to be the clinical quarterback. You need to know when to say, hey, maybe you want to look into this type of therapy. Maybe you need to, and refer them out to the specialist that they do need. They're going to thank you for it. You don't have to have all the answers, but you at least need to point them in the right direction and be that leader.
Absolutely. And, it's something I tell my clients all the time. If you're going to be stressed out about it, then don't do it. I'd rather you do something that's not going to stress you out, because then, you're kind of negating the benefit of the food or whatever I'm trying to get you to eat. And I love the part that you talked about, the emotions. That's so important. You can't test for that. That's something you can't test for. That goes back to what you said of giving them space to feel seen and heard, where they can actually start to share these things with you, and you can start to see, oh, maybe there's an emotional component that we need to address. Like, doesn't matter how many supplements or protocols we give them, if we don't address that emotional piece, they're only going to get so far. So I love that you talk about that. That's very, very important. I did want to go back to the environmental toxins. How do you approach the environmental toxin conversation with your patients and clients? What sort of things, because we're going to get that question, what's the protocol? How do we deal with that? So how do you approach that with your clients?
So it depends on the lab findings, right? It is, you don't want to go, and you all know this that are watching this right now. It's like people saw the reel, they saw the TikTok, they saw the whatever post, they listened to the podcast, they read the book. You don't, and back to FDM principles, like don't guess, test. So people can say they just get excited about it, or there's this boogeyman and they know they have to do it. That, again, stressing about healthy things isn't good for your health. So I think appropriate labs will illuminate, is this a piece of the puzzle for you or not? And that I apply that to man-made toxins, like I just said, with herbicides, pesticides, forever chemicals, PFAS, and there's microplastics. I would include on that, heavy metals, right? So those things, certainly you could assume that a lot of people are exposed to some level of it, but you don't want to double and triple down on something if you don't even know if it may be nothing or maybe a little bit. And you want to compare and contrast data too. And it may be those things, those environmental man-made toxins, that's impacting that inflammation marker, that's impacting the lipid panel, that's impacting the thyroid panel, that's impacting the whatever, gut health, right? So you want to find out, we know inflammation, hormonal dysregulation, all these things, nutrient deficiencies, those are all the matter, but what is upstream to that? For some people, not everybody, it's going to be this man-made environmental toxin piece. So again, you do not, to be clear, you do not have to know every single problem to get that person better. So know when to just dig in, find answers, and then drop it and focus on getting that person better. So I don't want to get, as a clinician, as a coach, gets caught up in paralysis of analysis, or let's run more tests, And back to that earlier point that I made, as a clinician, know when to let go and start doing with what you already know, because you don't, again, have to know every potential bug underneath that proverbial stone that's causing that dysregulation in that person's life. But so it's a balancing act of not having discernment on saying, yeah, we know this. There's probably other things going on here too, but more or less we know. And then address what's on those labs. So maybe it's binders, maybe it's detoxification support, maybe it's chelating support, maybe it's biofilm support, maybe it's cellular membrane support, maybe it's mitochondrial support. These are the type of things that you're going to have to consider when you're building a protocol. And then, yeah, to your point, the environmental toxin piece, that would be my advice with that. And then retesting when appropriate. You don't want to bog them down with retesting every month per se. Maybe sometimes you would retest monthly, but it's going to take time and consistency to get those things. So that's when you're checking in on the follow-up visits are so important. How are you doing? Because it's not practical to retest every week or every month ad infinitum. Sometimes you just have to check in with them on how they're doing. What's the severity and frequency of their symptoms? And one thing I would say is not get so bogged down in the day-to-day, because it can be like watching a pot boil where you're overly focused on the symptoms versus the wins, and maybe shift your perspective and their perspective on the positive things, because that mind space is really important. Instead of being so hyper vigilant on the symptoms, which we know what has taken years to get to where it's at today, it's going to take time to undo. I think shifting away, you need to check in with symptoms, but not on a consistent, obsessive basis. Because again, that's mind-body feedback loop. Breaking that's important, because people can be so mired down from their symptoms and not even want to, but end up identifying with it so much that stress and anxiety to their symptoms itself ends up slowing down the healing. So back to the mind-body component here, and supporting vagal tone, supporting somatically what needs to happen to start to have them retrain their nervous system towards healing and not living in that symptom, living in the flare, living in the health problem. So hopefully they answered the question.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think sometimes when you do that, you take them out of that's their identity. Their identity is all the symptoms, and that helps them have a different perspective. So I love that. This question came up a couple times, a few different ways, but what labs do you typically use most commonly in practice, or does it depend?
It depends. You can see how passionate I get. My neck gets red. I love this stuff. So it depends. I mean, conventional blood tests are helpful because they actually tell a lot as long as you're interpreting it using the optimal ranges. So I don't want to go against what you guys say, because there's so many cool ways to get data.
Yeah.
But there's something to be said for an amazing LabCorp request comprehensive panel, which you may be thinking, wow, I thought he was going to say that functional medicine test or that functional medicine test. Actually, the conventional data, as long as you look at optimal, not average, what's the functional range? Where's your body functioning the best? Where does vibrant wellness, health span, longevity, where does you feeling your best reside? I think that's great, because you can run a lot of great data conventionally, like looking at homocysteine, looking at C-reactive protein, looking at these very granular immunological inflammatory markers, looking at hormones, looking at metabolism, metabolic chaos. All that stuff is conventional data. I would just look at the optimal range for these things and get nerdy. Use a spreadsheet for them, color code things for them. There's programs out there that you provide, even getting that data for them and showing them visually what's on the optimal range, what's not in the optimal range. If you're looking at non-conventional tests, then I would base it on someone's health history. So some things that we run, I'll give you just a some common ones would be a Dutch hormonal panel, of course, like a dried urine saliva test that looks at free fraction hormones more comprehensively. Gut microbiome stool sample to look at the landscape of the microbiome, like an environmental tox panel that looks at those things that I mentioned earlier. Oh, there's something I didn't mention that I wanted to. It's not just the man-made environmental toxins, it is the biotoxins like bacteria, virus, mold, parasites. Is it that, or is it all the man-made stuff that's triggering a hypervigilant response? I think that's probably the case for a lot of people, but we know toxic mold isn't healthy for anybody. But why is there an increased amount of people creating sensitivity to mold? Maybe it's always been there. It's just increased conversation and awareness. That could be true. But I think we're going to probably be surprised with the fact that these man-made toxins are causing the body to, just like the food sensitivities. It's like, whereas if the body didn't have all these environmental toxins, maybe the mold in the workplace, it wouldn't be good, but it's not going to create such a visceral extreme response. So these biotoxins need to be looked at through that lens. Don't make the mold the boogeyman. Mold may be a boogeyman for one in an X amount of people, but it's like that cliche when all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Don't make that the thing, because it's again, your words have power as a coach, and you don't want to make that their identity. And they just got that from conventional medicine and were medically gaslit and all that stuff. And then they're going to get that from us in a different way. So don't make that their identity. It may be a piece of their puzzle. It may be a big piece of their puzzle. But you always want to bring context and nuance. You always want to bring a grace and a lightness with your words, because your words are powerful as a coach, and they can make or break somebody's healing journey. So realize that your power is in your words and how you can encourage and empower them to start healing. Back to your lab question. So biotoxins are looked at, but then if these things come back positive, what's the context of these labs? So if mold comes back high off the list, what is the context? And is it a big deal? Is it a small deal? It may be a big deal, may not be. So I always want to put the labs in context, and that it's such an important thing in what we do. I love Cyrex labs for people. Like, I don't use it for everybody, but like they're multiple autoimmune. I love their pathogen associated screening. There's a lot of really interesting labs out there. But again, you don't need every lab under the sun to get someone better. So what does that person need to make a difference in their life?
Absolutely. And that goes back to what you said at the beginning of, who is this person sitting in front of you? Like, what are they coming with? What are their intakes tell you? What are they telling you? And then that drives your decision on which labs to run.
Yeah.
This is a good question that I thought I would ask is, Mela says, Dr. Cole, have you seen success stories for complex children, non-speakers in the functional health space? She's really trying to see how she can help her children.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We have a lot of experience with that clinically. And a lot of people in our space do. So yes, definitely. You want to find someone that has some years of experience under their belt, that's going to be savvy from a protocol standpoint. But certainly it's not a quick fix. Obviously, any complex health issue is not a quick fix, but it's one that when you have enough consistency and time and adjustments over time with a protocol, you can really get to that person in a great place. And that doesn't mean every case is 100%, but what can we do to decrease the severity and frequency of that person's dysregulation or flare up? And that doesn't mean that that people conflate neurodivergence with some of these more extreme symptoms on the autism spectrum. Neurodivergence is how people are born, but the tics, the nonverbal, the digestive problems, the dysregulation, the inflammatory problems, that's not normal. That's not neurodiversity. So we have to look at that person's methylation gene variants, look at their detoxification gene variants. What does their body need to be the best thriving version of themselves? So yeah, these are important conversations that we get to have with people as a profession. We get to have with people to empower them, because there's so much noise and there's so much stigma and there's so much I don't know. It's a hot button topic to get into this stuff, but it is one that's worth it. Just be prepared. If you talk about it in social media, you're going to get people talking.
This is something that came up. This has come up actually a few times from a few people in past sessions that we've done. But how can a senior high school student become a functional medicine counselor and then physician? So I love the young people that are wanting to get into the field. What would you recommend to somebody starting out how to get into the field?
Well, I mean, this is wonderful. I mean, back to my early, I've seen a lot of people as patients, telehealth patients that were in high school and then I see them off and on in college and like see that how are they going to use this health information that they've done in their own health journey. Some of them decide to go and do this full time. And some just, again, want to be empowered and do it on the side or for their own enrichment. So I would start with FDN because that's a great way you can do it remotely. And it's one thing that they will get excited and encouraged with the things that they learn through there and see where they want to go through next. And it may be going down a formal route beyond just FDN, or it may not be. It may be FDN, may be all that they end up doing. And it's not all that they end up doing. It may be everything that they need and more to help people. And they don't need more school. And then some people want to do FDN and maybe go become a conventional doctor and then, or a RD or whatever it is. But this is a foundation for them and they could either layer in additional education or not. Mm-hmm. And that's the great thing about what is done with you all is that, is that you are you're either enriching somebody, because I know a lot of doctors, conventional doctors that have gone through your program and that is helping them in a completely new way. So you don't have to be a doctor. You don't have to go become a doctor. But it's a layer in somebody's education that they can customize based on what their own passion and the way and the scope in which they want to help somebody.
Absolutely. Well, we're going to close it out here really right away. But if you could send one message to every practitioner or aspiring practitioner watching, what would you say to them?
We cannot. You look at, you and Reed were talking about this before I got on. I was watching and I was reading all the comments here. I'm still reading it. When you look at the United States spends more on healthcare than all industrialized nation. Yet we have the most chronic disease and the shortest lifespan of all industrialized nations. We spend so much and we have little to show for it when it comes to chronic healthcare. Emergency care, ER, absolutely one of the best. We're one of the best in the world. If somebody, God forbid, needs a life-saving surgery, has a car accident, has a trauma, physical trauma, then we have amazing emergency acute care. That's not what I'm talking about. Chronic management of largely lifestyle, environmental, mind-body health issues. We are last or second to last, dead last, depending on the year and the study that you're citing. We're pretty abysmal in the United States. And sadly, if you're in another country right now, other countries that are going the way of America are what used to be such an American problem is now happening in other countries too, as the food world, farming, environmental toxins shift and time shifts. More and more things are happening. The conventional model of care, the mainstream model of care is reactionary. They're not trained to work on optimal health. They are trained to diagnose a disease and match it with a corresponding pharmaceutical drug. It's this medicinal matching game, this big pharma matching game. People are not having metabolic type 2 diabetes, fertility issues. People are not having hormonal problems, mental health issues, digestive problems from a pharmaceutical deficiency. There's not a lack of pharma in their body that's causing them to be sick. And that doesn't mean that pharmaceuticals are bad. It doesn't mean there's not a place for them. Our litmus test should be, as a society, what's the most effective option for that person? What's the most effective option for me that causes me the least amount of side effects? And for some people, medications, pharmaceuticals, fit that criteria. There's some people certainly that are alive because of pharmaceuticals. But that question, that litmus test, is rarely asked in the conventional model. Now, look, we're trying to change some things from an education standpoint, because research shows the average doctor that's conventionally trained would fail upon graduating a basic nutrition test. That's wild, because most of the people they're going to see, unless they're in the ER setting, everybody else, they're seeing people that are largely impacted by the foods they eat, or environmental toxins they're taking in, or their stress and trauma. That's the people they're seeing, but yet they're not trained for that. People that are in our space are trained for that. They're trained to help the people on the ground, to get people to live the life that God created them to live. So that's what I would say. We are the future. We're not just the future. We're right now on the ground are the ones that are helping people heal. And this conversation, I think, is a great awakening happening in our country right now. And you all have seen it. And this isn't a political statement. This is just, no matter how you vote or don't vote, there's a greater awareness and agency of people wanting to learn more about the foods they eat. This isn't just a crunchy wellness thing anymore. This is, I talked to some corporate heads at Walmart at the end of last year. They said the average Walmart consumer is asking about labels. They're becoming label literate. They're becoming curious about these things. That is a sign, a great sign, that what everybody can do in our space is to help more people, because you can't care more than they do, but because it's like leading the horse to the water, but can't make it drink. But we live in such a beautiful tipping point in history where the democratization of information through online, through podcasts, through social media, there's a greater awareness. So the old guard, the gatekeepers that just take this, see you in 6 months. If a guy with a white coat said, take it, it was the gospel. That's not going to cut it anymore. And we are going to be the beacons of how do you actually get this person better? We're going to be the agents of positive change in their life. So that's what I would say for everybody that's listening to this.
Fantastic. Well, Dr. Cole, thank you so much for spending your time with us today and sharing your wisdom. Everybody loved it. We really appreciate it. Where can folks learn more from you, or even learn how to work with you and your practitioners in your practice?
Thank you so much for having me, everybody. And I've been reading in the comments. Thank you, guys. So it's all right here on the screen, but drwillcole.com, drwillcole.com. There's lots of free information, resources. And then at Dr. Will Cole on Instagram, Facebook, X, all of the things there. Yeah, reach out to us on a clinical level or just to learn. I put out articles every week, podcasts called The Art of Being Well. I'd love if you all could subscribe to that. As 2 episodes a week where we're talking to different people and exploring this, the science and art of wellness, spiritual health, physical health, mental, emotional health, societal health. These are the things that we get to talk about on the podcast.
Fantastic. Thank you so much again for joining us today. We really appreciate it. And everybody, definitely go take a look at Dr. Cole's podcast and follow him there. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick break. So this is your time to get up, stretch, walk around, grab a drink of water, and we will be back with Robby Besner from Therasage. He's got a great topic for us to talk about. So we will be back in just a moment.
25 years ago, I made a promise to myself. I said, I will be the last practitioner my clients ever need to see. That promise changed everything about how I approach health. Welcome to Holistic Health Week. I'm Reed Davis. I'm the founder of Functional Diagnostic Nutrition. Here's what I learned after working with thousands of people. The body doesn't lie. When you know how to listen to it, really listen, through the right labs and the right methodology, you stop guessing. You start knowing. This week, you're going to hear from over 25 experts at the top of their fields They're going to share insights you won't find anywhere else. Cutting-edge research, practical strategies, real answers. But I want you to think of this week as more than just education. Think of it as a turning point. Whether you're a health coach looking to level up, a practitioner wanting to add some tools, or someone who's just passionate about helping people get well, you're in the right place. We've built a community of over 5,000 practitioners around the world who are changing lives every single day. And this week, you get a front row seat to see how we do it. Welcome to the family. Let's get started.
Hi, I'm Robby Besner, co-founder of Therasage. For over 25 years, Therasage has been a pioneer in red light, near-infrared, nature-based energy healing, developing bespoke wellness tools that work with the body, not against it. Long before red light and near-infrared became mainstream, we were developing nature-based energy technologies to support real healing in real people. We don't believe in one-size-fits-all wellness. Health is personal, it's bespoke, and it happens incrementally, layer by layer, habit by habit. Our tools are designed to integrate seamlessly into daily life, supporting the nervous system, recovery, sleep, long-term vitality, without overwhelming you. This is how we think about wellness. Understand your body, respect nature, and stack your hacks with intention. We're grateful to be part of this community and excited to keep building what's next together. Welcome to Therasage.
Evexia Diagnostics is a national diagnostic testing resource for healthcare practitioners. By consolidating multiple laboratory partners into a single service, Evexia gives you one login, one portal, and one resource for ordering over 10,000 specialty and conventional tests. And that's just the beginning. By working outside the insurance model, Evexia eliminates virtually all the red tape. Your patients no longer worry about coverage or high deductibles, and the restrictions of managed care are gone. Most importantly, your practice gets wholesale pricing, which can be up to 90% less than using insurance, attracting a new spectrum of patients. The Functional Health Report is a powerful interpretation tool that will save you time, improve patient engagement, and optimize outcomes. It delivers actionable insights into the potential root causes of imbalances and even offers evidence-based nutraceutical recommendations specifically targeted to each patient's unique biochemistry. Data shows that patients who receive a functional health report from their provider are more likely to understand their treatment plan and play an active role in their own health journey. If you're a health provider not licensed to order labs, Evexia's unique internal physician network gives you full access to both conventional blood panels and our extensive catalog of specialty and functional labs. In addition to clinical laboratory services, Evexia offers ancillary support tools. As an Evexia client, you get free access to our clinical support team. With decades of expertise, they are able to help analyze and interpret your patient's test results and can even provide actionable insights that will save you time and optimize the impact of your health plan. By giving providers and patients exponential simplicity and support, Evexia is creating greater healthcare accessibility. Let's see just how far our partnership can go.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope all of you had an opportunity to stretch a little bit, grab a drink of water, and I hope you were enjoying things so far. I am very excited to introduce our next guest. So we are going to be speaking with Robby Besner. He is the co-founder and chief science officer of Therasage, and Therasage happens to be one of our sponsors for this week. Robby is a pioneer in integrative infrared technology for over 25 years, sorry. Robby's work began with a personal mission to help his daughter battle chronic Lyme disease. This journey led him to become a leading authority on frequency medicine, EMF, mitigation, and detoxification. As a professor for the World Federation of Chinese Medicine Societies and a veteran biohacker, Robby is dedicated to bringing medical-grade healing tools in the modern home. So everyone, please join me in welcoming Robby Besner. Robby, welcome to Holistic Health Week. Oh, I think you are muted. Let's see here. Do a sound check for you.
There we go. How's that
There
better?
we go. Yes. How are you, Robby?
I'm doing great, and I was enjoying Dr. Cole's presentation, and it's actually very hard to follow him because he's so knowledgeable and so dialed into today's needs, today's world. So yeah, I'm very, very honored to be here today.
Fantastic. Well, Robby, you're going to be talking to us today about living an incremental health style. So you're going to be doing a working guide to optimizing health. So we'll give you a second to get your screen share set up and share. And everybody, as Robby's doing that, Therasage has generously donated some prizes this week. So you will see some QR codes coming out throughout the day today for your opportunity to win a couple of prizes today. And the code for today is detox. So just remember that the code is detox. And Robby, it looks like your screen is ready to go. So I'm going to give you the opportunity to take it away.
Fantastic. Well, as I said before, I'm really very, very honored to be here. And I actually designed a very, what I think, relevant conversation today that I'm calling incremental health or incremental health care in your choices. And it really comes from, and I'll get into it a little bit further into the presentation, from my own life's experience having the opportunity in developing the devices here at Therasage. I've traveled around the world sourcing and curating different elements and materials and getting a chance to kind of sort of tune in and dive into various cultures, which gave me kind of a juxtapose, or at least the contrast of the way that we've all learned and we've been programmed here in the Western world. And so that kind of gave me a feeling of a multicultural approach to the device development, and mostly just what I call incremental health, because it's something that we don't really practice very regularly here in the States. And I think that maybe offering some awareness to a different way to look at the way that you live every day might make a difference to the people listening. So with that, the title is Incremental Health, but we'll go into more of the definition shortly. I do just want to mention that, based on full disclosure, I am the co-founder of Therasage, and as a company, we design and we manufacture wellness products and technology. And the content of this presentation is, and the references to my products as I go through it, isn't for salesy sort of orientation. It's mostly just to give people a kind of visual, and it's really more for education. That's the intentions. So with that, I just want to take a step back and just kind of talk about my orientation, how I got started. And for the most part, for people that know my story, there's a little redundancy here, but my daughter contracted Lyme disease about 27 years ago. And having a health practitioner background, I kind of took a look at the way that she was presenting herself. And she had high levels of toxicity, inflammation, pain, and cognitive challenges. And so even though back 25 years ago, we had means and we were able to onboard the top Lyme literate doctor, Dr. Joe Birscano, located in New York, as a young family, we were living down South Florida. And so we would traverse every 6 weeks or so up to New York and tweak his protocol. But back then we didn't have what we have now, which is more of a virtual, online kind of opportunity to tap into practitioners' resources. Back then, what happened was you had a main Lyme doctor, as we had, and then you had corresponding doctors in the local vicinity or community where you lived. And so after not too long of a time, we had an entourage of doctors locally in Florida, and all of them didn't talk to one another. We had a pain doctor. We had actually with Lyme disease, because it mimics many diseases, oftentimes practitioners will tell you that it's all in your head, it's not in your body. And so and all those practitioners really didn't talk to one another, all prescribing different medications and, based on their skill sets. So I chose to focus on the way that Julia, my daughter, was presenting herself. And I thought if I could do anything to contribute just to giving her life back, her lifestyle back, because, many of the chronic diseases out there are debilitating. And so she was in her young teens, like 14 and 15, and an active child, very smart, kind of on the pretty side. And so she was very social. And a lot of that was taken away from her just through her inability to function because her Lyme disease would kick in at very awkward times, and she never knew when that would happen. And so based on that, I chose to look at the ways that she was presenting herself, which made me focus on mostly on toxicity, taking a deep dive on toxicity. I quickly understood that there's a direct correlation between between toxicity, inflammation, and symptoms. So if my goal is to give her lifestyle back, then I needed to do something about inflammation, which meant that I had to focus on toxicity. So taking a deeper dive on the way that the body helps to naturally detox and what elements in nature give the body's ability to detox against what was understood in the Western world, like, you know, invasive forms like dialysis or using various different kinds of medications or supplements that chemically will purge or chelate a toxin from the body. I discovered back then that there are frequencies of sun energy that will mobilize all the toxins in your body once you get the proper time and exposure to them. And that is the infrared spectrum. Well, it was somewhat novel back then because back then in medicine, the only ways that infrared was being used was basically by sports medicine doctors to help players lower their pain thresholds and heal or recover from acute injuries to get them on the field quicker. All of that intrigued me. But in terms of devices, there really wasn't a lot available to the mainstream public. And so I organized a trip to China. I went there for about 3 months and interviewed 65 factories and started working with 2 of them to start developing devices for home use. Our daughter responded really well. The doctor was a very high profile doctor with a big practice in New York. And he said, can we start to make these devices for him in his practice? Because he saw the changes in the way that my daughter was healing. And so that was kind of the genesis of Therasage. And from that, we've been very fortunate to get involved with a lot of fantastic practitioners. We've watched the whole integrated functional movement of medicine shift from the allopathic MD approach to one that's a lot more integrated, using different tools to really address people's needs. And I'm proud to be part of that community and my contribution. So FDN and Therasage is a marriage made in heaven, in my opinion. And if you'll notice really closely on the FDN picture there, you'll see the halos over Reed and his wife. And that's because it takes a pioneer like Reed to organize a community as he has with FDN. And I'm very proud to be friends with him and part of it. But we share a lot in philosophical approaches to business and to life. And as I've gotten to know Reed over the years, I see even more so how we seem to be traveling parallel paths. And in terms of FDN and Therasage, we're both evidence-based companies. We look to service our communities. We build a culture. We integrate technology. These are all things that I feel in general allow the FDN community and consciousness and the ethos of your community, FDN, as well as Therasage, really be a perfect fit. Looking closer at FDN's principles, they again clearly match the approaches that we take: integrated, functional, whole body, osteopathic, there's naturopathic. There's a lot of elements that I feel are just so perfectly aligned that it really gives me a joy to be part of today's presentation week and offer some areas of insights I believe that might be beneficial. We look at our work to be not just about healing someone today, but really looking at it being a lifestyle shift and a consciousness shift, which is really what the genesis of my idea about bringing incremental health to the forefront in today's discussions. And so it's not just affecting the parent or the mother or father, but their shift in their consciousness, the way that they look at their lives and practice in their lives, and then what their kids are watching from their parents, and them growing up understanding that maybe infrared sauna isn't just to address a a healthcare challenge, but maybe it's something that is necessary in today's world to address the toxic environment that we're living in, so that we all live, in good health and live what I believe purposefully, which is the way that our deliverer had intended us to be, rather than spending all the times in clinics and hospital and dealing with illness, which absorbs a lot of the joy out of it and the fun out of life. So what's the key to building a legacy? And it has to do with defining a purpose, identifying a problem you're going to serve with your community. And as Reed came on earlier and said, he's got 5,000 disciples and proteges that have their own community. So the idea of, and the multiples of the amount of people that we can influence, families that we can influence, communities that we can influence, is really mind-boggling, and it's exciting to be part of that education process. So let's just talk about the big picture a little bit. It's a familiar slide because most people know that the problem with the world or the toxic environment is air, water, food, exogenous frequencies like EMF and ELF, which is extreme low frequencies, that's dirty electricity. The influence of synthetics in our environment, and the, let's say, codependency that we all have innately because of the programming that society in the Western world has brought to us, that we're supposed to accept these things because we see them in our public food stores. And we would expect that the agencies like EPA and FTC, the Trade Commission, and the FDA for drugs and various different applications of health protocols, we'd expect those agencies to actually be guiding and protecting the public, but most people are becoming a lot more aware. And maybe this is during the COVID and post-COVID, that we can't really be so dependent on those agencies anymore. We have to take more control. And how do we get that? And it starts from Health Week. It starts from brilliant minds and people with great bodies of work having a forum, an opportunity to express that. And again, very honored to be here. So these are big challenges, but when you look at the global challenges, what can I do to change the air quality or the water quality, and globally? And it's probably too big of a bite of the apple for me to discuss that on today's session, but we can deal with it on an individual basis. And that's really what I want to kind of tune into and give everybody tips as to how they could do that. And so it's no revelation that if you look up at the sky now, it's peppered with chemtrails. So what is in the chemtrails and who allowed that to happen? Whatever it isn't part of nature. And so right there, I have a question. And so, as we all should question, but it's not so much the chemtrails, but the fallout of that and how that affects us in a health way. And the bigger term is what they call these days epigenetics. So it's sort of your health choices or the choices that you make, how that affects your genetics and how your body's expressing that. And then what are the environmental influences that also affect your genetics? And so we're touching on some of those points right here. And so then in the skies, it's not just the visible ones like the chemtrails, but there's also the less visible ones, which are fossil fuel and industrial waste. And even though there's been a lot done to clean up that part of the environment, it's not just the US that we're talking about now. This is a global challenge. And so even though we have some agencies that are working hard to try to button that down, it's not the same everywhere else. And so obviously the environment or the atmosphere goes around the entire globe. So it's not just a US problem that we're dealing with here. And we're finding now in lab and also in just the kinds of studies that we do that there seems to be a greater spread between the environments in the rural areas of the US and the urban areas. And we're going to touch on that in a few minutes when I talk about exogenous frequencies. But as that spread starts to widen, it becomes more obvious that what's going on in the cities has really had a major effect on people's health and well-being. So I love this picture because it's just showing you about like the water challenges that we're having out there. And most people know from years ago what was going on in Michigan and many of the inner cities where a lot of the plumbing and so forth has been eroding over time, of which, of course, those things are dumping into our water systems. We are seeing trace amounts of glyphosate, which is a horrible chemical that's been dumped into our environment for many years in our water, air, and food. But if this is what a pipe looks like on the outside, imagine what your plumbing looks like on the inside. And that's kind of the imagery there that I wanted to express. The other another element is the soils, and it really addresses our food. So I'm friends with a formidable Dr. Nathan Bryan, who is probably the world's authority on nitric oxide now, a protege of the doctor that actually got the Nobel Prize for discovering nitric oxide. But the key to that is he did a study where he went across the country and went to 10 states and grabbed the same amount of organic broccoli from a Whole Food store. And he measured the nutrition. And as you spend a lot of money on organic foods, the spread between the nutritional value from state to state of the same amount of organic broccoli varied greatly. And it's mostly because the soil and the agricultural communities aren't doing the best. And I'm not blaming, there's no pointing fingers at things here. But basically the soils are depleted. And so if they're not enriched with the right types of nutrients and the right kinds of bacterias, then the food that's being grown on that land isn't quite as nutritious. And so that really makes me say, at least, that we should become a little bit more aware of looking at organic, hopefully plant-based nutritional supplements to offer whatever your body really needs, rather than just leaning into buying expensive organic food, feeling that at least that's a good start, but it's not everything. And that's really my point there. When it comes to sunlight, that's really been my bio or photon biomodulation has been my reference now for more than 27 years. And what we're living in a unique world now, and it really goes back to those chemtrails and things that are happening in the atmosphere and our environment. That's not just affecting our air quality and whatever's in it falling down to our soil, which ultimately winds up in our food systems. But there's a lot of filtering of the sunlight that's actually changing the frequencies that are affecting the plant and animal kingdom, around the planet now. And I think most people really aren't looking at it at that way, or potentially being a problem. But when you add up all these different aspects, some of which we covered already, and you add them up, then you've got a much bigger problem than and I think that explains a little bit why the trends are crazy now in chronic disease. So these frequencies are being filtered out. I guess that's the short story. We've got landfills, which become breeding grounds for toxins and various different problems that we're having with bacteria, viruses, and so forth. And now I just want to focus a couple of minutes just on something I was passionate about. It's this EMF thing. We discovered 17 years ago about electromagnetic fields and the impact on our bodies on a cellular level. And we set forth to create unique ways to shield and block these energies in our devices that we make, because our goal was to deliver infrared technology in various different delivery systems, like infrared sauna, you're sitting and bathing in frequencies, or an on-body experience in a healing pad, what we call it a healing pad. And there, if I'm delivering this technology, but I'm using a battery and or electric alternating current to deliver and power that device, as well as I'm delivering these frequencies, I'm also delivering electromagnetic fields. And we didn't know 17 years ago what the conflict or how the body would deal with the conflict. But as most people tuned into healthcare know, sort of your brain command center is designed to protect and shield and maintain the constitution of your internal environment. And so the subtle energies, the ones we can't see, hear, smell, or taste, which is the what you would call like the electromagnetic range or frequencies, they're invisible to the eye. So what's the impact? And so we know that I've studied in great depth the positive impact, but when you're delivering that with electromagnetic fields, how does the body reconcile between the electromagnetic fields, shielding and protecting from those exogenous man-made frequencies, and then receive all the beautiful frequencies of nature that were designed to heal the body in various different ways. So frankly, back then, I didn't know. But what I did know is if I learned a way to efficiently take the EMF, the exogenous frequencies, off the table, off the discussion, so that the body wouldn't have to, I guess, manage the conflict, that in fact, you'd get the beauty of all these great frequencies in the comfort of your own home, in the amount that you need, that your body needs every day, which is very different than what happens when you step outside your front door and you're exposed to the same frequencies, but not in the sunlight or in outside, being exposed to them at the right time of day, so you're getting the right frequencies and for the amount that your body might need. Where using a device, you can control all that. And I felt that was a better fit with today's fast world, so that no matter what time of day, you could get in a sauna or you can use a healing pad and give your body what it needs in order for it to satisfy the amount of light frequencies, the invisible light frequencies your body needs to create that systematic support. And again, because you can't see, taste, and smell these frequencies, like most people weren't quite aware of it. So I spent a whole lot of time on understanding the importance of these subtle energies, what they do for your body and for healing. Now, if you notice really closely at the bottom of the screen where the arrow is, you can see that little bright light, and that is a cell phone. And what you're seeing on the screen now is a novel picture that is basically an aura technology that's capturing what an EMF looks like. So all those frequencies on the screen currently is what a cell phone will generate. So you can imagine if you're in a closed conference room with 200 doctors that all have active cell phones on, how much energy is coming into that room that could potentially, as we're discovering now, change your brainwave patterns. Between the age of 0 and 18, your children their neural pathways are just being formed. And so when you're immersed in a wireless environment and you're exposed at those ages to these frequencies, I think it alters your brain patterns, which could explain why there's high levels of autism. It could explain why we have ADHD and various different other emotional challenges based on brainwave functions. So I think that is kind of important. The thing that I noticed here was the torsional spin that comes off of an EMF, and it's counterclockwise. So in nature, as you're studying nature and the way that certain patterns in nature occur, counterclockwise motions will support biohealth, and your physiology counter will draw from it. And so I'm not sure if it necessarily was by design, because I'm not, totally tuned into and dwell on conspiracy theories, but I will tell you that these frequencies really are and have been proven in clinic already to be very detrimental. So growing up in a world of today, having techniques to remediate, and they're not expensive, electromagnetic fields, exogenous frequencies, I think is an important topic to talk about more. So then we've got these forever toxins and these microplastics and the synthetics, as I mentioned earlier, like our clothing may possibly have synthetics in it. And when you're wearing that, there's a leaching of these synthetics through your skin into your bloodstream, again, all adding up. So what does all that stuff that we just talked about mean? I think it adds up to the change in the skyrocketing of chronic disease in general. And then we can talk about major disease is on the rise. And these curves are staggering to me. This one goes out to 25, but if you move to 2035, they're basically off the chart in the levels of chronic disease with all the money we're spending on research. what's a little scary, and this was really brought to my attention by a friendship I have with Dr. Zach Bush, that it's not just the trends are skyrocketing, but actually the age that people are getting sick and expressing their health challenges are coming down. Okay, and that I think is something that most people aren't watching that closely. If you look at the global populations, they're shrinking. And now, is that by design? I guess these are all questions we can answer later. What does that all mean? It means that we're not living the lives that we're meant to live. And the amount of loss inefficiencies at the workplace because of sickness, again, look at the trends, they're off the chart. The amount of monies that we're spending on trying to manage chronic disease, that trend is also skyrocketing. It'll be 7 billion or more very shortly. That's, a number, a lot of zeros, again, a big challenge. And then more importantly, that longevity trend, I think, is what I was focusing on. And today about incremental health, I think makes a difference. So that's what the trajectory of your health span looks like. And the white line is where we're emerging to now. And so again, these kinds of trends, I look at things globally from that little higher view, and then we have to live in the breath and today and manage all that. But again, incremental health is about managing your health on a daily basis, like every day. And when you start doing that incrementally, that makes a difference. And when you if you can just alter your lifespan trajectory by adding by 1%, and you start now, and you run that out, if you were genetically meant to live to 100, and then disease and challenges in your life brought down that lifespan by a certain amount. If today, let's say you're in your 30s, and you just alter by making some small lifestyle choices, 1%, you can regain that trajectory. And again, it's not just about living longer, but it's living healthy. And I think that's something worth talking about. So before we go to the fix, I just wanted to mention something about that was brought to my attention. I integrated into my practice, and something that I live every day. And it speaks to some work of Dr. Jerry Tennant, and it's about cell battery and cell depletion. So each of our cells are little batteries, and they have a positive and negative charge. And in order for a cell to communicate, it really should be a neutral charge. But in today's world, because of the lighting systems, the air movement systems, air conditioning and heating and so forth, we're basically immersed in a positively charged, energetic world. I'm not talking about outside, I'm talking about our internal environment, like at home. And so because we're off charged, or our charges are imbalanced on a cell level, and I have a philosophy that I think we get sick on a cell level and we heal on a cell level. So a lot of my orientation with my devices and the way my research and my health science protocols has to do with managing cellular health. And so what I've learned from Dr. Tennant changed the way I look at things, because if you can take your cell battery and you can neutralize the charge by fixing the polarity, because most of us aren't touching the earth anymore, so our cell polarity, our body polarities are off. If you shift your polarity to so it's neutral, and then you charge your body with a little bit of energy, cells with a little bit of energy, now your cells and your tissues and your organs have really all the power that they need in order for your immune systems to be in check. And again, now if you start on the little things, they start to add up. And so if we can fix this cellular energy piece and give the cells what they need to be charged, then it adds up to overall health and well-being. And I think that is something to look into a little bit further. And again, we could spend all day on that one. The sequencing and the dosing makes a difference, at least I've seen in me personally, but oftentimes you take they just look at whatever's on the bottle and they say, okay, two tabs a day, or tab in the morning, tab at night. But is that really what your body needs? And that's the question. There's a couple of groups that I love. One is Prima Research Laboratories. I want to give them a shout out because they use muscle testing in order for them to determine individually how much dosing you might need of a particular supplement. And I believe that's a more modern and kind of better way to look at it, because all of us are very individual and special, and our bodies have different needs, each of us, and even my own body's needs change over time. So as you get older, you need to eat more protein in order to maintain your body mass, and so you have to kind of adjust and shift based on what your body needs. And they have a great approach, and I think that again, today's consciousness, if we could focus on the order that we do our biohacks, and the order when we take our supplements, and for our body absorbing them, so that we're sequencing and synchronizing with your body cycles, then I think you got a good plan for basically general health and well-being. So let's talk about incremental health. I've really been fortunate because in my life, I've had an opportunity to travel a lot outside the country, and I've noticed some common things about communities, countries, places in the world where people live longer and they live healthier, and that really perked my interest. And about 15 years ago, I was doing a longevity study, and I was invited by one of my Asian factories, who was also interested in the same thing, to travel to 2 of the blue zones that are in the interior of China. And it was really very monumental to me, because it not only gave me an idea of what the energetic world was in those places, which was really the perspective I was coming from, but also the lifestyle that these people were living. And I had a chance to meet a woman that was in China that was 107 years old, and she was very vibrant. She wasn't running marathons, but she was playing mahjong, which is like a board game, and she was curating plants, and just, she was very vibrant and very lucid. And I that picture really resonated for me, because I looked at that, and then I put that against the American, well, if you get to live into your 90s, like what that profile looks like in today's world. Again, I live in Florida. It's a retirement community in the country, and people, from 60s on, you see a lot of people in restaurants carrying oxygen tanks and wearing cannulas. And I mean, I know that's important, and I'm not suggesting there's any coming from a place of judgment, but if I had my choice, I'd rather be a little bit more vibrant and, not have to carry an oxygen tank. So incremental health is really about what I feel are the elements that really make a difference in daily living, that adds up to, global living. And so what did I notice? The common things when I did my cross study was that was dietary implications, which had a lot to do with the local diet, integrating the local foods into their diet, which brings in the microbiome, or to your microbiome, all of the elements, bacterias, and various different beneficial bacterias that are important to have in our microbiome, in our gut. And most people know that a healthy gut might have 60,000 different kinds of bacteria, families. And that combination accounts for close to 80% of your immune system. So, I mean, a lot of it has to do with the toxic world, and a lot of it has to do with how the body filters and processes that. And then when your immune system is impaired, then that allows viruses, bacteria, non-beneficial bacteria, mold, various different parasites to come in and take over. And so, coming back to the primal health that we were designed to have, I think that some of the things that I've learned from living incrementally, visiting cultures that are blue zone cultures, that really made a big impact. So exercise every day, the prioritizing family is a really big one. Having a connection to faith, whatever that is. And it doesn't have to be organized religion. It can just be your inner faith, or your connection to your higher power or source. Enjoying your life and having fun. Having good sleeping habits was really important, and I saw that cross-culturally. And then engaging and being outside and enjoying your area. This is the part, I went to 2 blue zones in China, and that trip took me 17 hours by bus from one of the major cities. Nobody in the village spoke English. I was probably one of the only Caucasians that ever visited this city. I noticed there that one thing that really impacted me, I brought some scientific instruments with me, that the amount of negative ions, which is basically earth energy, was 20,000 times greater in this village than basically outside. And that, to give you a kind of way to reference that, that's like the kind of negative ions, the kind of earth energy that you might experience at Niagara Falls, the power of that falls. In nature, negative ions happen when water, the friction, water moves over land or moves through the atmosphere. It frees up an electron, and that negative electron is what balances our cell energy when in a modern world, because we're more positive. And so we need the negative charge in order for us to balance out our cells. And that balanced cells creates better communication, and it also shifts your autonomic nervous system into what's called parasympathetic or a calm state. And as a practitioner, when I can move my client, patient, customer into a parasympathetic or a calm state, then whatever intervention, whether it be supplements or structural or emotional, whatever that influence is and protocol, the body will receive it and hold on to it. So I think that that is something worthwhile. And so this was where I was when I did my interior trip. And this is the recipe for longevity. What I saw, what in common was that everybody was having fun. You know, not all the time, but at least fun was a factor. I saw that, you know, there was a different sense on their faces about the stress of their lives and their jobs. And I think growing up in the Western world, growing up and, you know, as a teenager in my younger life in New York, there's a lot of hustle and bustle and trying to, you know, survive. And so the urban environment, again, is a little different than the rural environment. Of course, my earlier days is much different than our virtual world today. So we have conveniences of technology that allow us to have different stresses. But again, that stress, which, you know, the body shifts based on stress. So stress is generally good, but being stressed out, having too much, it really makes a difference there. Movement is important. Rituals, just having things that you do that culturally or ancestrally or within your own family dynamic. I found doing those rituals was really enriching and also was cohesive in bringing that emphasis of family and that interaction together. The foods in China, every quarter they change their diet because food to the Chinese, traditional Chinese, is a tonic. And so now we're coming out of winter. And so during winter, even though we're not bears, our bodies hibernate. That's oftentimes we change our diet in America. We eating usually a more starchy foods usually. And so those foods, you know, you have a tendency to put on a little bit more weight during the winter. And that's very common in nature. Like take the bear, they pack on more fat, and so that their metabolisms can slow down. They're not moving around, but yet their bodies can thrive and function through that. Well, in China, during winter, they're eating a tonic that's supporting their organs. So when they come out of winter, they're all ready to hit the ground running. And I think that's a lesson we all could learn a little bit more about. Sleep, hydration, proper light exposure. Again, you know, being in the blue zones, they're generally remote areas. And so they don't have quite as many cell towers, and the exogenous frequencies that are affecting our biology, they're not, most people there aren't exposed that much to. So these are just a handful of things that I noticed that I think are important. The areas in the world that people know about that are called blue zones, you can see there's a small area in California, Italy, Greece, Japan, and Costa Rica. I've experienced some of these myself personally, and it's very interesting when you go there, just the difference in the work ethic. In Italy, for instance, we were there over last summer, and you know, most of Europe shuts down and kind of relaxes for a month or two. It's just a very different way of looking at the world, in my opinion. So when I did a cross-reference of the countries and what that practice incremental health, I highlighted them here. So, you know, the healthy diet and frequent activity, we saw that in Japan. In Canada, what I thought was really interesting was the connection to one another, the connection to family and to community seemed to have been emphasized. In Greece, it's like the mingling of family and walking and being out and just being active as well as the diet, of course, was very significant. Again, in Singapore, leaders and family and community, having everybody, the importance of being wanted and feeling a part of something seemed to be a common thread in discussions on parts of the world. And longevity, by definition, are basically folks that live in their 80s and are pretty healthy and vibrant. But some of the blue zones that I mentioned, they're people living into their hundreds and more. And probably genetically, we're designed to live maybe to 100, 120. Brian Johnson is the expert on that, and he can probably tell you. And if he keeps going like this, it'll probably be 200 before he's done. But and then Costa Rica, of course, is kind of the same thing. Living a healthier lifestyle. So a big piece is connecting to nature, and that the interaction with nature makes me, as a bioscientist, focus on the subtle things that you can't see and you can't hear, and that's the influence of frequencies on the body. And so, of course, movement is important, and it's easy to work that into your lifestyle. Next area I want to just focus on is basically creating a healthy space and healthy home. Before COVID, we probably spent 60% of our day, every day, in our home. Post-COVID, it's more like 70 to 80% now because people are working virtually. And that means that your home environment is really key in creating a healthy space in your home, free of EMF, a bedroom that is, dark at night when you're sleeping, cleaning the air, shifting the humidity so it's 40 to 50%, and hopefully bringing down the possibility of being exposed to mold, filtering your water properly, the lighting that you use. And these are all things that we have control over. And what we do in our houses, not just as adults, but also for our families, makes a big difference in your overall health and well-being. And so I think that that's really something we all have control over. We just have to be a little bit more conscious of it. There's a guy that I know, dear friend, Darren wrote a book, Fatal Conveniences, and that is basically a dictionary on what to do, what to look for in your homes, the chemicals to replace with household chemicals, with bioavailable chemicals, and influences in that way. And so that's a great read. So this was Robby 25 years ago, right? It's kind of like what I used to look like. And now I just want to focus a little bit on red, which was our specialty in red light therapy. It's been raging over the last 5 years, maybe a little bit longer. And I'm happy about that because, as I showed you on my first slide, I was very alone 27 years ago talking about infrared. I'm reporting and talking to allopathic MD doctors, and they weren't really focusing on that at all. So I felt very alone. But today, my job isn't so hard. My job mostly is to focus on teaching people what's unique about our technology, like our approach to this technology, but not so much about the importance of infrared spectrum and red light therapy. It seems to be raging, and I'm really excited about that. So this is a simple chart that kind of shows you the way that light frequencies come from the sun. The relationship between the sun and the earth is called the azimuth. And so when that changes through the day, we have different influences. So the earlier part of the day is when we get the UV spectrum, which is very important in shifting the body's pH, blood pH, and also developing a better or higher level of vitamin D3. And then as we move through the day, and this is based on your latitude and longitude, where your relationship on the earth is to the sun. But Florida today, basically between the hours of 11 or 12 o'clock. Well, from 1 o'clock on is when the infrared spectrum is mostly present, and that's the spectrum that's been considered the most beneficial in terms of wavelengths of sun energy, and that's because it's basically your repair mechanism. And so there are 3 wavelengths of infrared: near, mid, and far. And we take a full spectrum approach, capturing all 3 wavelengths and delivering them in our products in the same proportion that nature delivers it to the earth and to the plant and animal kingdom. And that way we feel like we're mostly synchronized with the way that nature presents these technologies. And that way, that from a bioavailability point of view, and bringing your systems online and synchronizing your circadian rhythm and things like that, feel that the full spectrum approach is one that's a little bit more appropriate. Now, I don't come from judgment today. I know there's a whole bunch of technology in this area that just focuses on red light, that just focuses on near frequency, and some that focuses on far frequency. My approach as a scientist and researcher was that following the playbook of nature, which delivers in a full spectrum, each of those frequencies that are measured in what's called a nanometer, they mean something. And so when you carve out one like near or far, then you're missing something, in my opinion. And just like a radio station where 105 could be rock and roll and 107 could be country rock, every dial on that radio station is a different sound, a different genre. That's my feeling about nanometers and light frequencies. Every nanometer influences your body in a different way. So what does infrared do? Like in an infrared sauna, you can raise your core temperature and create hypothermia, which is what we call false fever. One of the frontline defenses against invasions of protagonists like virus and bacteria is raising your core temperature. And so when you get up to around 101 to 101.5 degrees core temperature Fahrenheit, there's a natural die-off of these invaders. And also your T57, which is basically your killer or immune cells, your immune system, they're 800 times more active at that body temperature. So you've got two really beautiful mechanisms. That core body temperature being raised will start to slow down the advancement or the multiplication, replication of the disease or let's say the bacteria or the virus. They start to slow down. At the same time, your immune system is dialed up. And so that comes in and now is a major force in battling a weaker opponent, which, is, I think, important in just keeping your overall internal milieu or terrain in balance, in check. Raising core temperature also emits what's called a heat shock protein, which is it's kind of a GPS targeting system for our lymphatic system and our basic immune system to target the invader. And so developing or initiating more heat shock proteins allows more of these soldiers to go out to basically to keep things in balance in the body. What infrared does, it creates what's called a bioresonance, and that frequency, that resonance, which is a vibration, it actually breaks the covalent bond between the toxin and where it's stored. So you've got toxins that are chemical, and so they may be in your bloodstream, they may be attached on a cellular level to a tissue or a cell. And then you have heavy metals in our diet and our environment, and those actually have an ionic charge to it, like a magnet. And it's the opposite charge of your body. And that's why it's kind of hard to get heavy metals out, because it's actually magnetically charged or attached to your cells or to your tissues. And so infrared is an amazing way with that vibration, to break that bond. Now the toxin cascades into your bloodstream, and with the use of binders and other different ways, you can actually grab all those toxins, bundle them up, and take the stress off of your filtering organs like your pancreas, liver, large intestine, to get these poisons out. Now the binder becomes kind of like a sponge, biosponge, and it comes in two formats, a macro sponge and a nano sponge, and we'll get to that in a minute. And that is a great way to get both the bigger environmental toxins out as well as the nanotoxins. And Dr. Cole mentioned a few of those when he was talking earlier, to get them out of the body. So I think that all these are great attributes of infrared in general, whether it be a sauna or a healing pad, whether it's our devices or somebody else's. This is something to know about this tech and how it affects and helps your body. It also will help potentiate nutrition. I think this is really important to the FDN community, because whatever supplements you're taking, when you use infrared, it creates vasodilation, the warmth, the inner warmth in your body. That same bioresonance harbors in your muscle mass and your organ tissue, which are very vascular. So that vibration creates heat. The heat warms up the veins and arteries surrounding those areas. They start to dilate, which means they expand. And now we've got a higher metabolic rate, which is probably 15 to 20%. And so now whatever's in your blood, oxygen, DNA, RNA, nutrition, whatever's in your blood is passing around and exposing to your cells, tissues, organs at a much higher rate, which increases the bioavailability of these nutrients. And so that's not just me talking. There's a fairly famous Dr. Again, he's here in Florida, personal friend. He's wrote the book on IV for osteopathic medical schools. And in his IV clinics, when he uses some of our tech, but mostly restructures the water in his saline solution. So what he's seeing by using infrared in his clinic is that he either needs less of, or whatever he's using in his formulations, or he's getting more of. The body is actually getting better use of it. So I think all these are really cool things to know. This is really just 15 of the less than a half a page of 4 full legal pages of things that infrared actually will help. Number 3, 4, and 5, based on the FDA, and most of our devices at Therasage are guided by FDA. We're considered Class 2 medical devices. We're really legally only we're allowed to talk about 3 things: chronic pain, improving circulation, and helping relax and de-stress. These other items here are some of the things we've already talked about, but basically are just through science, through PubMed, through deep research, has come up that these are all benefits of infrared. So the list keeps getting longer as we're developing more, but it's very exciting to me. Maybe 8 years ago, I started to think about if we synchronize and coordinate the various different biohacks that we make, devices that we make at Therasage, and we stack them, which are the ones that actually work best together to create a better outcome. And so knowing that you can combine some of these technologies together, like you're in infrared sauna, and there's a slide coming up that you'll enjoy, I think. This is just a picture of our infrared sauna in the beginning, and all these lines are various different hacks, various different interventions that you can do while you're in sauna. So, you can, first of all, hydration is really important in order for you got to flush the poisons out. But, using a binder, you can do guided meditation. So you're dealing with emotional challenges. You can bring in oxygen therapy. These are all things you can combine when you're in sauna. So you're not just sweating out poisons, but you're really changing your day. And you can do all this in a half an hour. So then I just mentioned briefly about binders. Some of them are very natural, like in foods like chlorella, spirulina, blue-green algae, herbs like cilantro, milk thistle. These are all various different binders that will help bind together the poisons that either are currently in your bloodstream or the ones that you liberate or mobilize from using some kind of tech like infrared. So just a pinch about Therasage, these are just some of the things that we look at, like the list, when we put together sort of criteria that check our boxes. And so we want to make sure that everything we do is clinical based. In the beginning, the first 10 years of Therasage, we were basically B2B to the doctors in the clinics. And so that's a big reason why we went FDA certified, because in order for an MD, an allopath, or any practitioner to feel really comfortable about putting their name on devices that they recommend, but we felt that if we had the highest credential, actually that's thought of globally, which is the FDA clearance credential, that it would make it easier for the doctor to feel more comfortable recommending our devices. And so we took the really high road in getting those credentials, and it was very laboring and very expensive, but it was very worthwhile. Today, it's a little bit easier to get products into the market without that credential, but what we do that's different is that everything is third-party tested, so that it's not just what we see in laboratory. We send it out to make sure that someone independent of us is also seeing the same things we're doing, so that's just to bona fide that we're in the right direction. We pride ourselves on customer service. I think that's almost as important as delivering a really good device. So, we're living in a world where there's lots of dirty electricity, there's power surges. If the things we make are electronic, then there's possibilities of failure. Having a good support team is almost as good as delivering it on time and delivering a really good device. So these are just some of the things that we pride ourselves as a company. This is just a visual of our catalog. Of course, 27 years ago, it didn't quite fill the screen, but I'm proud today to say that we keep advancing our tech and keep bringing affordable portable devices to the community so that basically people can take more control over their healthcare. And I think post-COVID, that's an important lesson we all learned, that we can't lean so much into agencies and into the system, the hospitals and clinics, that we have to kind of start practicing at home incrementally. And that's part of why I think today's message is important. Again, these are more of our catalog. And I just want to highlight one of our most active or most recent devices, which is light activated oxygen. It happens in the forest. It's kind of called forest air, is sort of a name that we're grabbing right now because basically it's the purest air on the planet happens there, as well as negative ions and earth energies. We've been able to create that same vehicle of forest air in your own home or in the clinic. And why I think that's important is because when I did a deep dive on mitochondria, and everybody knows that it's the powerhouse of the cell, what gives the mitochondria power? And I started to understand that it's about the subtle frequencies of the earth and mostly sun. And so what's interesting about forest air, or about TheraAir, our device, is that it harnesses a light frequency to an oxygen molecule that as you're breathing, you're basically breathing light directly into your body, directly into your mitochondria, which supports mitochondria power deficiencies. Again, back to if we spat, then we have cellular energy, then we have better immune systems, then we're all better equipped to live in today's toxic world. So we make it in 3 different formats, and basically we deliver it in a way that it can be used in a clinic, it can be used portably, or it can be used on a night table in your house. I guess I want to finish by saying that if we pay attention to the little things, then they add up into big things. And so part of today about incremental healthcare is focusing on some of the little things, noticing what we notice in our lives that make a difference, and communicating all the good things to the generations that are coming. Here's just some of the references that we've made to put this together. We are doing a special offering that Brandy mentioned a little earlier. This is a quick snapshot of it, but I'm sure that the teams will, through the week, will be coordinating the offerings that we're giving to the community. And this is just how you can get a hold of me. So if people need to contact us directly, they can through the team, FDN team. And then I'm pretty much ready for questions.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Robby. I always love your visuals, and I'm also a very big fan of your products. We had a couple of comments in here that people have been using your products for a while, and they really love the customer service. So let's jump in, because we did get quite a few questions. So all right.
I need to unshare something, right?
There we go. We got it for you.
Okay.
So Sherry asks, does red light help with alpha-gal syndrome?
You know what I often will say to you when I'm out, I don't know. And so I would love to research that, and post that question to me afterwards, and I can basically tell you in a short period of time what that is. But if I don't know it, I generally, Brandy, know someone that does know it. And so we are a resource center. We do have a 1-800 hotline that's a free coaching service. And so even during the week, they can post questions on our website, and our research team will make sure that whether it's our area or just directing the customer to the expert in that area, we're happy to satisfy them.
Fantastic. So this wasn't really a question, but I thought you might have some take on it. So Beth says, I love all my infrared equipment, but I have really bad case of poison ivy and heat makes it worse. Would there be anything that you would recommend that might be supportive for poison ivy?
Yeah. Well, I mean, I like to boast brands. There's a group out there that I love that's called ASEA, and you can buy them on Amazon, or you can go directly to the company out of Utah. They make a topographical gel that uses a redox molecule to help bring more oxygen to the skin. And they make a liquid that you drink, and they make a topographical. That topographical is my go-to for most of my skin-related challenges, which could be everything from acne to an outbreak of rash. Generally, histamine responses are biochemical. And so there could be a use of a binder, because it could very well be a reaction. Now you're talking about exposure to a plant that is, again, a topographical, but it does wind up sometimes being subcutaneous. And so detox methods, not just sauna, that's obviously heat, so that might not be appropriate right away. But using a binder is a nice way to at least get some of the biochemicals out. And then using a topographical usually cools down. The traditional ones are like oat baths and things that we would normally do to try to just calm your skin and the condition down. Red light might be a better appropriate use than a sauna per se, because it gives you the light frequency, but not the heat. And we do have a couple of on-body solutions that are red light, and the tri-light system is very unique because it's a diode that has 2 near infrared and 1 red light in every diode. And so there you get a great delivery of photons or light frequencies without the heat. And so that might be a really good solution.
Awesome. This question came up when you were talking about EMF exposure. So they said, how do you avoid or reduce the exposure to these frequencies when most of the work done today is using computers and phones?
Okay, so we've created a different approach to EMF, which is shielding and blocking was what traditionally was being used. And the problem I had with shielding and blocking is that you're always like a step behind, meaning that they come out with a 4G network that's being transmitted, and then I dial up all of our tech to filtering and shielding and blocking and so forth for 4G. By the time I get that integrated in my products and you get them into your home, they're already coming out with 5G, because the money is in basically the faster gaming and electric cars and all the modern conveniences. And so if, this is kind of rhetorical, Brandy, but if you look at the FTC, which is the Trade Commission, the FCC Communication Division, and you look at the people that are on those committees that actually set the guidelines for this technology, there's no one there that considers the health conditions that might come out. It's more about economic driven. Now with the new consciousness, by Robert Kennedy and the whole group that's coming from our administration, things are shifting a little bit there. And I think people are becoming a lot more aware. Of course, like what's going to happen all week, with your program is going to make a difference, dramatic difference. But I think that there are very, very, very inexpensive opportunities for you to remediate electromagnetic fields. We have a few of them. We make what's called a hologram, and we actually imprint Earth frequencies on this hologram, and that is the counterbalance. It's basically like kicking your shoes off and walking in the sand or hugging an oak tree, It's bringing Earth energy, which is probably one of the least expensive, best ways to remediate electromagnetic fields. And you can take these holograms and you can stick them on your cell phone, on your laptop, on your computers, on all the devices that basically generate a lot of these frequencies. Like, for instance, this is kind of stupid, but a simple desk fan. There's no regulatory body that controls the shielding of the motor behind that fan. And so, yes, it's blowing wind at you, but it's also generating great levels of electromagnetic fields. And so, which affect your body. And Dietrich Klinghardt did a blood study, where he analyzed the blood in the Pacific Northwest, half rural and half urban. And the only difference, there was 85 times more neurotoxins, the byproduct of microbes, so parasites, mold, Lyme disease, all that, in the blood of the people that live in the city. And everyone's eating the same food, drinking the same water pretty much, and breathing the same air. So the big difference is the amount of concentration of microtowers generating these wavelengths that we're discovering is energizing these bugs. That means that they're breeding more or multiplying more, they're using more of your life resources, they're dying off, which is a poison, and they're pooping, which is a toxin. And so again, back to my studies, toxicity drives inflammation, drives symptoms. So all of it comes down to that toxic burden that all of us are experiencing these days.
Absolutely. This is a good question that came up a few ways. I would like to know what Mr. Besner recommends for sauna time, how many times per week? So how much do you spend in the sauna each time, and how many times per week do you generally recommend?
Great. Well, we look for an intermittent goal over the first 2 to 4 weeks. And again, it depends on how you present. So if you're like someone that's very fragile or has a chronic ailment, that's modified. But if you're just normal, healthy and want to stay healthy, I'm looking at maybe 30 minutes a day at around 130 degrees Fahrenheit, which is 32 degrees warmer than your body core temperature. The more you use it, the more efficient it will be. And so as detoxing is sort of like peeling an onion. So each time, every day, every session, you're just peeling another layer of that onion. Now that could define as all you're doing is getting rid of the poisons from the day before, which is good. That gets you ready for today. But if you stay in a little bit longer, maybe we start peeling away the poisons and the toxins that your body's been storing over the years. And so I start off, I baby step. And so 3 times a week, earlier in the day, the closest to when you're waking up in the morning is generally optimal. If I had to choose, Brandy, between optimal or practical, I'll always choose practical. Like, for instance, we had a truck driver last week that called up and he gets up at 4 a.m. So I'm not going to ask him to get up at 3 a.m. to do a sauna. So what's good for you, Joe? I get home at 6 o'clock. I take dinner, and then I'm usually watching the game or sports or the news. And so doing it at 7 is better than not doing it at all.
Yeah.
Okay. But what's optimal is earlier time of day. So 1:30 for 30 minutes, drinking 8 ounces of water before helps you cellular hydrate. So you're promoting better sweating, which is a good way to get poison out. And drinking the same amount of water after dilutes the toxic burden that we're now mobilizing through the sauna session. Taking that binder before with that glass of water is great, because then the sponge is present in your bloodstream. So it's ready to catch the poisons as they're being mobilized. And that's pretty much it. I mean, I think it's important if you do it like I do it basically every day. And so I think that is a great way to keep my health, and it's proven in my biological age on my HRV. And then electrolytes, because you just don't sweat out like poisons. You sweat out, salts and minerals and so forth. And you need those electrolytes in order for your cells to methylate properly. So the more you use it, the more you sweat, the more you need to make sure that you just put a drop or two of electrolyte to supplement in order for you to stay in balance.
Great. And this question came up also as well. What is the difference between infrared and just traditional saunas? Because there's a lot of different saunas out there. So this question came up a few times.
Yeah, it's a great question. Okay, so traditional saunas generate what's called convection heat. And that means that you got like your element, if it's like a hot rock sauna, Swedish sauna, there's a box there that you have stones in it, they heat up, and it generates heat in the room. A steam room is another way that's convection heat. So you've got some element that's raising the ambient air temperature in the room, in the cabin, that touches your skin, and then that elevates your skin temperature, and eventually that temperature raises your body core temperature over time. That's why conventional saunas have to be at really high temperatures, 185, 200 degrees Fahrenheit, in order for it to be effective. So, Brandy, I'll ask you, have you ever gone into a Swedish sauna or a steam room?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, is it easy for you to breathe in those
No.
environments?
No.
Well, that's because our bodies anatomically are not designed to be in 200-degree temperature. That's the beauty of infrared. Like, if my schedule could permit, at 130 degrees, I could sit in that sauna all day and not get heat frustration, you know? And so that's an important thing. Now, infrared is what's called radiant heat. It doesn't heat the ambient air. The sun and infrared spectrum is responsible for warming 82% of the Earth's surface. So it's not heating the air, it's heating wherever that's going, where that frequency is going. And in the case of our bodies, it's going through your skin, because infrared frequencies harmonize at the same wavelength as the water inside of our bodies. And that's really critical, because Dr. Gerald Pollack wrote a book called The Fourth Phase of Water, speaks about structured water. And structured water happens in the body. Water is the mechanism, vehicle, that basically transmits nutrients in and out of a cell, okay? And so when the water is structured in your body, which can only come from infrared spectrum, then your water is set up structured, and it's like dominoes. And so the communication, cell-to-cell communication is improved, and so cell function is improved. And so infrared isn't just an efficient way to sweat in a sauna. It's actually doing so much more to sequencing and supporting your body's natural systems and mechanisms.
Now, because of the differences in them, is there any people that should not be using infrared sauna? Somebody asked the question, would you recommend this for people going through cancer?
Yeah, that's a really good question. I'm not an oncologist, but there are certain cancers that are actually heat sensitive. So raising hypothermia along with US traditional chemotherapy, radiation, is a great combination. And there are places in Europe that don't use radiation and chemo. They actually just use hypothermia, raising core around the tumor to increase. It's my camera. It likes to go out. So I've got to stop that. There are places in Europe that just use hypothermia to basically curtail cancer. Of course, there's a vehicle or a term called apoptosis. And so that's when a cancer cell basically explodes, really. And so one of the things that infrared will do is it will actually, by increasing blood flow, it can create apoptosis in a cancer cell, but the same frequencies can support all the healthy cells around the cancer. And so I'm really excited about the possibilities, and I'm hearing that more and more of this research that's been used and utilized, methods that have been utilized outside the US and Europe and in Mexico and places like that are now coming into the US. And so I'm excited for that, because I think that's going to be a big boost for oncology and for people that have cancer in a more natural way, to support body health and also get your body back in check.
And somebody had asked, what is it if you can't tolerate staying in that long? So this is when we were talking about starting with half an hour. She said, I have dysautonomia, and even 10 minutes makes me lightheaded despite drinking lots of electrolytes every day. So for that very sensitive person, what do you typically recommend as like the baby steps to get there?
Yeah, it's a great question. And again, I mentioned that earlier, it depends on how you present. So people that are very frail, or younger people, like kids, we have mothers that are breastfeeding that don't want to pass their toxins through to their child. And so they actually go in and they bring this 0-day-old child, like, whatever, less than a year. So this is an important thing, because even though our goal is 30 minutes at 1:30, someone that presents to me that's very frail, I might start them off. It takes 8 minutes of these frequencies to get in your body to create what I call a physiological event, some shift. And so 8 to 10 minutes, and if that individual that wrote in is having that challenge after 10 minutes, it's really just a symptom that their body is really toxic inside, which suggests to me as a practitioner, they need it even more. And so just like you said, we baby step. It may take that person, it took my daughter 6 weeks to go from room temperature to being in the sauna at 160 for around 45 minutes. And so the nice thing about some of the tech we make and other people make in my category, you get it at home. You can do it in the convenience of your own home and your own lifestyle and schedule. And so, but again, baby stepping, not being in a rush. Like we have a tendency here in the US, it might just be programming that, like we take that magic pill or we need instant results. It may take, like for people with Lyme, they could get exposed to Lyme. It could take if they're young and they have a strong immune system, it could take them 10 years before they become symptomatic. And so every day they're getting incrementally more toxic. And then all of a sudden, boom, then they're bedridden because they've got, it just was the tipping point. And so, again, part of what we teach and what's I think important is to listen to the inner voice inside of you. And Brandy, that voice inside of you is a much better practitioner than me. Probably not as good as Will Cole, but because he's fantastic. But it's a good voice. It's tune into the voice inside of you. When your body tells you you've had enough, then you've had enough. And another great example, and I'll just finish with this on this topic, like I'm in a rhythm. I know my body. I travel with binder in my Dob kit because when I feel a little off, I know it could be because of some toxic food that I ate the night before and didn't realize it. And let's say you're kind of got into a rhythm and then you wake up the next day and let's say that number is 130 for 30 and you wake up the next day and you're 10 or 20 minutes into your sauna and you start not feeling well. Well, maybe the dinner you had the night before was loaded with mycotoxins that you couldn't taste because the oil wasn't rancid. So you didn't taste in the food, yet you swallowed a whole bunch of new toxins that created a higher toxic burden. The sauna is bringing that out because it's giving you a sign, you feel a little queasy. In my world, you don't do what we learned in gym class, like no pain, no gain. In my world, when you feel that symptom, you stop your sauna. You make a mental note of the time and the temperature. You drink that second glass of water because that's going to dilute down the toxic load that's now dumped into your bloodstream, that's circulated up to your brain that gave you that symptom. You'll probably, whatever that feeling is, will abate within 5 minutes. And then you get back into the sauna the next day. And it might take a day or two for your body to digest that new toxic burden that you ate from the day before. But that's your calibration. And that's why I love getting on camera with you and talking to your audience, because there's no prescription for each of us, or there's a general guideline. But the key to our discussion is understanding the tool, knowing when to use it, and then understanding the way your body's responding so you know how to fine-tune your path in order for you to get a really good result.
Absolutely. It's the approach we take when we talk about supplements. We titrate. You're titrating to your perfect dose, and it's going to be different for every single person.
Exactly.
Absolutely. We have a lot of questions here. Let's see. So you showed this in your slide. That was the sauna slide where you were showing all of the different things that are happening when you're in the sauna. But somebody asked, you mentioned taking a binder prior to the session. Are there any other protocols that are beneficial to incorporate before or after a sauna session?
I like dry brushing to support your immune system. That whole lymphatic thing, like people think about lymph nodes and your lymphatic system as just being these big vessels that carry lymph. But what most people don't know is that there's a micro lymphatic system, like little rivers that lead into, or little streams that lead into a river that leads into your ocean, And so what I love about dry brushing is that it will, and I do this before my sauna, I dry brush just to bring my lymphatic system online. And so that, again, that's another great detox pathway. And again, I like to kind of recruit all of my systems so that when I'm in sauna for that 30 minutes, that I'm optimizing my experience. So dry brushing is one. I think the supplements I mentioned, some people recommend that I know recommend niacin. I personally, I didn't have a great experience taking niacin myself. Not that it's not good, it's just that I took way too much and I thought I was going to die that day. So I asked my wife to call the EMR because I said, I'm good for another 30 seconds. And fortunately it went away, but you have to really be careful on niacin, how you dose. It's a great chemical for purging cellular toxins, but just go slowly with that. Go in real slow so your body gets used to that. On that slide that I put up about all the other ways that you can, other interventions. I love using aromatherapy. Essential oils are basically medicines. So when you breathe in an essential oil through your nose, mouth, or actually your skin. So when you're in sauna and your skin starts to hydrate through sweating, your skin becomes an accented breathing organ, accentuated. Mm-hmm. So whatever's in that sauna, like in the cabin, now you're breathing through your skin directly into your bloodstream. It's almost as fast as an IV. And so you can bring in oxygen therapy like ozone. That Thera the forest air, you can breathe that while you're in sauna. You can use essential oils in the cabin we make a little diffuser. But even if you took a cotton ball and threw a little bit of basil, a couple of drops of basil on the cotton ball, that aroma would fill the cabin, again, coming through your skin into your bloodstream. So these are all kind of nifty little ways and different hacks that you can do to enhance your experience.
And is a sauna blanket, do you get the same benefits from a sauna blanket that you would from a walk-in sauna or the personal sauna that you have at Therasage?
I looked at that technology like 22 years ago, and I'm again, no judgment here. It didn't really work for me, mostly because you're in sort of a sleeping bag, right? And you've got frequencies all around you. So you have to be careful about the materials because, again, back to the earlier synthetic piece, a lot of these blankets, sauna bags, and are made from materials that could very easily leach. So now here you are, you're coming in to there to detox your poisons out, and yet your body is being exposed through your skin. Again, hydration. Now anything you're touching your skin is going to potentially communicate back into your bloodstream, right? So that's one thing. Be careful about the materials that those products are made out of. The other is high levels of electromagnetic fields. You're in a bag, you're confined. And so now maybe you get infrared, but you also might get EMF, and that we've found is not so good for you too. Other than that, we know, and we've seen this, and even in our clinics, that some people are just so debilitated that they can't sit in a chair in a sauna. They can't even sit up. I mean, they're bedridden, and so having a horizontal or prone position vehicle is a good concept. And what we do for that is we put a healing pad under you that's a full body. We lay a towel on top of that. You lay your body on the healing pad. Then you put another healing pad on top of you, almost like a sandwich. So you're creating like a sauna, but in some ways it's even more efficient because the closer you bring these frequencies to your body, the higher the emissivity, which is the way that you can measure how much of the light frequencies actually get into your cells. And then we put like a mylar or a blanket or something over you. So now you're really capturing all these frequencies and they're coming right into your body. And so that is our clinical therapeutic, let's say, alternative to our pop-up or our wooden sauna approach. It's not quite as nifty as the bags, the horizontal bags, but it does kind of work pretty well.
Fantastic. Robby, there are so many questions here and we're running out of time. So where can people reach out to your team to ask them their specific questions? Because we had questions about PEMF and use cases and things like that. So where can people reach out to you and your team to learn more about the products and ask these questions?
Website is great. Website, which is Therasage, www.therasage.com. We have a very active Instagram and Facebook, which is Therasage Infrared. You can call our 800-888-416-4441. Go on our website. On top it says Ask Expert or Ask a Practitioner, and you can just make an appointment. to talk to a crew that I've worked with very closely or contact me. You can just put your question up there. We also have a chat so you can get a live answer. We're very approachable, and basically my wife and I have dedicated our lives to healing and back, to serving people. And so we've got a crew. Some of them are in Europe, and so we're covering various different time zones, and we're very involved. So it's very easy to get a hold of us.
Fantastic. And I can vouch, you guys have amazing customer service. And before we let you go, Robby, I just want to thank you for generously donating some really amazing gifts that everybody has an opportunity to win. So thank you so much for doing that. Thank you for, sponsoring this event and for all your amazing knowledge. And we will talk again sometime soon. Thanks, Robby.
You're very welcome. Again, thanks for the opportunity. God bless all of you.
Thank you. All right, everybody. I know you had so many questions, so please make sure you go ahead and reach out to Robby's team. You can ask them questions there about any of the questions you have about any of the products that they offer. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to be speaking with Elizabeth Gaines, who is our education director. So go take a quick break, and we'll see you back in a few minutes.
For years, I've had a front row seat to the functional health journey, not only as an entrepreneur, but as a client myself. So I know the frustration of looking at a stack of lab data, a bunch of wearable charts, all of your assessments and intake forms, all of it disparate, and all of it telling a piece of that story. The sheer volume of data and the time spent sifting through that information can be a significant roadblock. We built Biocanic to solve that problem. But today, we introduced Nexus. This is where all of your data comes together across over 200 different lab tests, 15 different wearables, all of your assessments and intake forms. Imagine being able to instantly look across your practice and methodologies, see how your effect on cortisol patterns are directly impacting the sleep scores, or correlate gut health markers with food sensitivities. With Nexus, you can cut the time you spend on administration and data analysis by at least a half or more. And that gives you back your most valuable resource, your time. Nexus is not just a new feature, it's the new standard of personalized health.
What happens after you graduate from any certification program? For most people, they're on their own, figuring it out, struggling in silence. At FDN, we like to do things differently. The Association of FDN Professionals, or AFDNP, is our graduate community. It is unlike anything else in our industry. When you graduate from FDN, you don't just get a certificate, you get a family. Inside AFDNP, you have access to clinical advisors who've been where you are. You can bring your tough cases, your questions, your I don't know what to do with this client moments, and you'll get support. You'll also get ongoing education, exclusive training, business training, everything you need to keep growing long after graduation. This community is how our practitioners build six-figure referral-based practices. They're not alone. They're surrounded by people who want them to succeed. If you want to see what it really looks like inside FDN, from training to graduation to thriving practice, join us next week.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever wanted to run functional labs on a client but couldn't because you don't have a medical license? Here's something most people don't know. You don't need an MD to access functional lab testing. Through FDN's Medical Director Program, our graduates can order over 70 different functional labs legally, independently from day one. This is one of the biggest game changers for health coaches and practitioners who join FDN. Think about it. Hormone panels, gut testing, metabolic assessments, food sensitivity testing, all the tools you need to stop guessing and start finding real answers for your clients. No more referring out and losing your clients to someone else. No more feeling limited by your credentials. You become the complete solution. Our Medical Director Program provides the oversight you need to order labs confidently and compliantly wherever you practice in the world. Want to see exactly how this works? Next week, we're going behind the scenes and walking through a complete client case study, labs and all.
Well, hey, everybody. Today is day one of Holistic Health Week and day one of the Therasage giveaway. So let's talk a little bit about the products up for grabs today. So the first product we have is the TheraCap, a red and infrared light therapy cap that stimulates hair follicles, improves scalp circulation, and supports natural hair growth. It's a $249 value. The second item up for grabs is the Therasculpt, a facial toning device that combines LED light therapy with microcurrent and vibration massage. It feels just like a facial, a $147 value. And the last item up for grabs is the TheraProtect cell phone chips. It's an EMF harmonizing technology that you stick right to your phone that has a lot of power, and that is valued at $59. So to enter today's giveaway, make sure you scan the QR code you see on the screen right now and enter the secret word of the day, detox. I'll be announcing the winners at the end of the day. Good luck, everyone.
Hi, I'm Dr. Todd Frisch. I'm at Ask Why I'm excited to speak at the Holistic Health Week. I'm excited to share what I know with everybody I know. When you're young, you kind of want to keep things to yourself. At this point in my career, I would love to share everything I know with everybody I know. Hope you enjoy what I have to share.
I am so excited to talk at this FDN conference. We are talking about stress, hormones, and nutrition, and what midlife women can do to reverse all of the symptoms that they are struggling with, particularly weight gain in midlife. We're going to talk about low-calorie dieting. We're going to talk about fasting. We're going to talk about the impact of stress and how that relates to women in midlife and why they cannot lose weight, why they cannot sleep through the night, and why they have no energy. It's one of my favorite topics to talk about, and I cannot wait to speak to my FDN friends and family.
All right, welcome back, everybody. And the keyword for the day, make sure you go and enter the giveaway is detox. So our team will post the link again here in the chat, so you have an opportunity to win one of those great prizes for today. I am very excited to introduce our next guest. I'm going to read her bio and then I'm going to bring her on screen so she doesn't blush. But I am excited to introduce Elizabeth Gaines. Elizabeth is a proud FDN practitioner and she serves as our Director of Education. With expertise in recovering from burnout, she helps clients and students understand how chronic stress and disempowerment lead to a body out of balance and into dis-ease. She has a lifelong interest in health, fitness, and nutrition, and she came to FDN looking for help healing her own burnout after a decade of working with domestic minor sex trafficking victims. She has learned through FDN that if she can, I messed that up. I apologize. She learned through FDN that she can get rapid relief for her chronic fatigue symptoms and reclaim her purpose and her joy in life. And so, Elizabeth, I am very excited to bring you on. Let's bring you on screen here so everybody can say hello to you. And I'm excited for you to share with everybody your talk about raising standard in functional health. So, Elizabeth, welcome to Holistic Health Week.
Well, thank you so much, Brandy. I appreciate that warm introduction, and it is my pleasure to be here with all of you today. I think it's really remarkable how the functional health scene has grown and grown and grown over the past several years. When we first started doing this, we were mavericks out there sort of doing this on our own and being called quacks and being told that what we were doing was just woo-woo and crazy and out there. And now there are so many of you who are passionate about this field and who are passionate about being able to solve problems a different way than the model that we've all been taught and the model that we all have been failed by to some degree or another. So it is really my pleasure to be speaking to you guys today about raising the standard in functional health across the board and about the role that FDN plays in that and the role that is available for all of us to play in that. So our healthcare system is sick. We know this. Chronic disease is the norm. Conventional medicine manages but cannot solve. Conventional medicine is a tool for a different problem. Conventional medicine grew up around emergency, around injury, around illness, around things that were imminent threat to survival. And it is not a tool that is made for long-term lifestyle health conditions, and it can only manage that. It can't actually present a cure. It can't move anyone forward. And the chronic health epidemic in the United States is growing every day. So 66% of adults are on meds for a chronic health condition, 66%. The average 30 to 39-year-old uses 3 to 5 prescription medications per day. 1 in 4 children in the United States is on a medication. And nearly 90% of the $4 trillion we spend on healthcare annually goes to managing conditions that will never be cured. So we want to host this summit because FDN has spent almost 2 decades asking different questions and getting different results by starting in a different place. So instead of waiting until that chronic condition manifests, and now all the tool we have is to manage it, why don't we get it upstream while it's still in that gray space, while you know you're not feeling well, but you're not technically sick? Within that gray space, there's still an opportunity to turn that problem around and reverse it. But by the time it becomes a chronic condition, all we can do is manage it. So FDN prides itself in starting in that different place. But no single methodology is going to fix the enormity of this problem. As we just looked, the chronic health stats are incredible. They are out of control. It is an enormous problem. And one single methodology is not going to fix everything that is broken about the system. It's not going to fix everyone who is broken by the system. So that's why we're here, to think together, to build together, and to design the future of functional health together. Every single one of us has a role to play. Every single one of us. And I know that some of you out there are thinking, not me. Yes, you do. I'm especially talking to you. So the only way that we're going to get here, the only way that all of us will be able to fulfill the role that we have to play, is by coming into these communal spaces, into these collaborative spaces where we can share ideas, we can share experiences, and we can innovate together. So the state of play out there is that standard medicine is king. And so this is diagnose and treat, symptom relief, and disease management. That is the goal once you get to that chronic disease state. If you have a broken leg, it's great for you. If you if you need a body part taken out, it's great for you. But if you have one of these chronic conditions, all we can do is diagnose and treat it, give you symptom relief, and manage that symptom relief for the rest of your life. So then functional medicine comes along, and functional medicine is doing better. Functional medicine has a different mandate. It says maybe we need to start before this disease gets named. Maybe we need to start upstream, which was a major innovation. But the way that functional medicine does it is still inherited from standard medicine. So tell me about your symptoms. I'm going to test based on symptoms, and then I'm going to recommend based on what I get from that test result. So then come down to functional practitioners and health coaches. We don't diagnose and treat it all, but a lot of us have adopted the same model that FDN calls the sounds like method. So it sounds like it's a hormone problem. Let's do a hormone test. Oh, it sounds like a gut problem. Let's do a parasite test. So the sounds like method has no choice but to test based on symptoms or make general recommendations based on symptoms and try and get results from there, which are very uneven and unpredictable. So we find that our functional practitioners and our health coaches are bound by the same problematic system that's been lineaged down from standard medicine. So before we talk about how FDN does things differently, we first want to start with how we define wellness, because this is a really important concept, and I want to make sure that we're all on the same page with this. So this red arrow design designates when a symptom first shows up in our life. So for the sake of this example, that symptom is low energy or fatigue. So we've got this. We have a loss of function. If that continues, we're going to see a loss of function. That low energy or fatigue is going to become a sickness. It's going to become me being run down all the time. Then if it continues on that way, it might become a diagnosed condition. Now I've got chronic fatigue. Now I've got hypothyroid. Now I've got Hashimoto's. Now I have one of these conditions that can only be managed. And if we continue to challenge and challenge and challenge vital reserve, eventually we're going to get to death. And so standard medicine comes along and says, okay, you've got all of these symptoms. You've got the brain fog and the fatigue. You're getting sick. You're feeling run down. So our goal is to bust through those symptoms and get you back to this place of no symptoms. And when you are on the right side of the spectrum, that is amazing. And that is all you ever want, is to get rid of those symptoms and come back to this place of no symptoms. But from the FDN perspective, this place of no symptoms is not good health. It is neutral health. It is, I can't complain. I feel okay. And when we have neutral health, we have a neutral life. We have neutral feelings of joy. We have neutral ambition. We have neutral motivation. So all of you out there who have really big missions, all of you out there who need to be standing in rooms where important discussions are happening, those of you who need to be writing books, those of you who are raising families, those of you who have clients who are depending on you, you cannot get it done from this place of, I'm okay. So at FDN, we consider that there's this whole other side of the spectrum that standard medicine doesn't really acknowledge. So in place of low fatigue and rundown sickness and diagnosed conditions, we've got high energy, 100% function, cells that are doing their job and able to protect themselves. 100% function is where our bodies want to be. They have an innate intelligence and they are able to get there if they have the right conditions. We don't have to teach them what to do. We don't have to tell them what their agenda is for getting there. Our bodies just know. It is this ancient intelligence that has been passed down and down and down and down. I don't have to teach myself how to breathe. I don't have to teach my heart how to beat. And I don't have to teach my organs and my systems how to return back to function if they have the right amount of resource in their bank accounts. And so for FDN, we want to see everyone on this left side of the spectrum. We want to see everyone with robust vital reserve, with plenty of vitality to go through life and be channels for your missions, to be people that can bring into the world the bigness of what is on you to bring into the world. And we need all the strength and vitality that we can get in order to do that. And that's what we're committed to. So the problem that functional health has inherited is that practitioners rely on this sounds like method that we talked about for designing a healing strategy. So I'm going to listen to the symptoms, and then I'm either going to run one test or I'm not going to run any tests at all. And I'm going to design healing strategies based on what the symptoms sound like. So most health coaching and practitioner programs teach the sounds like method as the primary tool. The problem with this is that most are guessing what test to use or what generic recommendations to make solely based on symptoms. So when we get this sounds like method, we get, oh, okay, it sounds like a parasite. I'm going to give you an antiparasitic. Oh, it sounds like low progesterone. So let me give you progesterone replacement. Sounds like leaky gut. So let me give you glutamine and an elimination diet. But none of this addresses the conditions that cause the dysfunction in the first place. Protocols become designed for symptoms, not the system. But the imbalances live upstream in the systems. So even if we manage to get rid of the symptom, we still have that imbalance causing chaos in the body. So I'll show you a little bit of what this looks like. and why it doesn't yield predictable results for practitioners or for functional med doctors. So I'm going to go to the doctor and I'm going to say, hey, I've got this whole list of symptoms. I'm fatigued, I'm brain fogged, I'm carrying too much weight, I can't sleep at night, I feel depressed, I just don't feel like I used to, I'm not feeling like myself. And so the doctor's going to run a test or two, and maybe the results come back with nothing wrong, particularly if I'm at a standard medicine doctor who's doing a diagnostic version of a test. And so the doctor's going to say, I don't know, all of your results are normal. This happened to me when I encountered chronic fatigue. Brandy mentioned in my bio that I spent a decade working with domestic minor sex trafficking victims. In that era of my life, every single phone call was life or death. Every single phone call had to be met with the same amount of urgency. It didn't matter if it was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon or 3 o'clock in the morning. You answer the phone, you deal with the emergency on the other end. So after 10 years of that, I was feeling really, really burnt out, and these symptoms were starting to appear. And I found myself at this intersection of my life where I was questioning, am I sick or do I just hate my life? Am I sick or do I just hate my life? If that sounds familiar, if that's an intersection that you've been at or are currently at, please put me in the chat so we can see who you are out there. So I went to the doctor. The doctor said, look, everything's normal. I don't know. I think this is all in your head. I think you're just depressed. So that put me on this cycle of trial and error where now I'm listening to all the podcasts and I'm Googling like crazy and I'm reading all of these articles and I'm looking at Instagram and I'm trying a new diet. I'm trying this supplement. I'm trying a red light device. I'm trying more products. I got castor oil going on now. Now I'm going to get a vibration plate. Maybe I need a grounding mat. And so I'm trying all of these single modality interventions. And maybe I'm seeing a little bit of relief here and there. Maybe I'm seeing some relief, but it's not long lasting. Maybe some of these things are making me worse. And this leads to a whole lot of lost money, a whole lot of wasted money, a closet full of supplementation and gadgets I'm never going to use again. And now I'm on the cycle of trial and error hamster wheel, where I have to keep going to try the next thing and 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 just hope that something is going to work. So it's like throwing spaghetti at the wall. And I know that a lot of us in our own health journeys have been caught here in this cycle of trial and error. It is an incredibly painful and lonely place to be. So it's something that we understand deeply here at FDN. So if you've been on the cycle of trial and error, put T and E in the chat so we can acknowledge that for you. T and E. And then not only are we on the cycle of trial and error for ourselves, looking for ways to improve our health, looking for any new thing that we can try, but now we're on the cycle of trial and error for our clients as well, because we're doing the same thing for them that we were doing for ourselves. Well, it sounds like hormones, so let me try a hormone intervention. Well, it sounds like parasites, so let me try a parasite intervention. Sounds like you've got food sensitivities, so let's try an elimination diet. And sometimes it's going to work great. Sometimes it's going to do nothing for your clients. And sometimes it's going to make those clients worse. And now you're back on the cycle of trial and error, thinking, okay, I've got to figure out the next thing to try for this person and the next thing to try for this person. And eventually that client is going to go find another practitioner because they're not getting what they need from that methodology, which keeps you hustling for the next client and hustling for the next client. All of you out there have amazing intentions. All of you want to help the world. All of you want to heal the world. And that is incredibly noble. But you might be using a system that has severe limitations in the outcomes that it can provide for both your clients and for your business. And we want to help turn that around for you if that's where you're at. I'm going to check the chat here to see what's happening. Yep. See a lot of T's and E's. So I totally understand. So this is my favorite question. Can the body heal itself? Spoiler alert, yes, it can. It absolutely can. And we know this because when we get a paper cut, it heals. When we break a bone, it heals. When we get sick, we eventually get over it and we heal. But we also know that that healing potential is not infinite. If it were, we would regrow limbs. We could regrow body parts that were cut out. We would eventually never get old and never die if this healing potential were unlimited. So what is it that determines how much healing potential we have? I consider this to be a savings versus a spending problem. And I'm going to explain what I mean by that. So we talked about innate intelligence earlier, where the body has this reserve of healing ability. And so I call this the body's vital reserve bank account. So if there's money in the bank, we can spend it on healing. We can spend it on environmental obstacles. Now, traditionally, it is the environment that has been the most costly of the money in our vital reserve bank. In the ancient world, there's tigers jumping out of bushes. There is famine. There is exposure to the elements. There is drought. There is disease that can't be overcome. And all of that costs a lot of money out of the vital reserve bank account. In the modern world, we're still spending a lot of money on the environment. So we've got our mental, emotional stressors, our physical stressors, like how many of us sit at a computer too long every day and assault ourselves with blue light for too long every day? I certainly do. We've got our environmental toxins. So what are we breathing? What is the quality of food that we're eating? What is what are we storing our food in? What are we washing our clothes in? What are the chemicals that are around us in our immediate environment and in the larger environment? So add to that poor lifestyle, poor quality of food, poor sleep, over exercise, all of these issues, that is going to cost money out of our vital reserve bank account. That's where we're spending the money now, not on the tigers, not on the barbarian horde coming over the hill, but on processed meats and lack of sleep, because we all have FOMO and we all want to YOLO. So at the end of the day, if we have money left over in the vital reserve bank account, we will stay well. But if we are in debt in the vital reserve bank account, we're going to get sick. And so the robustness of our wellness will depend on how much overage we have in our vital reserve bank account, or the depth to which we get sick will depend on the amount of debt we have in the vital reserve bank account. So for FDNs, our one job is to identify those things that cost money out of the bank account and to creatively overcome them. And that way, more money stays in the bank account, and the body is then able to spend that upstream on healing to return back to 100% function, which it knows how to do if it can fund it. That is the big question. Can it fund 100% function? And if not, we're going to start to see year over year function get less and less and less. So we have to choose our path. We're going to either figure out how to take care of ourselves. We're going to go to bed on time. We're going to eat good food. We're going to rid our environment as much as we can of chemicals. We're going to do things that make us happy. We're going to lower stress as much as we possibly can. Or we're going to get forced in to the disease care model later. Once we already have the name of the disease, that's when standard medicine has no answers for us except for symptom management forever. That's the disease care model. So we're either going to opt in for self-care or we're going to be forced into disease care later. And that's true of your clients as well. So I know all of you functional practitioners out there and all of you health coaches out there have already opted in for the self-care model. But it's now our job to help our clients understand that that is the choice. We all have to take responsibility for our own health at the end of the day, or leave it to standard medicine later when it's irreversible. So we have a 3-step process here at FDN. So step 1 is to sort out metabolic chaos with functional lab work. And I'm going to define metabolic chaos here in a moment. But we are going to do basic testing on all of our foundational body systems rather than using the sounds like method. Rather than saying, oh, sounds like parasites, let me run a gut test. Oh, sounds like food sensitivity, so let me run an IgG test. Or, oh, it sounds like hormones, so let me run a hormone test. We're going to run all the tests in what we call our foundational hidden systems. And for us, that means hormones, immune, digestion, detoxification, energy production, and nervous system. No matter what the symptoms are, these are the tests that we're going to run on every single client that walks into our office to get a constellation of data about that person in order to see healing opportunities that don't show themselves in the sounds like method. So I just talked about metabolic chaos. What does that mean to us? That is an FDN term, and it means that symptoms are vague, and symptoms can be the result of multiple root causes. We cannot know the cause from the symptom. And that's why the sounds like method, which is based on symptoms, is never going to yield reliable or predictable results. So let's go back to our example of low energy and fatigue. That could come from literally 10,000 different places. So it's a little bit like these rings on the surface of the water that's on this slide. If I throw a rock into the water, that's going to cause a ring. And that ring is going to go out, and then it's going to cause other rings that are going to go out, and that's going to cause other rings that are going to go out, and that's going to cause other rings that are going to go out. Eventually, these rings are going to collide into each other and create other rings. And those rings are going to collide into each other and create other rings. And now the surface of the water is in chaos. This is exactly how it goes in our bodies. Nothing stays in a silo. And so I may have an initial root cause, maybe. But just like the rock, that root cause is no longer influencing anything. Now it has set off a chain reaction that is self-perpetuating. And this is what we call metabolic chaos. So measuring the dysfunction in the foundational systems and addressing those deficits is always going to outperform symptom chasing and guessing at the root cause. Because even if I knew what the root cause is, so much else has gone out of balance since then because of that root cause, that even if I was able to identify the root cause and fix it, I'm still not going to see substantive enough change in the health of my client. And this is the basic idea of metabolic chaos. So the way this works in practice, I want you to consider the rings on this chart to be like the rings on the surface of the water. So let's start with chronic stress. This is what we have in the middle of our chart that is influencing every system and every symptom. And the reason I'm starting with chronic stress is because we human beings can handle intense amounts of stress. But in order to do so, our biology demands that that stress be short-lived and only happen on occasion. So I know all of you out there have huge stressors in your life. Are they short-lived? Are they only occasional? Put no in the chat if it is no for you. It is no for most of us. So for the past couple of 100 years, we've been running this crazy experiment with our genome and with our biology to say, how far can we push this outside of our biological parameters, outside of our evolutionary mandate for how much stress we can handle? And I would say that the results have been amazing, right? No, everyone's sick. Everyone is stressed out. Nobody's functioning at 100%, and this is why. So this is why I have put chronic stress in the center here. So we've got chronic stress acting upon our hormones, first of all. Our primary stress hormone is called cortisol. And I'm sure all of you have heard about cortisol. All of you have heard about cortisol in the context that it's a bad thing. It makes you fat, it slows you down, it gives you brain fog, all the things. But that's not its actual purpose. Our primary stress hormone is there to make sure that we can think quickly and act quickly when we need to. So if my boss calls me and says that something is due in an hour, I don't have time to go to the grocery store, buy food, make food, digest food, produce energy, and now I can go work on that project. I need to work on that project right now. So cortisol is our hormone that allows us to have energy on credit. It's going to go and liquidate a body asset. So it's going to break down cartilage or tissue, and it's going to raise blood sugar so that you can get the thing that you need to get done. Now, the assumption of cortisol is that this stressor, even though it's big, is going to be short-lived and occasional. So you will have time then when the stressor resolves to go back into parasympathetic. Like after I finished the assignment for my boss, the body's expecting that I'm going to go take a nap and grow all of these things back that were liquefied in order to give me that energy. But in the modern world, there's just 18 more stressors in line to be dealt with after I finish that project for my boss, right? So we get into this cortisol dominant place where we are breaking down more than we are building back up because we can't do both at the same time. And if we are in this environment where we are constantly facing stressors, then the healing hormones, the ones that come in and build us back up, are going to say, you know what, it's not safe enough for us to concentrate on the internal environment. And they take a big step back. So year over year, we get more and more broken down and less built up. Then we have our sex hormones. The sex hormones are the canaries in the coal mine of the real cost of stress in our lives. So if the body isn't feeling safe enough to reproduce, if the body is saying, no, I'm in survival mode, I can't even think about having a baby. I can't even think about keeping good sperm quality. I can't even think about making sure that these eggs are amazing. So let me cut down on the sex hormones until we get out of this really stressful period. Now your motivation has gone down. Now you are feeling depressed. Now you are feeling like, well, I could go out and crush it today, but I would really rather watch Netflix. And this is a direct result of the body saying, I don't have enough money in the bank account to fund reproduction at 100%. Then your immune system steps up and says, you know, I cost a lot of money to run on full power. So let me switch myself to low power mode, just like a cell phone. So when you switch your cell phone to low power mode, you'll see your screen light up, but only at 30% and not for very long. Now that's your immune system lighting up at 30% and not for very long, which means that now you're getting sick more often. Maybe now it's taking you longer to recover. Maybe now you have an allergy you didn't used to have or a food sensitivity you didn't used to have. Then digestion steps up and says, I actually cost a huge amount of money to do properly. So let me put myself on low power mode. And when digestion goes on low power mode, you could be eating the best diet in the world, but your body's not able to break it down and utilize it for healing. So we're at a major disadvantage there. Then detoxification steps up and says, I'm another hugely costly system. So let me put myself on low power mode. And that means that instead of effectively ridding our bodies of toxins at the end of every day, we are now shoving them into bone and fat and brain and tissue. We're getting slower, brain fogged, lethargic, acne, depression, all of these things as a result of storing toxins instead of being able to really get them out of the body because it costs too much money. So you see how this all goes. And then those healing opportunities don't stay siloed there. They move to more upstream systems, things that we're not measuring or considering within the HIDDEN framework. And at the end of that, we have metabolic chaos. That is the surface of the water with all of those ripples cascading into each other, colliding and creating all of that chaos on the surface of the water. That's exactly what's going on with our bodies. So when we just test one thing, when we just look at one symptom, we're missing all of the damage, all of the collateral damage that is coming from that one imbalance. And that's why you're not getting the results that you want to get with your clients or for yourselves, is because you're not considering enough places where the body has lost function or doesn't have enough money to run at full power. So the impact of lifestyle is largely invisible, and it is mostly explained away as aging or stress. You know, when you complain to your friends and you say, yeah, my joints hurt, I get a tension headache every day at 4, I got 10 pounds I can't lose and I can't sleep. And all of your friends are like, welcome, that's just aging. You got to accept it. And you talk to your parents and they're like, yeah, I knew you were going to get there one day. And everyone's excited to see you sort of join this club of it's aging or it's stress, but it's really lifestyle. And so FDN uses the foundational lab work to really pull back the curtain on the true cost of lifestyle. It's there in black and white on the results. We can measure it, we can see it. And because functional labs are concerned with measuring function, not diagnosing disease, everybody has lost function somewhere. And so even if you've been to a bunch of doctors and had a bunch of testing that was diagnostic in nature, you haven't had a true look at where function has been lost in your body and by how much. And even if you're feeling great, you're going to see that some function has been lost in certain places. And so this is really validating for a lot of us who've been from doctor to doctor to doctor, and we're told, this is all in your head. You're just depressed. I can't find anything wrong with you. I think that you should just go see a therapist or take an antidepressant. No, when we take a functional test, we can see in black and white what it actually costs us to live the life that we are living. And this is very empowering. So a poor lifestyle sets the stage for chronic illness, and lifestyle interventions are going to profoundly change the picture of what is possible. So step 2 is to create a personalized Dress for Health Success program. DRESS for us stands for diet, rest, exercise, stress reduction, and supplementation. So for diet, if there were one diet that worked for all human beings, we would have already discovered it, we would all be on it, and everyone would be thriving. But the obvious conclusion from try keto, try paleo, try vegetarian, try vegan, try raw, the obvious answer from all of this is that one diet doesn't work for all of us. So we have to really go in and figure out for each person, each individual person, what the right diet is for them. Might not be the same diet that worked for me. Might not be the same diet that worked for the last 10 of my clients. Might not be the same diet that worked for my dad or for my brother. Like, for example, I do very well on large amounts of protein and healthy fats. So I like to eat meat. I like to, have butter. I like to do all those things. My brother, we live in the same family. He does really, really well on a vegetarian diet. So this is just an example of how even people that share a lot of the same genetics have vastly different dietary needs. And so if we're just going in and painting everyone with the same broad brushstroke of do keto or do paleo, then we are missing out on a fundamental opportunity to bio-individualize that diet for that person. Now I get to rest. And I know all of you are rolling your eyes right now, and every single one of my clients roll their eyes when we get to rest. But how many of you are actually talking about rest with your clients? How many of you are actually asking them to prioritize getting a good amount of sleep at the right time and having downtime throughout the day. We are not meant to work from the time that we get up to the time that we go to bed. Our Paleolithic ancestors worked for about 15 to 20 hours a week. How many of you work 15 to 20 hours a week? Just put me in the chat if that's you, and I guarantee nobody's going to say that. So we're already way outside of what our ancestors were doing, working a 40-hour week. And then on top of that, we go home, we do our chores, we help with our kids' lives. We are, making lunches and doing laundry and cleaning up dishes and all of these things that take up our time. So we are completely busy from the time that we wake up to the time that we go to bed. We have done nothing to tell sleep that it is welcome in this case. And so then we lie down in bed and we wonder why can't I sleep? Well, because we didn't give sleep an invitation to the party. We left him out. So it's really important that we take rest seriously for ourselves and for our clients. Now, exercise. We know that we all need to exercise and that not exercising is as bad for us as smoking cigarettes. But we want to be sure that we are tailoring exercise to the amount of money that we have in the Vital Reserve bank account so that we are not over-exercising and then we are spending the money that we should be using for healing on getting through the workout. That is counterproductive. It's not helpful. And it's what a lot of us do because we don't want to lose everything that we've gained from exercise. We're afraid if we stop exercising this intensely, we're going to lose muscle mass and we're going to start gaining weight back and all of those things. And it's a little counterintuitive for us to say, maybe exercise less. But what that does is it lessens the stress on the body. It allows more money to go back in the Vital Reserve bank account. And then the body can spend that upstream on rebuilding. So you might see muscle tone come back. You might see weight disappear because the inefficiencies are gone. So matching exercise to the amount of money in the bank is incredibly important. And that's not to say that if you are in an exhaustive place where there's not a lot of money in your bank account, that you are always going to be at this place where you have to curtail exercise. The idea is that as we move you through the spectrum of health, that you're adding more and more and more money to your Vital Reserve bank account that then allows you to sustain bigger and more intense workouts moving forward. With stress reduction, I think we all sort of understand innately that we have to reduce stress, but what does that actually mean? And for a lot of us functional practitioners and health coaches, the mental emotional stressors in the lives of our clients are not rocks that we can necessarily move. I can't help with marriage problems. I can't help if you have money problems or you don't like your job. That's outside of my scope as a functional practitioner. But I damn sure have to tell the truth about how that is showing up in your results. And we also recognize that stress is cumulative. So yes, the mental emotional stressors, they're big, big rocks. They're costing a lot of money out of the Vital Reserve bank account. But there are literally hundreds of tinier stressors that are only costing pennies or cents out of the Vital Reserve bank account. But if we can identify those and eliminate them, that adds up to real savings in the Vital Reserve bank account. So we look at two other areas of stress. One is called physical stress. We talked about this a little bit earlier, where I sit in this chair for too long. I look at this computer for too long. I don't go outside enough. For my chiropractors out there and my massage therapists and my acupuncturists, maybe you have physical stress for repetitive motion on your wrist or joints or thumbs or whatever it is that your job requires. Maybe we have physical stress in the form of old injuries that have chronic pain. Maybe we have physical stress in the form of drinking way, way, way too much coffee to help us get started in the morning, or having a glass of wine to help us go to bed at night. And then we have our environmental stressors. We are living in a post-industrial world where most of the outside has been tainted with chemicals. Our bodies remember a time when everything we ate was organic and everything we drank was fresh. But that's not the world we live in now. And so we need to take really careful stock of what is in our home, what is in the environments that we spend time in, and how we can mitigate those environmental and chemical stressors that are there. And then we get to supplementation. Supplementation is just that. It is supplemental. It is not the whole ball of wax. Another thing that we have been lineaged by standard medicine is this idea that we can solve it all with a pill. Pills are very attractive because they're low effort, and it's something that you can do without having to make substantive change in your life. And if you are dealing with a pharmaceutical, that is like nature times 100,000. So that's going to come with some nasty stuff. It's going to come with some side effects and some chemicals and all of those things. But it's also powerful enough that it can bust through a symptom without the substantive lifestyle change that accompanies it. And that's why a lot of doctors don't even ask about lifestyle, is because they know they can get through the symptom with pharmacology. And for the functional world, supplementation becomes this emotional corollary, where it's like, there's a pill over here on the pharmacy side, and there's a pill over here on the functional side. So they must be equal. But the problem with that is that supplementation is nature times 10, nature times 20, maybe nature times 100 at best. That is not enough to bust through the symptom without accompanying it with significant lifestyle change. So at FDN, we want to make sure that we are taking supplements for the right reason and that they have the right amount of focus in the program as a whole. So we use supplementation in a few different categories. One is what we call substitution. Our soils are not as productive as they used to be. A lot of times we have to put input into the soil to get output out of the soil, which is a little bit like putting the soil on IV, basically, to get it to grow things. And so the food that comes out of soils that have an IV bag hooked up to them are not as nutritious as they were 100 years ago, 200 years ago. And so even if we're eating the best diets in the world, we're still going to be lacking in some fundamental nutrition. And that is what our substitution category accounts for. Then we have our support and our stimulation categories. And this is going to be based on our functional assessment, where we have looked at the function of these foundational systems and seen where some systems are overworking and some systems are completely bankrupt. And we want to balance that out, bring everybody down. So we want to support those systems that are overworking and tired, and we want to stimulate those systems that have lost their ability to rise to the occasion inside of our body's function. And then lastly, our final category of supplementation is self-treatment for pathogens. So that is our DRESS program in its entirety. And we want to make sure that we are using all 5 pillars, that we're not just cherry picking. I know some of you out there are working exclusively with diet. Some of you out there are working with exercise. Some of you out there are working with diet and supplementation. But we need all 5 pillars to actually make a difference. There is a synergy there in lifestyle habits that is more than the sum of its parts in terms of the compounding effects that it has on putting money in the vital reserve bank account. And then lastly, we want to run that DRESS program. So as an FDN, I'm not going to write all of these copious recommendations in DRESS, give it to the client, and then say, good luck. I'm going to walk with them through a program where we check in, where we course correct, where we are able to manage challenges together, because accountability and that human touch is critical for success. And I know a lot of you out there have questions about AI and how AI is going to influence our jobs in the future. And AI can interpret a test. AI can write a protocol, but AI is not going to be able to take somebody's call on a weekend when they're breaking down, when they're saying, I can't do this anymore. This is too hard. There is always going to be a place for human to human connection in the world of healing, because human to human connection is healing. It is part of the process of healing. And without it, healing is not going to be as complete or as fulfilling. So I want to talk a little bit about the power of a repeatable system. So a repeatable system doesn't just serve your clients, it saves you. It allows you no more guessing, no more chasing symptoms down rabbit holes, no more reinventing the wheel for every new client. When your methodology is consistent, your results are consistent, and your clients stay. They refer to you, and they trust you with their hardest cases. A system gives you clarity, clarity gives you confidence, and confidence is what keeps you in this work for the long haul. When we get burned out, we stop doing what we're doing. And each of you out there, each of you listening, has a unique signature of healing in the world. You are all a unique expression of healing in the world. Nobody can do what you do. I am different than Brandy. Brandy is different than Reed. Reed is different than all of you practitioners out there listening. And we need all of us. So when one of us burns out, when one of us says, I just can't do this anymore, it's too hard. It's too hard to hustle for clients. It's too hard to be on this cycle of trial and error. It's too hard to figure out how to help my client. The world loses something that cannot be replaced. It loses you. And you are the non-renewable resource. Your energy, your vitality, your unique signature of healing is the non-renewable resource. So when you decide you're burned out and quit, the world loses something that cannot be replaced. And so one of our goals at FDN is to create a system for you that allows you to stay in the game and be who you are and have the impact that you are supposed to have, to talk to the people you are supposed to talk to be in the rooms that you are supposed to occupy, and to be the signature of healing that you are meant to be in the world. So feel free to join us next week at our Intro to Functional Labs. Go ahead and scan that QR code, and then I'll be happy to take some questions.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you for mentioning. I was going to let people know that if they wanted to learn a little bit more or learn more from Elizabeth, you can join us for our introduction to functional labs. It's a behind the scenes look at what we do here at FDN. So we'll leave that on the screen for just a second, and let's go over to the questions. So let's see here. These were some of the earlier on ones. So let's go with this one. Which of these systems, and I think this is when you were showing the physiological aspects chart, which of these systems, digestion, etc., seems most disrupted in a child with autism? And what specific tests or interventions should we prioritize first to reduce his overall chronic stress load?
So autism is a really big topic, and there's a lot of buzz out in the world right now about what causes autism and and I think everyone is sort of looking for that single source. But I think the truth is that there are no chronic health conditions that are single sourced. Nothing is single sourced. And so the FDN methodology exists to take as many imbalances as possible, recognize them, and overpower them, overcome them. And that is how we get results. So it's really hard to sort of break it down and say, this is what we do for autism. This is what we do for leaky gut. This is what we do for parasites. We do the same thing for every person because we don't know what their metabolic chaos is exactly. Everybody has sort of a different fingerprint of metabolic chaos. Brandy, do you have anything you want to add to that?
No, I agree. This is actually going to go along with this next question that comes up where they say, I have Parkinson's. What test should I do? And again, from an FDN perspective, what we are trying to do is not focus specifically on the diagnosis, but we're trying to uncover all of the different healing opportunities. And that's why we use different testing to look at all of these different areas to identify what is the specific underlying stressor for the person that we're working with, because it may be different for you than it is for me. And we would only know that by doing the testing. If we're guessing, like you mentioned, just based off symptoms, we could be going in the total wrong direction. So that's why there's not just one test, there's a method. And we're trying to use the information from the test to identify what those healing opportunities are. Great question. All right. So this is a question that came up that was interesting. This is when you were talking about DRESS, and they ask, how do you suggest one investigate the best diet for their body?
Yep. So there are several different ways to do this. What we utilize at FDN is a system called metabolic typing, where we really want to look and see what is the right macronutrient ratio to fuel your body from your genetic makeup, which is really hard to just know your genetic makeup. So we utilize an assessment that is going to give us the sort of starting macronutrient ratio that is best for you. And then we fine tune it from there.
Yes. All right. This is a question I think that came up early on, but should I take a binder in the morning, or I think they were trying to say evening. So is there a particular time of day that somebody should be taking a binder? This is kind of a case specific, but in general, Elizabeth, what do we recommend people when we're talking about binders?
So binders just need to be taken apart from anything else. A binder binds. That's what it does. It is not it is not selective. So we want to take it away from prescription drugs. We want to take it away from food because it will bind all of those things too. And so because of that requirement, it can be tricky to find the place where it fits in somebody's day or in the rest of the supplement protocol that they're using. And so generally, as a practitioner, I'm just going to look for that window and I'm going to stick it in there for each of my clients. And that window might be different for every person.
Yes. This was, I think, again, came up when we were talking, or you were talking about, nutritional deficiencies potentially being a stressor. And so the question is, what about transgenerational nutritional deficiencies? Maybe we will cover this or something similar. We have a speaker coming up later this week that's going to be talking about preconception and postpartum. But again, this is where, we have to look at each individual and leverage testing as a tool and work from there. We may not be able to know the nutrition deficiencies that your mom had or your grandmother had, but we can start working with you, and then you can then pass that knowledge on and try to help bring those nutritional deficiencies up for your children as well. But Elizabeth, do you want to add anything to that as well?
No, I think that's really well said, Brandy, that if there's a nutrient deficiency that is in your body, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's transgenerational or it showed up in this lifetime for you. It's there, and we need to address it all the same.
Yes. This is a question we get a lot, Elizabeth. How hard is it for someone newly graduated as an FDN to find clients? I feel like someone who is ill is looking for an MD and will be hesitant to pay for an FDN. So we hear this a lot because there is a little bit of imposter syndrome, feeling like I don't think I know enough to help my client. So if you go back and you think about some of the things that Dr. Will Cole shared with us this morning, he said the biggest thing that clients are looking for is somebody who's actually going to listen to them. They're not going to talk and give all the explanations. They're going to listen to what's going on with that person, and then they're going to walk through the process with them. And that's what we do as FDN practitioners. We walk through the process. We don't just go over the test results and then say, okay, here's your protocol, go figure it out. We work with them throughout it, and we're educating them along the way. And so we teach you all of that in the FDN course. And Elizabeth, this is something that probably comes up quite a bit with trainees that you've probably had to address. So how would you answer this question as somebody who's concerned that they will be able to work with clients and help them when they newly graduate because maybe they won't know enough?
Yep. I love this question because you are correct in that somebody that started feeling bad 2 days ago is not going to come to an FDN. You are right about that. But once they go to 7 doctors who all tell them, I don't know what's wrong with you, they're going to be ecstatic to run across an FDN who says, yeah, let's look at loss of function rather than trying to name a disease, and let me give you a partner to walk this through with you. So there are unfortunately a lot of people who have been let down by the limitations of diagnostic testing and diagnosing and treating. And so those are the people who are coming to FDNs, who are coming to functional practitioners, who are willing to pay the money to have that type of coaching, accountability, and insight into function rather than just diagnosis and treatment.
And this is another question that came up a few times. So let's actually go over the tests that we teach in FDN, and then we can talk about what the costs look like. So do you want to go over the testing?
Absolutely. So we use our stress and hormone panel from Fluids IQ, which is going to be a 4-point cortisol along with sex hormones, salivary SIGA, and melatonin. Then we are going to use the metabolic wellness profile, which is a dried urine test, which looks at protein digestion, bile acids for liver congestion, and 8-OHDG for oxidative stress. Then we have our mucosal barrier assessment, which is a dried blood spot test, which looks at zonulin. Zonulin is the chemical precursor to leaky gut. It's what tells the tight junctions to open. And I get this a lot too, is like, can I just assume everyone has leaky gut and not test for it? You could, and for the majority of the time, you would be right about it. But what is special about the mucosal barrier assessment that we get from Fluids IQ is that it also tells you the immune burden from leaky gut. So if zonulin is present, which it is for most people, how is the immune layer of the gut dealing with that? So we get a histamine reading for that. And then, okay, histamine is that immune response, but it's also causing inflammation. So is the gut in a state of inflammation, or is that being balanced by something? So we look at the corollary to histamine, which is DAO. So then we can see whether or not the gut is in a pro-inflammatory environment. Now, if we've got dysfunction in detox and dysfunction in digestion and dysfunction in immunity and leaky gut and all those things, then eventually some bad actors who should not have moved in are going to have moved into the gut. So we run a stool pathogen test to check that out. And with all of that sort of immune activation happening, then we are going to have developed some sensitivities to foods that we think are healthy, that on their face are healthy, like broccoli or avocado or salmon. But maybe for your body, that has been tagged as an invader, and now you're having to pay some money out of your bank account every time you put that thing in your mouth. And then we do our metabolic typing assessment. So those are the tests that you learn in the course, and those are the tests that you get to run on yourself as part of your tuition in the course.
And the cost of those is roughly about $1,300 US for all of those tests. So wanted to cover that as well. This is a good question. I think this is an opportunity, Elizabeth, for you to kind of talk a little bit about our approach to laying in protocols with our clients, because a lot of people, and maybe this is because I know this was my experience when I worked with a naturopath, they get recommendations, and then it's very overwhelming because they're given a whole bunch of supplements, and then they're just left to go, okay, go take them, and then we'll see each other in 2 months. So what is FDN's approach to protocols, including supplements? But we also like to talk about more than just supplements, because you shared that with the RESS. What is the approach for laying in recommendations for clients?
Yeah, this is a great question. We'd like to not overwhelm clients because if you overwhelm a client, they're not going to continue forward. They're going to get stuck and they're not going to know what to do. So as the practitioner, it's my job to have the plan for the whole period of time that we're working together. But I also want to drip out the plan in bite-sized chunks across all of our follow-up sessions. So we're going to have a results and recommendations session in which I'm going to go over the results of the labs. And then I'm going to tell you like the top 2 or 3 things that I want you to do in each of the 5 pillars until we meet again in 2 weeks. And then we're going to evaluate, how did those things go? Oh, you're rocking and rolling in diet? Great. Here are the next 2 things to do. Oh, you had some obstacles in rest? Cool. Let's just hang out here until we can overcome those obstacles, and then we'll layer in the next set of recommendations. Oh, you're up and rolling on that supplementation? Great. Add in 2 more. And that's generally how we do it.
Yeah. And this is another common question that we get a lot. Do you always perform all of these tests right away, or is there a base test done first?
So these are the base tests. These are where we are going to look at where function is and is not in these foundational systems, in all of hormones, immune, digestion, detoxification, energy production, and nervous system. Now, we don't look at blood labs in the foundational course, and there are a few reasons for that. But you can learn to read blood chemistry in an advanced course. And I like to add that in because most clients already have blood work from their doctor, and they've been given a diagnostic interpretation of that. But a functional interpretation can actually be really helpful to go on top of a diagnostic interpretation. Because like if I looked at you, the doctor looked at your blood work and said everything's good, I might look at your blood work and say, oh, you know, it looks like there are some signs of dehydration. It looks like maybe there's some H. pylori going on. You know, it's a functional interpretation can aid in some of those uncovering of healing opportunities. But these are the base tests. And I think that that's a mindset shift that we need to have as many healing opportunities as we can to start off with, because that's how we put substantial amounts of money back in the bank.
Yes. And if we use the analogy of a crime scene, and you're a detective and you're going and you're trying to solve the crime, you're not going to go and get 1 or 2 pieces of evidence. You're going to try to find as much evidence as possible in order to solve it. And the same would be true for testing. You know, a lot of practitioners will often make this mistake. And I share the story. I did this with the first couple clients. I ran 1 test and it gave me some information, but it didn't really give me the whole picture. And so my client wasn't getting results because I didn't get all of the evidence or all of the information to start to be able to help her to start to feel better. And so this is why we just do more than 1 test, because we want to uncover all the clues so that we can get them on the path to healing. All right, let's see here. Do you get to learn what things should not be taken together or things that should be taken together to prioritize or to optimize their benefit? So I think this is very specifically talking about supplements, and do we teach them, you know, how to put a protocol together and when to time things based on, you know, different nutrients competing?
We do teach you how to put a protocol together, and we do give you lots of chances to try it out in our practical exams. Where you get sort of clients to work on, and then you present that to a mentor, and you and the mentor sort of go through the cases. It's not going to be super specific in terms of like, you shouldn't take this vitamin with that mineral or those types of things, but you will get recommendations on timing for supplementation.
Awesome. What is the best way for a new FDN to find clients? This is a really good question. There's a lot of different ways, and I think people get really overwhelmed because they think the only way to do it is to go online. They have to go on social media or they have to build a website, and that's the only way to get clients. And the reality is that some of our most successful FDN practitioners started by just talking about what they did locally. They did talks locally, maybe at a wellness center, maybe at a yoga studio, maybe at a health center, or they went to a farmer's market and they set up a table, or they went to their kids' school and they talked about what they did. So there's a lot of different ways that you can do it. That doesn't necessarily mean you have to go online. You just need to be talking to people about what you do and what you're learning. They're going to become curious and want to learn more from you. And then once you start helping clients and they start getting results, they will start sharing that experience with other people. And then you will start to get referrals coming in. But you definitely have to put yourself out there and talk about what you know. So Elizabeth, would you add anything else to that?
No, I think you're exactly right, that you will not get clients if you are sitting in your house. But you have got to put yourself out there. That's part of having a business. But it doesn't have to be this intensive thing of like, oh, website and social media and masterclasses and groups and all of these things. It can start really, really simply. I used to, when I first started, speak at the spin studio that was in my town. And I got a lot of clients from the spin studio. And then they referred their friends and they referred their friends. So that's what we're aiming for, is to have a practice that is filled by referral, because that's way less work for you. And then eventually, as you scale, as you want to broaden your reach, you can add in these digital components.
Yes. Let's see, what is this question? Is there a list of tests published somewhere along with the functional medium scores? So we don't have the list of tests listed on our website, but you do get access to over 70 different functional labs. And one of the lab partners that we work with is Evexia Diagnostics, which we actually are going to have Ryan from Evexia coming up here soon after Elizabeth. So you can go and take a look there. The medium scores, do you want to talk a little bit about that, Elizabeth? Because there's the conventional range, or the ranges that the lab give us, and then there's the optimal ranges. And FDN looks at things a little bit differently.
Yeah, sure. So a lab is generally concerned with diagnosis. And so they're going to put their data sets into these large nondescript groups. So these groups are going to contain young people, old people, people who exercise, people who don't exercise, Olympians, people who have 18 chronic diseases. All of this is going to go into one data set. And that's going to be a really large range. And this makes it easy for someone who is diagnosing to look at this range and say, if you fall off on either side of it, I know what disease you have. But we as functional practitioners are not concerned about disease. We're not concerned about what disease do you have, what is it called. We are instead concerned about where function has been lost. And in order to know where function has been lost, we have to have an idea about what constitutes optimal function. Like, where do we think that range is? So we generally have smaller, tighter lab ranges that we think best define optimal function. And in the course, we do give you some training on that. But we don't have sort of published functional ranges for every single functional test out there. We want you to be the smartest practitioner in any room that you walk into. We want you to be able to critically think. And so instead of memorizing ranges, because lab ranges change all the time and labs themselves change all the time and markers change all the time, we want to teach you how to think critically about what an optimal range might be, so that you can run 4 or 5 of that lab and say, okay, yeah, I understand now. I can see who's in functional range now and who isn't. based on experience and based on your ability to think critically.
Great question. This is an interesting question. Do you address dental health such as mercury fillings, root canals, cavitations, and periodontal disease, and how it affects your health overall?
Yep. We would consider that part of the investigation in our stress reduction category. It's not something that we have a super specific module on for all of that, but certainly we recognize that mercury fillings, root canals, cavitations, periodontal disease, all of that affects overall health, and that we want to consider remediating some of those situations in the stress reduction category in order to help relieve distress that's costing money out of the bank account.
Yes. In your supplement recommendations for your clients, are you giving them options to choose from, or are you choosing for them? How does that work?
In terms of brands, I think you're probably talking about, I want the client to take the supplements that I want them to take, because I've done some research on who has clean ingredients, who is doing in-house research on the efficacy of their product, who is changing their formulations as a result, who is changing fillers as science says these are bad fillers, who is changing their formulations as science comes out with new data on these ingredients. I don't want someone to just go to the shelf of Walmart and pick out any supplement that sort of matches the one that I want them to take, because I think that that is going to be an obstacle to healing.
Absolutely. And Elizabeth, as we wrap up today, we have a lot of people here. Some of them are self-healers, some of them are looking to become practitioners. So if you could give some advice, because you've worked with a lot of trainees throughout the course, what is some advice that you would give to people who are looking at this profession, are a little bit scared, and kind of just want to hear what it looks like to actually be a practitioner and what's possible for them? What advice would you give them?
Yeah. It's really great that you're attending events like this and being curious. And I would love for you to come to our event next week, where you really get to dig down into the FDN method and see what practitioners are doing and what tests they're running and the results that they're actually getting. Because I think that's going to be incredibly helpful in terms of informing you. But who succeeds in our program are generally those who are self-motivated, those who have an internal fire to get through it, those who like the sort of nerdy, sciencey component of it. Those are generally the people who do well. We have people take our course from all walks of life, from all educational backgrounds. I came from a nonprofit. I didn't have a health background. And we have a lot of people who've not taken any health-related courses come successfully through our course. We also have people who've come from scientific backgrounds like nurses and chiropractors who recognize the limitations of the system that their qualification put them into, and they want to be able to expand that out. So FDN is eminently flexible. If you have other qualifications, if you have other certifications, if you do other modalities, we can fit around you. As long as you are doing the method, as long as you are doing the method completely, that's all we care about. We don't care what language you use. We don't care how you structure your sessions. We don't care if you're adding in other components. We think all of that is fantastic. We want you to be who you are as a healer in this world. And we will conform to you in order to be able to support the signature of healer that you are in the world. That's really important to us. But to get through the course, it does require self-motivation. It does require being able to stick in through some hard parts. And we have a lot of support available, and we'd love to hear from you when you get into those places. But that is what I can say.
Fantastic. Well, Elizabeth, thank you for joining us today and talking more about the FDN methodology. And for those of you, like I said, who are interested in learning more from Elizabeth, we invite you to join us next week for the Introduction to Labs Week. This is a behind the scenes look where you get to learn more about what we do here at FDN and what our training looks like. So, Elizabeth, thanks again for sharing all of your wisdom with us today.
Oh, it's been my pleasure to be here with you guys. I hope you have a phenomenal rest of Holistic Health Week.
Fantastic. All right, I did want to do a little bit of housekeeping here. We've been getting a lot of questions about the replays. So the replays are still available to purchase. So if you have not purchased them, now's the opportunity to grab them because they are going up in price after midnight tonight. So my team will drop a link in the chat for you to grab those replays. You can get them for $29. For those of you that did purchase the replays, you will get an email from our team with a link showing you how to access them after today. And the replays for today will be available on our YouTube channel until 11:59 PST tonight. So if you did miss anything and you want to go back and watch them, you can go back and watch them on our YouTube tonight. And then tomorrow we will come back with the new sessions that we have coming up tomorrow. So we do have two more speakers today. We've got our friend Ryan Obermeyer from Evexia coming up here in just a few moments. And then we've got Dr. Darren Schmidt. And for those of you who entered to win one of our 3 prizes from Therasage today, if you stay till the end, we will announce those winners. And we will give you an opportunity to get your name in for that draw. So there's 2 ways you're going to be able to do that. There is a form that you can fill out and you just put in your information. We'll drop that link in the chat as well. Or you can scan a QR code. And I believe that's going to be coming up in our next commercial break, which will be happening here in just a moment. So take your moment, go stretch, get a little bit of water, listen to the commercials, and we will be back with Ryan Obermeyer in just a few moments.
Hi, I'm Robby Besner, co-founder of Therasage. For over 25 years, Therasage has been a pioneer in red light, near-infrared, nature-based energy healing, developing bespoke wellness tools that work with the body, not against it. Long before red light and near-infrared became mainstream, we were developing nature-based energy technologies to support real healing in real people. We don't believe in one-size-fits-all wellness. Health is personal, it's bespoke, and it happens incrementally, layer by layer, habit by habit. Our tools are designed to integrate seamlessly into daily life, supporting the nervous system, recovery, sleep, long-term vitality without overwhelming you. This is how we think about wellness. Understand your body, respect nature, and stack your hacks with intention. We're grateful to be part of this community and excited to keep building what's next together. Welcome to Therasage.
Evexia Diagnostics is a national diagnostic testing resource for healthcare practitioners. By consolidating multiple laboratory partners into a single service, Evexia gives you one login, one portal, and one resource for ordering over 10,000 specialty and conventional tests. And that's just the beginning. By working outside the insurance model, Evexia eliminates virtually all the red tape. Your patients no longer worry about coverage or high deductibles, and the restrictions of managed care are gone. Most importantly, your practice gets wholesale pricing, which can be up to 90% less than using insurance, attracting a new spectrum of patients. The Functional Health Report is a powerful interpretation tool that will save you time, improve patient engagement, and optimize outcomes. It delivers actionable insights into the potential root causes of imbalances and even offers evidence-based nutraceutical recommendations specifically targeted to each patient's unique biochemistry. Data shows that patients who receive a functional health report from their provider are more likely to understand their treatment plan and play an active role in their own health journey. If you're a health provider not licensed to order labs, Evexia's unique internal physician network gives you full access to both conventional blood panels and our extensive catalog of specialty and functional labs. In addition to clinical laboratory services, Evexia offers ancillary support tools. As an Evexia client, you get free access to our clinical support team. With decades of expertise, they are able to help analyze and interpret your patient's test results and can even provide actionable insights that will save you time and optimize the impact of your health plan. By giving providers and patients exponential simplicity and support, Evexia is creating greater healthcare accessibility. Let's see just how far our partnership can go.
My name is Elizabeth Gaines, and I'm the Education Director here at FDN. Well, I want to tell you about that something that changed my life. A few years ago, I was completely burned out. After a decade of working with trafficking victims, my body had had enough. I was exhausted in the way that no amount of sleep could fix. Doctors couldn't find anything wrong. Does that sound familiar to you? When I found FDN and ran my own labs, I finally understood what was happening. I had the data. I had a roadmap, and within months, I got my energy back. I got my purpose back. That's why I do what I do now. As Education Director, I help people like you learn this methodology, not just theory, but the actual applications, how to read labs, how to build protocols, how to actually help people. So if you've ever felt stuck, whether in your own health or within your practice, I want you to know there's another way. Next week, we're going to be pulling back the curtain, and you'll see exactly what it looks like inside the FDN methodology. A real case study, real results. I really hope you'll join us and see for yourself.
All right. Well, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a quick little break. And I am excited to introduce our next guest. We have got Ryan Obermeyer from Evexia Diagnostics with us. And Ryan has over 25 years of experience in sales and business development, and he spent his career at the intersection of innovation and execution. A specialist in healthcare mergers, acquisitions, and service line deployment, Ryan is known for his ability to scale startups into international success stories. Beyond the boardrooms, he is a key driver in the powerful partnership between FDN and Evexia Diagnostics, a collaboration that is revolutionizing how practitioners access tools that they need to change lives. Ryan, welcome to Holistic Health Week.
Thanks for having me. I'm super excited to be here.
Yes.
I'll say it's a little bizarre listening to one's own biography, but thank you for reading that. I appreciate it.
Absolutely. And Ryan, first of all, I just want to say thank you so much to Evexia for helping sponsor this event. You made it possible for us to be able to bring all of this amazing knowledge to the community.
Well, one, I would say it's certainly our pleasure. And then the second thing I would point out, and I truly believe this, and hopefully it comes over as sincere, FDN is absolutely the standard in these types of training programs across the country and really across the world. Our organization constantly points to FDN as being the standard.
Fantastic. So Ryan, I understand that you have a presentation for us. You're going to be talking about cash over coverage, rethinking lab payments in healthcare. So I'm going to turn it over to you, and then we will have some time towards the end for questions.
That's perfect. Give me 1 second.
No problem.
Do you want me to talk about cash? Do you want me to talk about value proposition?
You can talk whichever you'd like. So if you've got some, that's totally fine.
Okay. So let's do this. Let's talk about, oops, can you see my screen?
There we go. We've got the it's starting right now. We are ready to go. We've got it.
So why don't we do this is we can start the conversation off about Evexia Diagnostics value propositions. Sure. And then if we have any amount of time left, I certainly can dive into a second presentation and use a little bit about my background in the integrative functional medicine space. You had mentioned at the top of my section here that I've been in the space for over 25 years. And in fact, it's just 2 months away. I'm going to start my 28th year in the integrative functional medicine space. But I think the presentation that I'll deliver right now, I think is an absolutely fantastic way to introduce your audience to Evexia Diagnostics and everything that we can do for them as a healthcare professional in the integrative functional medicine space and being a partner with FDN. Does that sound good?
That sounds fantastic. So let's take it away. I'll
Perfect.
leave you to it.
If you are not familiar with Evexia Diagnostics, what we are is a tech-enabled web-based platform that allows for healthcare professionals in this integrative functional medicine space. Really what we're talking about is anything outside of conventional care where you can access all of your testing in one place. So essentially think about us as an Amazon for lab testing. You can set up one account with Evexia, and now you have access to over 50 different lab partners. And we'll talk a little bit about the advantages in just a little bit. We do deliver on 3 value propositions as a client of Evexia Diagnostics. The first one, as I mentioned, by signing up one account, you now have access to nearly 50 lab partners, both on the specialty or functional side. You see a lot of our partners on the screen there. But as a provider in that space of integrative and functional medicine, you also have access to blood chemistry as well. Maybe you're not all that familiar with what blood chemistry, and you might want to grab one of our plug and play or off the shelf panels, such as maybe our thyroid panel. Well, utilizing our platform as a provider in this space, you can absolutely do that. Another area that you might want to do, maybe you have a little bit more experience in blood testing or just really lab testing in general, and you want to roll up your sleeves and sharpen your pencil and create your own custom blood chemistry panels. Well, with the Evexia Diagnostics platform, as a healthcare professional in the integrative functional medicine space, you could absolutely do that as well. So my point is this: with the Evexia Diagnostics platform, as a professional in the integrative functional medicine cash-based practice world, you can take our platform in any direction that you might want to take it. Now, the second value proposition that we deliver on is what you might suspect: improved process, procedure, workflow, efficiency. It's, again, being able to go to one platform. Think of us like an Amazon.com, where you can go to one place and place orders for up to nearly 50 different lab partners. So that includes both the conventional blood work, but then that whole other world of specialty testing, which would include genomic testing, stool testing, salivary testing, urinary testing. And if you already have an EMR platform that you're currently working in, hopefully we've already integrated with that company, so you can just live, again, in the EMR platform where you can place orders and receive results, all from the convenience of the platform that you've chosen to work as an electronic medical record. This is just a short list that you see on the screen. In fact, we are now integrated with nearly 20 EMR EHR platforms in the integrative functional medicine space. Now, another area where you can, or we can help improve process, procedure, workflow, and efficiency is something called a functional health report. Now, the functional health report, what that does is it does all the interpretation of the lab test results for blood chemistry. So it's going to spit out a 30-page report. If by chance you also use dietary supplements or nutraceuticals as part of treatment plans, it will actually give you the recommended product as well to go right along with it. So again, this is great for someone who's brand new, as many of you in the audience might be, to the integrative functional medicine space, but it's also ideal for someone who has a very robust practice and very busy, and the provider, he or she, may not have all the time in the world to actually review all the blood chemistry results, and it helps them, again, with the lab interpretation. Now, another area or another tool that we can help out with, and this is extremely popular with either small teams or with solopreneurs, is called Evexia Direct. Now, Evexia Direct is where we can have patients pay Evexia Diagnostics, and then on the back end, we can remunerate the provider for all the lab, for the profit that they wanted to include into the billing as well. This is, again, exceptionally popular among smaller teams and then also solopreneurs as well. So as you can imagine, we're Evexia Diagnostics, where we do our job is really through relationship management. In a traditional sense, if you're a provider and you're going to order, let's say, 3 or 4 lab tests for a single patient, in a traditional model, you would have to go to every lab company's website, input the patient demographic, input a form of payment, and then you go to the next website and you do that for lab 2 and then lab 3, lab 4, so on and so forth. With Evexia Diagnostics, you're just doing one lab order, one box of supplies, and one relationship that you as the provider in your practice have to manage, and that's through Evexia Diagnostics. Now, the third value proposition that we deliver on, and this is really where the rubber meets the road and what completely differentiates Evexia Diagnostics from all other options in the space, and it's kind of where do we see ourselves as a component or as an extension of your practice within the ecosystem of the local practice. And we as an organization would love nothing more than to take over all things lab testing for you and for your practice. Many healthcare professionals do not recognize it is an extremely heavy lift to add labs to any practice. Evexia Diagnostics, we just take that burden completely off your shoulder. And let me show you a couple examples on how we can remove that burden off your shoulder by being an extension of your practice. Number one, price negotiating. We are going to be anywhere from 50 to 80% less expensive than if you went directly to a blood chemistry company, like let's say a LabCorp or a Quest. And we do that because we have 30,000 clients that we've acquired over the course of our organization's 20-year history. The other area where we can function as an extension of your practice is inevitably with labs, there's always going to be challenges. Well, when you call 100% of the time, without exception, a human is going to answer the phone and hopefully troubleshoot your problems within minutes. We also have a program called Ask the Doctor through FTN, and I forget what you guys call it. I think you guys call it an MTP, where you can get some help on the analysis or the interpretation of your test results. Many of you in the audience may not have a scope of practice that allows you to order for lab tests. And the fact is, don't worry about that. Internally, Evexia Diagnostics has a team along with FTN that can sign off on your lab orders. So again, through our relationship with FTN, we can have someone internally sign off on the lab orders for you. So again, if your scope of practice does not include lab testing, rest assured that we through FTN can help you out with that. Another area where Evexia Diagnostics can be an extension of your practice is really just keep an eye and ears open of what's going on in the space. What you see on the screen right now is a breast cancer screen test, and the collection is through teardrops. Very, very unique test brought to the market through Evexia Diagnostics just a couple of years ago, and it's a very, very popular test. But nevertheless, we will always keep new tests, new ideas in front of our clients. Another area where we can function as an extension of your practice is track down orders, track down results. No longer do you, the healthcare professional, the business owner, have to do that. Our team will do that for you. Likewise, at the end of the month, you need some help reconciling your bills. We will do that for you. On top of that, if you are not drawing blood locally and you need to do a blood draw, we will find the most convenient draw center for your patient. You and your team no longer need to do that. Now, if you do have a phlebotomist on site, we will actually ship you all of the supplies, the tubes, tops, needles, centrifuge, everything that's needed from our own warehouse to you. And at the end of the day, you guessed it, we'll also call for a specimen pickup if needed. By being a member of FDN, Evexia Diagnostics opens up the, let's say, the floodgates, if you will, of a whole bunch of programs that are value add. One is on your screen. We have a white label marketing program that is available only to FTN members. And this is where we can add your branding, high-res logo, contact information to up to 35 marketing assets, including TikTok videos, animated videos, social media posts, promotional emails, and it's all done for free by being, again, a member of FDN. Now, we are available after clinic hours. We're available on weekends. We're also available on holidays. We're really here to answer all questions and troubleshoot whenever those might arise. And we as an organization really believe that we could be considered your one-stop shop for all things lab testing. And as you might suspect, we are available for a low monthly fee of free. Everything that I mentioned to you is 100% free by being a customer or a client of Evexia Diagnostics. And because of my relationship and Evexia's relationship with FDN, we are able to give you a whole bunch of programs that are just simply value add. Now, I will make a point is if you buy all of the upgrades that exist, we only have one upgrade and it's $50 a year. And it opens you up to a few more items that we could talk about a little bit later. So in short, I believe that Evexia is a wonderful opportunity or a decision that you could potentially make to make the business owners' lives easier, the providers' lives easier by granting them access to 10,000 tests in one place where those at Evexia Diagnostics can function as an extension of your practice. And if you are currently an FDN member and you're listening in today, you can use the QR code in the lower right-hand corner and you can register with Evexia. And what this registration is going to do is going to tie your registration to FDN. And the advantage of that is it obviously opens you up to a whole bunch of value add programs that we offer that are not available to traditional Evexia Diagnostics clients. So with that stated, that is a little bit about Evexia Diagnostics.
Thank you, Ryan. And so I think we'll jump in and answer a few questions here. And I will have you share that other presentation. We'll give you a minute to do that because there is some questions specific about access that I think would be great for us to talk about. So this question came up a couple times. Will you be allowing practitioners from New Jersey and New York to be able to access testing anytime soon?
I would say it is probably Q3 of this year. New York and New Jersey and Rhode Island are the only three states that we do not function in. It has nothing to do with Evexia Diagnostics. It's just those state laws are a little bit wonky compared to the rest of the country, but it is something that we're actively working on. I thought that we would have a solution by January of this year. In fact, I did a lot of speaking over last year and I told everyone January will be ready to go. And as attorneys are, I will say, and I love attorneys. It just takes a little bit longer than I anticipated.
And it's something I want to point out because there's many other lab, I'll call you dispensary. That's probably not the word you want to use, but lab dispensaries that don't work in New York or New Jersey because the laws are so difficult. So that's really great to hear that Evexia is working on that because that is a big concern for practitioners in those areas. It's more difficult for them to access testing. And so I love that you guys are always innovating and trying to find ways to make it easier for practitioners everywhere to be able to access it.
The one thing that I would say on top of it, so there are some lab companies that do function in New York and New Jersey, but I would say that they're a much different company in those states. As an example, Genova Diagnostics functions in New York, but their offering or their catalog is really truncated. Most of their testing is illegal, or I won't say most, that's not a good word. A lot of their testing is actually illegal in New York.
Yes. So this question came up because it was related to your connection to the EMRs. And so they asked, what if I already built my own web app that does the same as this? Can I connect it via API?
One, this is an absolutely fantastic question. The answer is yes. So let me just step back for 30 seconds. Evexia Diagnostics, we have two core competencies. And one, if anyone in your audience is a current client with Evexia Diagnostics, you'll certainly recognize it. It's our client services. Our client services is white glove, red carpet service. Our service, customer service cannot be matched. That's number one. Number two, and it actually addresses this question is, as I mentioned, our organization is in our 20th year in business. And over the course of 20 years, we have built a very robust and very mature API. So there are some very famous people in the integrative functional medicine space that have a website where prospective patients or really just direct to consumers can order lab testing. And in fact, the layperson doesn't know they're in fact ordering from Evexia Diagnostics. So think of Evexia Diagnostics as the Wizard of Oz, where you have a website here and we're back here. Once the patient places an order over here, they just communicates with the API. So that's kind of a weird answer, but to answer your question, that's a fantastic question, by the way. Yes, and that is our second core competency, is a robust and mature API, which again would allow for someone who is entrepreneurial spirit. You want to offer labs either to current patients online through an app. We have every ability to do that. And in fact, I have that conversation every day, all day.
Awesome. Are you able to service Canada?
Yes. And I will say this, a significant portion of our business is in Canada. Something that I'm so excited about. It took us nearly a year to work on. We work with Dynacare. So in the United States, where we work primarily as a reference lab with LabCorp and Access Medical, another thing that I'm super excited to announce in the next 45 days, we will be adding Quest. But in Canada, we have Dynacare, yay! Yeah. And then for the provinces that are not served by Dynacare, we will still use Access Medical.
Fantastic. And so this kind of goes on with the question. Let's say somebody orders some blood work from Dynacare. Will the results come back with Canadian values, or will they be US values?
Or don't quote me on this, but I would imagine that those results coming back from Dynacare are going to show up as Canadian test results, and those through Access Medical would be US standards. I will jot that down.
Sure.
And I will let you know, Brandy, via email.
Yeah, absolutely. And for the person asking that question, there are different softwares and things out there that allow you to convert. I am Canadian myself, so I'm always used to having to convert those values. But I have gotten test results from Dynacare in the past, and they are coming back with the Canadian values on them. So I don't imagine they're going to convert them just to upload them to Evexia. So that is a great question.
And I'm from Wisconsin. I at least have a Canadian accent.
We joke about that all the time, right? Well, you just talked about your announcement with your partnership with Quest, but if Quest labs were previously used, can those prior results be incorporated into Evexia? And I'm wondering if that is, maybe they were talking about some of the reports, or
that's exactly what they're talking about. Okay. Yeah. The answer is yes, but I'm going to give you some bad news on top of that. The functional health report. So if let's say you use nutraceuticals as part of your treatment plan, and let's say you have a specific brand you just absolutely love. Let's say Designs for Health, Zymogen, Metagenics, whatever. You would pay $5 to receive that report. Mm-hmm. If you are a provider and you're like, I like a few products from this company, a few products from this company, so on and so forth, you would order the generic report, which doesn't call it a specific brand or a specific product. It would just say something like 1,000 milligrams of EPA DHA daily. As an example, that report now is free. Mm-hmm. And so that's a huge thing. So the answer to the question is, let's say I had lab values from a test that has been done in the last 90 days, but I didn't order it through Evexia Diagnostics. You can get the functional health report, but here's the bad news. It's $25 to do that. Still, the report is I would think worth well over $100. Mm-hmm. But unfortunately, all that has to be keyed in manually. And that for that reason, it's $25. But the good news is, moving forward, you can order generic recommendations. It's free. And if you just absolutely love only one brand, then the report is for $5.
Awesome. Do you service Puerto Rico?
We do. We serve U.S., Canada, and U.S. territories, which would include Puerto Rico.
And is there any restrictions for any of the testing into Puerto Rico?
I have a spreadsheet I can go and look at. I don't know if I find it really quickly. But
no, that's okay. But if they reached out to your team, they'd be able to kind of share any of that information.
The answer is yes. And in fact, I'm so embarrassed. I'm the one who created the spreadsheet, and I don't know the answer for Puerto Rico. But I would say 90% of the lab companies that we work with also work in Puerto Rico. So nothing to be worried about there.
Fantastic. Um, do you have to have a practitioner order these labs, or can you order them like you do with Ulta through Quest? So could somebody off the street come and order, or does a practitioner need to help them order labs through Evexia?
No, they do need to be ordered through a healthcare professional. That's just our policy. It has to be that way. And in fact, just as an aside, personally, I support that 100%. I think this is true medicine, and it needs to be dictated by a healthcare professional. And it comes down to how do you define a healthcare professional? But as I mentioned at the top of my presentation, and I'm hoping I'm not coming off as if I'm pandering, FDN is the standard in North America, let's say, or the world. You need that guidance from an FDN practitioner, as an example.
Absolutely, yes. Do you offer ApoE testing? Is that I think that's one of the options on your test menu?
There's a ton of sources. The big ones would be LabCorp, Quest, Boston Heart Diagnostics, just to name a few. But yes, you can get it. I would be willing to bet your best pricing is going to come from Boston Heart, even less expensive than what you would see through LabCorp and Quest. But don't quote me on that. But Boston Heart has some really, really good pricing on cardiometabolic risk factors.
Awesome. This is an interesting question. Do the labs cost more on Evexia than going straight to the lab company?
They do not. So let's look at our business over here. The blood chemistry, which is LabCorp Quest, and then specialty. Blood chemistry testing is always going to be dramatically less expensive. I was at a trade show over the weekend. I'll just give you one example. I was talking to a physician who was working with a aggregator, maybe the one that was mentioned in a previous conversation or a previous question. They were getting vitamin D for $49, and our vitamin D is $18. Over here is the specialist. So the blood chemistry, we're always going to be less expensive, and it's going to be dramatically less expensive, as in maybe 100% less expensive. I'll give you an example. Let's talk about CBC. CBC through insurance is $80 to $90. Through cash, historically, it's going to be $27. With Evexia, it's $5. So wow. It's like crazy lower expense. Now, I think the question is more on the specialty side, which would be your stool, salivary, genomic testing. We are the exact same price. So the decision making process of the provider is going to be the same price, but then you get Evexia as all those value add that I mentioned, where we track down orders, results. Maybe a patient didn't provide enough specimen for a stool test, so we actually order the replacement kit. The local team never needs to do that again. We do all that for them. And if you have a robust practice, typically you're hiring someone for that service line for lab testing, and it's going to cost the business owner probably $60,000 minimum to have someone manage that service line, where Evexia does it for free.
And the other benefit too is you can get all of your labs from one place. You don't have to go, like you said at the beginning, go, here and then go there and then go there. So it's a lot easier for you to order them, and you're getting similar pricing. And that's the reason why we partnered with Evexia, is we wanted to get the best customer service, the best ease of use with the best pricing available. So that's one of the reasons that we are working with Evexia.
And remind me your programming. Is it MDP where they get consults?
Yes. So we have clinical advisors through our in-house medical director program. And so I will say, like you explained it, we do that part. And so we do you have such a great system that you just go put the information in once, place the order for your 4 tests, and then you take care of it. In our medical director program, it's the same thing, but we have a team that has to go to each one of those labs and enter in the information and do all of the processing. So it is time intensive. And what you're offering and what we offer through our medical director program is like a one-stop shop. It's one place, you put one order in, you get that support, the customer service. And then as the practitioner, you don't need to deal with the customer service and the tracking and all of that stuff.
Yep. And I think since we partnered coming up on 2 years, I think it'll be in July, it's a really smooth process. We're just constantly funneling FDN practitioners over to the MDP program. And so it should be really smooth sailing.
Absolutely. And somebody's asking here if it was possible for you to put the QR code up again because they want to scan that to get an account. So we'll work on that for you. All right. So let's see, what's this question? If I understood correctly, if we were to choose the generic testing for supplements, are these supplements pure, high quality, third party tested? So I think that's
I can answer that really. So if you were to go to LinkedIn and looked at my bio, you're going to notice I have 19 years experience in the in the nutraceutical world. I didn't name the company yet, but I'm employee number 4 at Orthomolecular Products. I was there right when the industry kind of took hold. So here's what I would say is, in general, if you are buying from a physician distributed brand, so again, I work for Orthomolecular Products, but let me just rattle off a couple other ones. Zymogen, Designs for Health, Integrative Therapeutics, Standard Process. All of these companies are going to be a very, very high quality. When I mention generic recommendations, what I mean by that is I'm not going to call out Metagenics' omega-3 fatty acid product and like put an image of the bottle. The recommendations will just be omega-3 fatty acids, 1 gram of fish oil daily, something like that. So ultimately, it comes down to the provider to choosing which nutraceutical brand that they would like to use. The other thing that I forgot to point out is a second form of that report comes out for the patient. And here's what you'll find most interesting is the patient version does not recommend dietary supplements for. It's exactly what the previous conversation was. We don't want patients to self-diagnose and self-medicate. That is a very, very bad one, I would say, trend, and I would say slippery slope. So hopefully I answered your question. So you can get the functional health report with generic recommendations. You would use your own brands, but then to further build on that thought is really every company in the physician distributed brands, and I rattled off a handful, are going to be very high quality. Here's the easy way to think about it. The quality between a physician distributed brand and that found in the retail channel, the quality will be literally night and day between the two channels of distribution. And I know that because I worked a lot in that space as well.
Fantastic. Can IIN health coaches order testing through Evexia? So are they able to get an account with you guys?
Yes, they can. So we serve what we internally call non-licensed providers, meaning if your scope of practice does not include lab testing, you can go ahead and register for an account and you can start placing orders.
Okay. All right. Let's see here. What if the healthcare professional is licensed in Colombia? Can they use Evexia? So I guess this is the question, if they're licensed in another country, could they use Evexia?
They can, and they would use that exact same program that I just mentioned, and I failed to tell you what it is. It's EIPN. It's Evexia Internal Physician Network. And then our internal physician network will just sign off on the lab orders.
Awesome. Fantastic. All right.
This is like the most engaged audience I think I've ever been in front of. It's pretty fantastic.
I know we've got some great questions. So let's see here. For at-home health seekers, if I already have gene and genome results on myself and my kids who will be my clients, can I upload those to Evexia?
There's nothing to upload. The functional health report is really just for blood chemistry results. It doesn't apply to any gene or genomic testing at all. And for the fact is it doesn't really apply to any specialty testing. So I'd say stool, saliva, urinary, like I mentioned. I see Biocanic in Brandy's background. I don't know if Jeremy's spoken yet, but he will, I'm guessing, going to be speaking on this. We're not too far away in the future where you will be able to upload blood chemistry, stool, salivary, and have AI build out information from all these seemingly unconnected data points. But it's my understanding we're still a couple of years out from that. So hopefully that answers your question. The functional health report is only for blood chemistry. And it sounds like what you're asking for is probably still 1 or 2 years out from an AI standpoint.
Yeah, that is a good point. That's something that, Avex or Biocanic could be a very good use for.
I will say this, Biocanic, Jeremy Maleka, look him up on LinkedIn. He has written some phenomenal articles. I would 100% review those articles on this very topic. Like it is, and it's, I'm sure you're going to see him later this week, but it's Malecha, Jeremy Maleka at Biocanic. Really, really pithy articles he's writing right now.
Fantastic. This is a company I've never heard of. Do you work with Therapath? I am not familiar.
We do not. I would be interested to know what Therapath is. I'll look it up really quickly. Therapath sounds like a med device, but let's see.
And this is the beauty of working with Evexia. They are always so open and building relationships all the time. So every time we talk to Ryan, he's sharing new partnerships that they are forging to give us more access to testing. So I really appreciate that.
So look, there's a couple of companies called Therapath. One is a biopsy, and then another one looks like it's a neuropathology company, which sounds like it's probably a little bit, apart from the biopsy, it sounds like a little bit more of a med tech. Mm-hmm. That's where Biocanic is going to come into play. So Biocanic, not to sell them, but I'm a big fan of them. They're a tech stack. So if you have an EMR, you would add their company to your EMR. And for what you're asking, and the previous person asked, where, hey, how can we take all these seemingly unconnected data points and create some information? And as well as adding an Oura Ring, a Whoop strap, or an Apple Watch, all these other wearables, that's what Biocanic does. And I don't know when Jeremy's speaking, but again, he would be the guy to ask that question. But I love these questions because that is where medicine is headed.
Absolutely. This is a question that I can answer. If I can upload outside labs, like if myself or a client had recent labs done by their provider, so we could review those in the grand scheme of things. So from an FDN perspective, you can absolutely incorporate outside labs into your protocols as you're looking at the whole client case. And I think you answered this a couple of times of, can you upload outside labs? That's those functional health reports, and you kind of answered that. So great question. Ryan, I wanted to ask you, because you've been in this space for a really long time. And so what do you see the biggest change in functional medicine? What has the biggest change been in functional medicine, and where do you see it going? Because I know you get the opportunity to go to several conferences and talk to a lot of people in the space. So what is the biggest change you've seen so far, and what do you foresee happening in the near future in functional medicine?
I think so. One, I love this question. It's AI. It's AI at various levels, though. It's AI from let's say, job protection. How as an integrated functional medicine provider, how can I incorporate AI and not have patients go directly to AI? I'm sure you have patients of those in the audience that they upload their test results in a ChatGPT, and now they think that they're a healthcare professional and they think they have all the answers. And the fact is probably 70% of the information that they're getting right now from ChatGPT is incorrect. The other area is really, it has to do with what I previously did, is how do you scale, right? Mm-hmm. So what I'm talking about is LLMs, long language models, is if I'm a business owner, I only can grow my business as big as I am. Right? I only can see so many patients a day, so many patients a week, so on and so forth. But what if my dream as a business owner is to exceed myself? Well, now I have to hire people on and work in a similar capacity that I'm working, or work alongside me, work underneath me, so on and so forth. The challenge with that is there is really no standard of care in the integrative functional medicine space. And I'm guessing that's why the majority of your audience is on this and watching this, is because they like that idea that they can put their own spin on things, be creative in their own way. Well, the challenge of that is when you're trying to scale is you can't scale that. You can't scale uniqueness. So what I see a lot of providers doing is they're building up their own LLM, large language model, which is their own AI. So let's say you're a medical doctor and I'm a nurse practitioner and I'm working for you, the medical doctor, and I've been hired on to kind of deliver similar, not exact, but similar healthcare that the doctor is recommending, I will have something on my phone and say, how does Dr. Johnson treat Hashimoto's? And it will spit out the entire thing on the phone. That's where AI is going to help the providers to scale the business and be ultra successful outside of what he or she can do. The second thing I think is certainly how to use AI in place of you, or where people are trying to replace providers. How do you actually find the space for yourself as a provider? How do you actually partner with AI to deliver better results? And then from a patient standpoint is this idea of, hey, I think I can just go to ChatGPT, get some answers, and now I'm self-diagnosing and self-medicating. And as I mentioned a few minutes ago, I think that's bad. I think it's bad at many, many levels. One is patients are going to get really hurt really fast on some of the recommendations that ChatGPT might be spitting out.
And we have Jen Maleka actually coming up later this week. She's doing a talk on Friday talking all about this, AI in practice. And she's going to share how in her research that at this point, AI is not going to replace us as practitioners. It does not have that personal touch and cannot do that clinical correlation.
Yeah, so let's just go back to that. So this is what I'd say. Yes, you won't have to go and research anything anymore. You'll be able to type it in as a provider and get your answer. So the role of the provider is probably going to change probably pretty dramatically. You're probably now going to become a cheerleader and what's the word I'm looking for? My blood sugar is low. You're going to basically make sure that your patient is doing what you've prescribed. I forgot that you're keeping them honest, if you will.
Yep.
That's okay, because that's what healthcare professionals should be doing anyway. And now you just are going to have more time to do that because you're not going to have to go and look something up on the internet or in textbooks because you'll have the answers at your fingertips.
Absolutely. This is an interesting question that came through. Can practitioners in Maryland access the Dutch test through Evexia? I know that's a bit of a problem directly from Dutch, but are they able to do that through Evexia?
They can. Yep.
Fantastic.
And I know Dutch just had Dutch Fest, I think, in Dallas. By all means, it sounds like they had a wonderful, wonderful event. So yes.
Fantastic. Ryan, do you have any other words of wisdom that you'd love to share or like to share with, we've got practitioners here, we've got self-healers, we've got people looking to become practitioners. What words of wisdom would you like to share with them?
I have a couple thoughts.
Sure.
And there's nothing to do with testing or anything like this. So if you're a business owner in the audience, here's what I think is really important for you to do is you have to calendar 1 or 2 days a month. And this has to be working days. This can't be on a Saturday or Sunday if those are family days. It has to be somewhere between Monday and Friday. And you have to get yourself off-site. And so I would start with know thyself. What do you need to do in order to get into flow state? It's this whole idea of that business owners often get stuck working in the business when in fact, a lot of their time needs to be working on the business. We just talked about large language models as an example. So the first thing is calendar yourself 1 or 2 days a month off-site, understand where do you need to be? What environment do you need to be in order to get in flow state? Myself, I have 2 options. Either a super busy Starbucks where all the white noise is just flooding everything out, or number 2, on the opposite end of the continuum, I need to go on a hike. And I've discovered, again, going back to know thyself, I can't be hiking with people. I actually have to be hiking by myself. And all of a sudden, these ideas just come to me, right? So that would be number 1. Schedule yourself Monday through Friday, off-site, know thyself, know how you need to get into flow state. Number 2, when you are off-site, maybe once, possibly twice a year, you need to ask yourself these 3 questions. What do I need to start doing? What do I need to stop doing? And what do I do so dang well I have to continue doing it? So once you ask yourself these 3 questions, what do I need to start, stop, and continue? Ask yourself at 3 different levels. Corporate level, team level, personal level. You will have a kind of like a TikTok board, and you're going to write in all your answers for these 3 levels and these 3 questions. That will help you look at your business in horizons of 6 months. You're asking yourself, where do I need to be in 6, 12, 18 months? You do these 2 things. Schedule yourself 1 or 2 days off-site each month, and then once or twice a year, ask yourself those 3 questions: start, stop, continue. Make sure you're in an environment for flow state, and you are going to be so much farther ahead than if you only solely worked in your practice as opposed to working on your practice.
Thank you. I mean, definitely words of wisdom. And I think, we should listen to what Ryan has to say. He's been in this industry for a very long time. He's been very successful, work with different companies. And so I think he knows a thing or two about how to get yourself there. So I appreciate you for sharing that wisdom. And so, Ryan, can you share again where folks can connect with Evexia, set up accounts, learn more on, because you guys also have amazing webinars that you offer all the time. So we've got the information there, the website, and
I'm going to pull up my screen one more time. Someone asked for that QR code.
Yeah, fantastic. And team, I don't know if we need to. Let's go. There we go.
So what this QR code is going to allow you to do is it's going to allow you to register with Evexia Diagnostics. But what is as important, and I would actually say more important, is it's going to tie your registration to FDN. Evexia Diagnostics and FDN, over the course of nearly 24 months now that we've been working together, have just built out so many additional programs as value add. I mentioned the white label marketing program. That's just one of about a dozen programs that we've worked together on. That's going to get you access to those items. If you register independent of this QR code, the fact is it's still doable to get you tied to FDN, but it's a lot more work to do that. So again, if you haven't registered with Evexia Diagnostics and you plan on registering as an FDN, I guess, student, if you will, go ahead and use the QR code. It's going to be really the best for your registration because, again, it's going to allow you access to a whole bunch of good stuff that, again, a traditional Evexia Diagnostics client does not have access to.
Fantastic. Well, Ryan, thank you again for coming on and sharing all your wisdom and knowledge with our community. Thank you to Evexia for sponsoring this event and helping us bring all of this amazing information to everyone. And we will chat again soon.
It was absolutely my pleasure. I love the engaged audience. I think that API question is probably the most advanced question I've ever taken. So I certainly appreciate that question. And everyone have a great rest of your day and great rest of your week.
Fantastic. Thanks, Ryan.
Bye-bye.
All right, everybody, we are going to be getting ready here for our break in just a few moments. We've got our last speaker of the day, Dr. Darren Schmidt. He's going to be coming on here at about 4:30 Eastern time. And I just wanted to take a moment to kind of get some feedback in the chat. How has your day been so far? What are the biggest takeaways that you learned from the day? So I'm going to give you a moment. There's a little bit of a delay, but share in the chat what your biggest takeaway has been so far. I'd love to hear what you have to say here in the chat. Awesome. We've got a lot of different types of people here. We've got health seekers, we've got different practitioners that I've seen, we've got health coaches here. I've seen FDN trainees, I've seen FDN graduates. So let us know in the chat what your biggest takeaway has been so far. And while you are typing in the chat and I'm waiting to see some of those answers, I'm just going to share with you what we have looking forward to tomorrow. So tomorrow we've got another group of amazing speakers coming on. Tomorrow morning, we have Dr. Todd Frisch joining us, and he does facial diagnosis. His talk is going to be called "The Face Doesn't Lie." If you have not had an opportunity to hear Dr. Frisch speak, it's fascinating. I'm really looking forward to that talk. After Dr. Todd, we have Freddie Kimmel coming on, and Freddie's going to be talking about unlocking the power of the lymphatic system. This is a very, very important topic, and Freddie's going to dive into that with us tomorrow. Then we have our very own FDN practitioner, Jennifer Woodward, coming on. And Jennifer is going to be talking about all things stress, hormones, and nutrition. what your symptoms are telling you about your health. And Jennifer is an expert in women's health. She helps many women in perimenopause deal with all of those hormonal systems. So that's going to be a very exciting talk. We have Reed Davis returning, and he's going to talk about how running thousands of labs revealed the patterns of metabolic chaos. So he's going to tell the story about how he developed the FDN methodology that Elizabeth talked about today, and kind of show you this idea of metabolic chaos. And then we're going to round out the day tomorrow with another FDN practitioner, Jen Sino, and she's going to be talking about from preconception to postpartum, your guide to a healthy motherhood using functional labs. This is a very important topic to me. This is, I worked with a lot of women in preconception and infertility, and I'm very passionate about postpartum because that's how I found FDN. So I'm very excited about all of these topics that we have coming up. So once again, I just want to give you a couple of quick reminders before we go to the break, and then we'll have Dr. Darren Schmidt come on. All of the replays will be available for today on our YouTube channel. They will be available for you to rewatch until the end of the day today, so 11:59 p.m. PST. If you purchase the replays, you will get an email with a link to access them after today. And if you are interested in purchasing the replays because you haven't had a chance to do that, today is the last day to grab those for $29. So I would encourage you to click the link that our team is going to share in the chat, and you can purchase those, and you still have time to enter the giveaway to win one of the 3 prizes from Therasage. So we will wrap that up after the call with the talk with Dr. Darren Schmidt. We will pull the prize winners and I will announce those live. So I'm looking forward to sharing those with you, and we will take a few moments here. We'll take a step away, and we'll let you watch this. Go stretch your legs, grab some water, do what you need to do, and we will be back here in about 5 or 6 minutes. So thanks, everybody, and we'll see you shortly.
For years, I've had a front row seat to the functional health journey, not only as an entrepreneur, but as a client myself. So I know the frustration of looking at a stack of lab data, a bunch of wearable charts, all of your assessments and intake forms, all of it disparate, and all of it telling a piece of that story. The sheer volume of data and the time spent sifting through that information can be a significant roadblock. We built Biocanic to solve that problem. But today, we introduced Nexus. This is where all of your data comes together across over 200 different lab tests, 15 different wearables, all of your assessments and intake forms. Imagine being able to instantly look across your practice and methodologies, see how your effect on cortisol patterns are directly impacting the sleep scores, or correlate gut health markers with food sensitivities. With Nexus, you can cut the time you spend on administration and data analysis by at least a half or more. And that gives you back your most valuable resource, your time. Nexus is not just a new feature, it's the new standard of personalized health.
What happens after you graduate from any certification program? For most people, they're on their own, figuring it out, struggling in silence. At FDN, we like to do things differently. The Association of FDN Professionals, or AFDNP, is our graduate community. It is unlike anything else in our industry. When you graduate from FDN, you don't just get a certificate, you get a family. Inside AFDNP, you have access to clinical advisors who've been where you are. You can bring your tough cases, your questions, your I don't know what to do with this client moments, and you'll get support. You'll also get ongoing education, exclusive training, business training, everything you need to keep growing long after graduation. This community is how our practitioners build 6-figure referral-based practices. They're not alone. They're surrounded by people who want them to succeed. If you want to see what it really looks like inside FDN, from training to graduation to thriving practice, join us next week.
Can I ask you a question? Have you ever wanted to run functional labs on a client but couldn't because you don't have a medical license? Here's something most people don't know. You don't need an MD to access functional lab testing. Through FDN's Medical Director Program, our graduates can order over 70 different functional labs legally, independently from day one. This is one of the biggest game changers for health coaches and practitioners who join FDN. Think about it. Hormone panels, gut testing, metabolic assessments, food sensitivity testing, all the tools you need to stop guessing and start finding real answers for your clients. No more referring out and losing your clients to someone else. No more feeling limited by your credentials. You become the complete solution. Our medical director program provides the oversight you need to order labs confidently and compliantly wherever you practice in the world. Want to see exactly how this works? Next week, we're going behind the scenes and walking through a complete client case study, labs and all.
Well, hey, everybody. Today is day one of Holistic Health Week and day one of the Therasage giveaway. So let's talk a little bit about the products up for grabs today. So the first product we have is the TheraCap, a red and infrared light therapy cap that stimulates hair follicles, improves scalp circulation, and supports natural hair growth. It's a $249 value. The second item up for grabs is the Therasculpt, a facial toning device that combines LED light therapy with microcurrent and vibration massage. It feels just like a facial, a $147 value. And the last item up for grabs is the TheraProtect cell phone chips. It's an EMF harmonizing technology that you stick right to your phone that has a lot of power, and that is valued at $59. So to enter today's giveaway, make sure you scan the QR code you see on the screen right now and enter the secret word of the day, detox. I'll be announcing the winners at the end of the day. Good luck, everyone.
Hi, I'm Dr. Todd Frisch. I'm at Ask Why I'm excited to speak at the Holistic Health Week. I'm excited to share what I know with everybody I know. When you're young, you kind of want to keep things to yourself. At this point in my career, I would love to share everything I know with everybody I know. Hope you enjoy what I have to share.
I am so excited to talk at this FDN conference. We are talking about stress, hormones, and nutrition, and what midlife women can do to reverse all of the symptoms that they are struggling with, particularly weight gain in midlife. We're going to talk about low-calorie dieting. We're going to talk about fasting. We're going to talk about the impact of stress and how that relates to women in midlife and why they cannot lose weight, why they cannot sleep through the night, and why they have no energy. It's one of my favorite topics to talk about, and I cannot wait to speak to my FDN friends and family.
Hi, I'm Robby Besner, co-founder of Therasage. For over 25 years, Therasage has been a pioneer in red light, near-infrared, nature-based energy healing, developing bespoke wellness tools that work with the body, not against it. Long before red light and near-infrared became mainstream, we were developing nature-based energy technologies to support real healing in real people. We don't believe in one-size-fits-all wellness. Health is personal, it's bespoke, and it happens incrementally, layer by layer, habit by habit. Our tools are designed to integrate seamlessly into daily life, supporting the nervous system, recovery, sleep, long-term vitality without overwhelming you. This is how we think about wellness. Understand your body, respect nature, and stack your hacks with intention. We're grateful to be part of this community and excited to keep building what's next together. Welcome to Therasage.
For years, I've had a front row seat to the functional health journey, not only as an entrepreneur, but as a client myself. So I know the frustration of looking at a stack of lab data, a bunch of wearable charts, all of your assessments and intake forms, all of it disparate, and all of it telling a piece of that story. The sheer volume of data and the time spent sifting through that information can be a significant roadblock. We built Biocanic to solve that problem. But today, we introduced Nexus. This is where all of your data comes together across over 200 different lab tests, 15 different wearables, all of your assessments and intake forms. Imagine being able to instantly look across your practice and methodologies, see how your effect on cortisol patterns are directly impacting the sleep scores, or correlate gut health markers with food sensitivities. With Nexus, you can cut the time you spend on administration and data analysis by at least a half or more. And that gives you back your most valuable resource, your time. Nexus is not just a new feature, it's the new standard of personalized health.
Hi friends, it's Freddie Kimmel, host of the Beautifully Broken podcast, patient advocate and wellness concierge. And on FDN's Health Week, we are going to be unlocking the power of the lymphatic system. As somebody who went through late-stage metastatic cancer and chronic Lyme disease, I can't tell you how important the lymphatic system is to honor in your road to a better position to healing. Most people really don't understand how to complement its flow, how to work with the lymphatic system. We're going to talk about home techniques, the biological makeup of the system, how it's a regulatory system for the body, but also ways in clinical practice to use cutting-edge technology to complement lymphatic flow. So excited to drop in with you guys. It's going to be a great hour and a half. I will see you there. Bring your questions. Let's go.
Well, hey everybody. Today is day one of Holistic Health Week and day one of the Therasage giveaway. So let's talk a little bit about the products up for grabs today. So the first product we have is the TheraCap, a red and infrared light therapy cap that stimulates hair follicles, improves scalp circulation, and supports natural hair growth. It's a $249 value. The second item up for grabs is the Therasculpt, a facial toning device that combines LED light therapy with microcurrent and vibration massage. It feels just like a facial. A $147 value. And the last item up for grabs is the TheraProtect cell phone chips. It's an EMF harmonizing technology that you stick right to your phone that has a lot of power. And that is valued at $59. So to enter today's giveaway, make sure you scan the QR code you see on the screen right now and enter the secret word of the day, detox. I'll be announcing the winners at the end of the day. Good luck, everyone.
What happens after you graduate from any certification program? For most people, they're on their own, figuring it out, struggling in silence. At FDN, we like to do things differently. The Association of FDN Professionals, or AFDNP, is our graduate community. It is unlike anything else in our industry. When you graduate from FDN, you don't just get a certificate, you get a family. Inside AFDNP, you have access to clinical advisors who've been where you are. You can bring your tough cases, your questions, your I don't know what to do with this client moments, and you'll get support. You'll also get ongoing education, exclusive training, business training, everything you need to keep growing long after graduation. This community is how our practitioners build six-figure referral-based practices. They're not alone. They're surrounded by people who want them to succeed. If you want to see what it really looks like inside FDN, from training to graduation to thriving practice, join us next week.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you had a few minutes to go and stretch your legs and move around a little bit. We are almost ready for our last session of the day. And I really enjoyed during the break reading some of your feedback here. Everybody was just loving to hear about the gap between chronic disease, how functional medicine is changing people's lives. They're just loving the information. And I want to do a little bit of an exercise here, because when we are taking in all this information, we can get really overwhelmed, and there's a lot of information coming to our brain, and we could start to feel a little bit tired. So we're going to do a little bit of energizing EFT here, just to kind of, let some tension go. Maybe you've been sitting here for a long time and your shoulders are kind of crunched up, or maybe your lower back is a little bit sore. So we're going to do a little bit of energizing EFT. And once we are done, Dr. Darren Schmidt will be coming on here in just a few moments. So I'm going to show you what it looks like, and then we'll do a couple of rounds where you will follow along. And hopefully as we go through and we do the EFT, you start to feel some of that tension melt away, and you start to feel a little bit of clarity in your brain so that you're ready to take in the information for our last speaker of the day. So the way EFT works is we're going to be tapping on different meridian points on our body. So the first point is the side of the hand. We call this the karate chop point, and you're just tapping there very lightly. Now, left hand, right hand, it does not matter. You're not hitting your hand hard. It's just a very light tap. The second point is the inside of the eye. So the inside of the eyebrow, you tap on the inside of the eyebrow. The third point is outside of the eye. So it's just not quite the temple, but just in between there. The third point is under the eye, so that little bony socket under the eye. Then we've got under the nose. The chin point, so it's a little divot between your lip and your chin. And we've got the collarbone. Now, I like to take an open hand, go across the collarbone, and we just tap across the collarbone. Then we have our under the arm point. So this is going to be, you're going to take your palm or your armpit and go one hand width down, and you're just going to tap there. And then the top of the head, so I make a little claw, and we just tap on the top of the head. So those are the points, and I'm going to guide you through this process. And if you can talk out loud, it works even better, but if you can't, that's totally fine. So we're going to start by tapping on the side of the hand, and we're going to stay here for just a moment or two. So you're going to repeat after me. Even though I'm feeling all this tension, I still deeply and completely love and accept myself. Even though I'm taking in all this information, but my brain's feeling a little bit tired, I still deeply and completely accept myself. Even though I just need a little more energy to get through this last talk, and I'm not sure that I can, I still deeply and completely accept myself. All right, we're going to go to the inside of the eye. My brain is feeling a little overwhelmed. Outside of the eye. And I'm feeling a little bit tired. Under the eye. I feel a little bit of tension in my shoulders and in my back. Under the nose. I'm letting it go. And I am relaxing. Chin. I'm choosing to give myself a little bit more energy so that I can listen to this last talk. Collarbone. All this tension and tiredness is melting away. Under the arm. I can feel my shoulders relaxing. Top of the head. I can even breathe a little bit deeper. Inside of the eye, letting go of the tension. Outside of the eye, allowing my brain to clear up and get ready for the next talk. Under the eye, I can't wait for the new information that I'm about to learn. Under the nose, I feel a little bit more energetic. Chin. I can feel my body settle into where I'm sitting, feeling relaxed, feeling ready to learn. Collarbone, letting go, and I am ready to learn. Under the arm, releasing all remaining tension. Feeling it leave my shoulders, my back, and my hips. Top of the head, releasing and letting go. And I always like to end with an open hand. We go in the back of the neck. We hold a lot of tension in the back of our neck here. So we're just going to tap there, and we're going to say to ourselves, releasing any remaining tension. Take a deep breath. Shake your hands out. If you feel the need to move here a little bit, or you need to stand up and do some shoulder rolls, feel free to do that. That's just your body releasing any pent-up energy that it needs to get rid of. And you should start to feel a little bit more relaxed. You should start to feel as though if it's a little bit easier to breathe. And if any of you were having any brain fog or fogginess, you should feel that start to dissipate a little bit as your body lets go of some of that pent-up tension and energy. So just take a few moments here just to breathe and relax. And for those of you that did tap along with me, I'd love to hear in the chat if you found that helpful and if it was a nice little break before we jump into our next session. And while we do that, because there is a bit of a delay, I'm going to go through and read some of the questions that you guys have. So Pamela says, I have been looking for somewhere to start in advancing my education of functional medicine. Well, Pamela, we're so glad to have you here, and I'm glad that you found us, and hopefully this is insightful and you're learning some stuff from the speakers this week. So thank you so much for that. And Sherry says, I'm in New Jersey. There's a very short list of tests we can order without a doctor. For example, drug tests. We can ask for a drug test on ourselves to see if we're addicted. I'm actually quite familiar, Sherry. I used to actually run the medical director program here at FDN. And, that was a difficult state for us to work with because there's so many regulations. But we worked really hard to try to make lab partnerships with those people, with those labs that are willing to service those areas, because we know that that's really important. We want to be able to help our practitioners regardless of where they are. So we are always working on that. And I'm glad Evexia is also working on that as well. Awesome. Oh, thank you guys. I'm starting to see your comments from the EFT. Very helpful, very soothing. So what we just did was called EFT, Emotional Freedom Technique. It's a technique that I like to use. It kind of just helps relax the body a little bit, helps get rid of some of that built up tension. And I use it specifically with my clients, but it's definitely very, very helpful. All right, so let's see. We're going to go look at some of the feedback that you guys have shared. And for those of you who had questions about FDN, I really do encourage you to join our sessions next week. Like I said, and like you've seen in the commercials today, it's a behind the scenes look. It's a sneak peek into FDN. You're going to hear from Elizabeth. You're actually going to get to see 2 sessions that we do exclusively for our students. So we're going to share those with you. We're going to do a full deep dive into the course. We're going to share with you behind the scenes what the course looks like, what the modules look like, and answer all your questions about that. I know there has been some questions earlier in the day from people asking about how we compare to other programs. So we do have a session next week about how FDN compares to some of the more common programs out there. And I like to say, we may not be the best program for you, and that's totally okay. So we want to give you an honest view on what the different programs are so you can decide which one is the right fit for you. So lots of really great conversations that we're going to have next week. And so if you're interested in learning more, I really encourage you to sign up for that. All right, let's see. Oh, thank you for sharing this. Christine says, I listened to the tapping solution. I love more information on what the points mean and what the phrases mean. How strict do you have to be with the hand and finger positions? So I don't want to turn this into a whole session on EFT, but basically the way that my mentor explained it to me is that when there's a disruption in the energy system, very similar to acupuncture, the body or the energy gets stuck. And so what we're doing is we're tapping on different meridian points in the body to unstuck that energy, to allow the energy to flow. And when the energy flows, you almost get this relief where you can take a deep breath. It's very, very helpful. And the reason that we say things out loud, and sometimes we see the negative things out loud, is because we are taught or brought up to believe that if we say things negative, then that happens to us. But unfortunately, when we don't express out loud some of the negatives, our body represses it and we continue to hold that feeling. So by saying it out loud and tapping on those points, we're acknowledging the feeling, we're acknowledging the thought, and we're allowing our body to process it and let it go. So that's the easiest way to explain EFT. I like to call it emotional acupuncture. So I'm glad that you guys enjoyed that and that helped. All right, let's see. Carrie says, I'm in Tennessee, and to my knowledge, we are very restrictive. What can I do as an FDN in my state with testing? I actually don't believe there's any restrictions, Carrie, with testing in Tennessee. Not that I'm aware of. I think we do have practitioners in Tennessee that are easily using testing. And we'll talk more about that next week. If you want to join us to learn more about FDN, we can talk about the regulations and testing a little bit more. So thank you for asking that question. Jody says, I'm located in Colorado and appreciate all of the information. You're welcome, Jody. Glad to have you here. All right, let's see. Beside the free, Mello says, beside the free, where did that go? Free workshop this week and next week and the free module access, are there any other free resources FDN is offering for us starting out? So for those of you who want to learn a little bit more, I definitely encourage you to join us next week, but you can also go to our website and take a look around. We've got a lot of podcasts on there with a lot of great information. So if you click on the resources tab on our main website, you'll see a couple of different things there where you can go and look at it for free. We have our Health Space Unmasked events where we bring experts, just like you've seen today. They come on once a month and they give talks and share information. So there's a lot of great resources on our website. So I encourage you to go there to gather more information. All right, let's see what else we've got here. And we bear with us, guys. Thank you for your patience. We ended a little bit early, and Dr. Schmidt graciously let us know that he would jump on a little bit early. So we should be getting started with him in just a few minutes. But I'm happy to be able to answer these questions that you guys have here. So Glenda says, I'm located in Tulsa, Oklahoma. There are so many laws where I work with sickle cell patients right now for 9 years. Oh, Glenda, I'm so sorry. All right, let's see here. Let's share some more takeaways with everybody. Let's see. So Kiana said, so much information I never knew was available. I just enrolled in school. My goal is to become a holistic practitioner, enrolled in these classes to get more knowledge. Thank you. I love all these people who are coming here trying to learn a little bit more and expand their knowledge. So thank you for that feedback. All right, somebody asked, Randy, can you tell us something about yourself? What and how did you connect with Evexia? I can. So I've been a practitioner since 2014. I am a mom of 4. When I started my FDN journey, I started when I had 3 kids. So my kids were all 2 and under. I had twins and another baby. And I did this course during nap time. So I would tell you that if you are looking to study and get into this field, it's definitely doable. It's definitely possible. Like I said, I did it during nap time. It took me about a year, but I got through it and I was able to start working with clients. And I was able to start working with FDN because I became so passionate about what we teach. I wanted to help the organization spread this message to as many people as possible. And not only has it helped me in my health journey, but it's also helped my kids. And, I'm really passionate about that. I've seen a few moms on here talk about that, wanting to come on and learn more just to help their kids. So that's a little bit about my background. Like I said, I've been a practitioner since 2014. I use it with myself and my kids. I have clients from all different walks of life. I focus a lot with women now and hormone and digestive issues. And I love that we can have a big impact on our clients. So thank you for asking that question. How did I find my first client? Thank you, Jojo, for asking. So I actually honestly was just talking about it while I was going through the program. So we would take our kids to daycare a couple days a week just to give me a little bit of time. Because I found that while it was great doing it while they were napping, it was good for me to have a little bit of time, a couple days a week, and it wasn't all the time. And so I would share it with our daycare provider, with the other parents there. And then as my kids got older and they got into school, I would just talk about it to the other moms when they would bring up health challenges that they were having. And through those conversations, I started to have people refer people to me. So first they would ask me questions like, hey, I have this thing. Can you help me? Sure, let's have a conversation. Or, hey, my sister has been dealing with this problem and she's gotten the runaround with a bunch of doctors. Do you think you can help her? And that's really where it started, was just sharing what I did in the limited time that I had. And I did work very part-time because my kids were little. But as they got older and I started sharing more of what I did, more and more people were coming to me asking me about how I could support them. And at this point, most of my clients are referral only. They are referred from other clients who have worked with me and shared with their families and friends. So it's definitely doable. You can do it part-time, and you don't need to have a huge online presence to get your clients. So thank you for that question. Millo. Fellow twin moms. I love that. Thank you for sharing that. All right, everybody. I think we are almost ready for our next guest. I'll let our team let me know when Dr. Darren is ready, but get settled in for our last talk. This is going to be a really, really good one. I'm excited about this talk. Dr. Darren Schmidt today is going to be talking about the most important blood test for measuring health. So I'm going to give him a second to get settled in, and I'm going to read his bio, and then we'll bring him on. So Dr. Darren Schmidt, DC, is the founder of the Nutritional Healing Center of Ann Arbor, where they use new and old clinical discoveries to solve complex chronic illness using only diet and supplements. His 7-step blueprint to optimal health and the use of the MVX Plus blood test have made him a leader in foundational nutrition. So, Dr. Darren, I'm going to bring you on, and we're going to say hi and welcome you to Holistic Health Week.
Hi.
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, good. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for jumping on early. And we're very excited to learn a little bit more about the most important blood test that we should know about.
Right. Yeah. So you want me to share the screen then?
Yeah, fantastic.
Oh, you have it. You have it.
There we go. So our team's got it up here for you, and I will share it over to you, and we'll have some time towards the end to answer some questions that may pop up during your presentation. But again, thank you for joining us here for Holistic Health Week.
All right. You're welcome. So we'll get into the slides, but this is a new test that came out in January of 2025. So not many people know about it. And so my statement being it's the most important blood test, we're talking about for that like 30,000 foot view as to where somebody's at with their health. And then all the other tests that you normally run are still valid, of course, but this kind of directs you down the right path. So what you'll learn, understanding the most important blood tests for measuring health, know how to think when improving health, and then what to do when improving health. So these are kind of like bigger statements. I think a lot of people, especially when you go online, people ask for what's the next supplement I should take, or what is the supplement that's for my condition. And it's not really answerable unless you're thinking of multiple therapies over the course of time through phases. So MVX Plus helps us understand that. All right. So what is MVX Plus? It predicts longevity better than VO2 max, fitness, gender, age, heart disease diagnosis, kidney disease diagnosis, smoking, race, hypertension, BMI, cholesterol, ApoB, LDL, grip strength, and others. And did I mention telomere length? It's better than all that to measure short-term mortality, meaning like 5 years. You'll see the graph coming up. It measures health, not disease. It measures physiology. I was talking with one of the researchers who helped develop this test, and she asked me if there was one thing that you would change, what would it be? And I said, I would change the overall name of it. So MVX stands for Metabolic Vulnerability Index. I would call it Cellular Vulnerability Index. So it's measuring the physiology of cells. It points you in the right direction for health improvement. After measuring the 6 factors, it gives you a score between 1 to 100. You want your score to be lower. The lower, the better. It's been tested on over 300,000 patients over many years in high risk and low risk groups. Some of those high risk groups would be liver transplant, heart catheterization, cystic fibrosis, multiple sclerosis, and then low risk groups, normal health. Owned by LabCorp, released to the public January 6, 2025. It's that number 123601. And I'm going to tell you the price right now. I sell it for $49. You can get your blood drawn fasted in the morning. Oh, this is the front page of my website. If you're not a physician, a clinician who can order blood work, you can order it from my website. Front page, upper right corner, click on MVX test. Okay, this is the second slide on what is MVX Plus. The team at LabCorp tested many blood factors and discovered 6 that predict longevity better than any other blood factors. These 6 combined measure malnutrition and inflammation, which are labeled as the malnutrition inflammation complex syndrome. And that's what they published, but it also measures toxicity and infections and mitochondrial function. So this condition of the malnutrition inflammation complex syndrome, okay, this condition of lowered physiological health has had several names in the past. We're talking over 100 years. Cachexia, which is where somebody's dying from cancer or a heart attack over the course of many months. They're losing weight. They have no appetite. Sarcopenia is muscle wasting. Protein energy wasting, that's the same thing, muscle wasting. Frailty, which has its own definition. Lactic acidosis, the death cycle, they knew that back in the 1930s. Candida acidosis is similar, and that was from the 1960s. Metabolic acidosis, toxicity, inflammation, demineralization, again from the 1930s through the 50s. And then just simply aging, it's all the same thing. It's your mitochondria and your cells falling apart, and then you get symptoms and you get diseases, and then you have end-of-life syndromes. And these are, on this fourth bullet point, those are the end-of-life syndromes. And MVX Plus measure this, and you can be 20 years old and have a very bad score in MVX Plus. That means you're beginning to experience end-of-life syndromes right now. So fix it up now so that you can live another 80 years. Okay, last bullet point. It's all mitochondrial dysfunction, primarily from toxins, infections, malnutrition, and inflammation. I have a question. Can you see my arrow, my cursor as I move it around?
Yes, we can. And this everything is flipping just nicely. Yes.
Okay, good. Thanks. So here's my intro. My office is the Nutritional Healing Center of Ann Arbor. You already said we use new and old clinical discoveries to solve complex chronic illness using only diet and supplements. I have 7 online courses, 3 ebooks, 1 book on Amazon Kindle, which is above my head over here. It's called Optimal Health. 1 online course for doctors. I'm a public speaker for multiple supplement companies and doctors groups. I own this company. Okay. I've been in practice since 1997 when I graduated from chiropractic college. I started my nutrition practice in 98. I actually started studying nutrition in 1993. Wait, is that right? Somewhere around there. Yeah. 93. Yep. Low carb diet since 99, keto diet since 2015, carnivore diet since 2018. So I'm a big fan of a low carb diet. I was exposed to parathine in 1991, working on the family farm. It put me to sleep for 20 minutes. It's very deadly. I had a deadly mold exposure in 2016. I went to the ER. I'm sorry, I went to urgent care twice. I went to the cardiologist twice. I got 4 EKGs that year. Left chest pain, left arm numbness, trouble breathing, high blood pressure, all the scary heart symptoms. And I couldn't find the mold until October of 2016. But before that, I did a lot of research to discover that I had lactic acidosis. Again, that's the mechanism of chronic disease known in the 1930s. And in 2024, I had a gas leak at my house. Same symptoms as the mold. Left arm numb, high blood pressure, trouble breathing, chest pain, jaw numb on the left, all these heart symptoms, but this was from a gas leak. So different causes. We have to get away from what are your symptoms and then trying to get a disease name from the symptoms. You have to find the cause. So I have a 100% cash practice. And I focus on nutrition. My last chiropractic new patient was in 2010. And I've been cash practice only for 20 years. Currently the largest non-insurance nutrition clinic in the US. As far as I know, I could be wrong on that. I've taught 10,000 practitioners in over 100 weekend seminars. And then I figured out the 7-step blueprint to optimal health in 2018. So we'll go into what that is. And then let's talk about, skip that last one. Kidneys. Okay, we're not talking about kidneys. All right. So I'd like to study old medical and nutrition textbooks. And behind me, I got books going back to the 1910s up to about 1955, nutrition and medical. And I had a friend tell me a long time ago, if you don't know your history, you don't know your future. So that's why I like to study historical stuff. And the founders of medicine back in the 30s, they said the same thing. Henry Harrower is the father of endocrinology. Otto Warburg, the founder of physiology, he discovered B1, vitamin B1. Royal Lee, the founder of holistic nutrition. Weston A. Price, native diets, and he figured out this thing called cholera focal infection. So infections in the teeth, for example, causing arthritis in the body. And I'm going to show you a graphic that I made in 2016 telling you what those guys said about how to address chronic illness. Here it is. So I called this graphic Follow the Physiology, and it says address all three factors of chronic disease. So those guys from the 30s, 40s, they said you have to fix the causes and then fix the mechanism. And then the way you address symptoms is by feeding the organs. So notice how I have these tracks all around. These three things work together in tandem, and you can address the causes, but if you don't fix the mechanism, the person won't get better. You can address the symptoms by feeding the organs, like, liver support or brain support. But if you don't fix the cause, again, they're not going to get better. You have to do all three. So now there are three main causes: toxins, pathogens, and excess sugar metabolism, also known as lack of ketosis. And these are the major causes. Minor causes would be scars and then biomechanical. Now, there's over 20 mechanisms of chronic disease, but the main one is lactic acidosis. That's the, candidiasis and the sarcopenia, cachexia. Again, it's all the same thing. And, but I'm just going to call it lactic acidosis because that's what they called it in the 1930s when they figured this out. And they figured out mitochondria in the late 1930s. But they knew the effects of poor mitochondrial function earlier than that in 1929, and they called that lactic acidosis. So I like to stick with the original name. And then to feed the organs, to get rid of symptoms, I put in herbs, stem cell therapies, whole food nutrition, glandular therapy, homeopathy, and then ketosis fasting can enhance fat metabolism, and that can help with symptoms. So there you go. I figured this out in 2016, and I made the graphic based on the founders of healthcare, the founders of medicine in the 30s. Now, remember, before World War II, medicine was all about feeding studies. They were figuring out vitamins in the 19-teens and 20s, and then enzymes. So medicine was all about nutrition, and then World War II happened, and by 1961, the big pharmaceutical companies took over, and now we're trying to swing that back so that there's more balance. So here's the 7-step blueprint to optimal health. I made this in 2018, and I'm going to go through this quickly. So step 1 is diet. Step 2 is energy, meaning mitochondrial enhancement. Step 3 is drainage. So that means make sure that your colon is working, you're going to the bathroom okay, your kidneys, liver, lymphatic system are all working well. I do muscle testing to figure out what a person needs to help with drainage. And then step 4 is intestines and immune cleansing. So that means clean out your gut. I got a few supplements that I love that just clean out, old mucus and parasites. We're talking worms. They come out in step 4. And then step 5 is full body immune cleansing. Again, I got supplements that are great for getting organisms out of the joints, like get out of the fingers, like if they have arthritis here, they take these supplements and now the pain is worse for a period of time, and then it gets better and then it's gone. So full body immune cleansing. And that includes getting mucus and candida and stuff out of the sinuses. So I've had people blow parasites out of their nose. I personally have blown 3 parasites out of my nose with these awesome supplements. Okay, step 6 is detox. When I have people detox, they smell like chemicals and they taste metals in their mouth. So I know it's working, and I do lab work to make sure that it's working. Step 7 is cellular immune cleansing. That's where organisms and other toxins are living in the cells. So herbs work really well here at step 7 of cleaning out the cells. And then step O, I just added this on, is optimization. This is where you're feeding the organs. So this is where you're doing this part right here, symptoms. That's step O. So what we have primarily, steps 4, 5, 6, and 7 are cleaning. And then steps 1, 2, and 3 are preparing for cleaning. This is how people get better: is you prepare to clean, then you clean, and then you nourish. Now you can nourish at any point. You can take your favorite liver supplement in step 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It doesn't matter. But I'm just saying, like, cleaning is very important. Now I have it designed this way so you can see energy. Step 2, this goes up, so people start to feel better, and they're pooping better, and they're sleeping better. But then I get them eliminating parasites here in step 4, and they may not feel as good, and they're going down and backwards. And then once they start detoxing, now the energy comes back up. So that's how it's designed that way. Okay, now let's talk about this MVX Plus blood test. This is the original video I found on YouTube. It came out in May of 2024. This is Dr. Bill Cromwell talking about, it says, is MVX the new frontier in predicting all-cause mortality? So I watched this video, and then I watched it again, then I watched it again, and I was like, what the heck is he saying? What is this test measuring? And the test, by the way, is not 35. It's actually dropped down to 20 or 22, depending on where you buy it from, for the wholesale cost for the doctors. Okay, then so we have glyc A. These are the 6 factors right here. And we'll get into some detail, but I'll just quickly, glyc A is infection and or inflammation. Small cell particle number is toxicity, loosely related to toxicity. Citrate is mitochondrial function. And then the last 3 are branched chain amino acids, which we'll get into. It has to do with diet. And B1, metabolism of protein, diabetes. So those 6 factors then line up with what the founders of medicine said back in the 1930s. So if you're going to fix the causes, then small cell particle number addresses, measures toxins. The glyc A measures pathogens. And then the branched chain amino acids, they measure the diet. And then the citrate measures mitochondrial function. So these are related. Now, mitochondrial dysfunction leads to lactic acidosis. So when I figured this out in 2024, I was like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. And I wanted to run it on myself, but it wasn't available. So here's the 7-step blueprint. And look, it lines up also. So step 1 is branched chain amino acids, and step 2 also, but step 2 is also citrate. And then glyc A is related to steps 3, 4, 5. And then step 6 is small cell particle number. Glyc A is also step 7, and then citrate is step O. So it all lines up. So I wanted to run MVX Plus on myself in the fall of 2024, but it wasn't available. So I was like, what do I do? I got to get somebody to run it for me. So I called up LabCorp. They own it. They said they wouldn't release it. I called the NIH because they ran it on 30,000 people. And they said they wouldn't release it for 2 reasons. Number 1, they're waiting for consensus. And number 2, it doesn't measure disease. And I said, yeah, I know it doesn't measure disease. It measures health. But they wouldn't release it. I called up NASA. I know a guy there, rocket scientist, and he said they're not going to release it because they're just going to run to the NIH. And I had this plan to meet up with RFK Jr. because he was not yet head of the HHS. But I thought, what if he does become head? Then maybe he'll be able to release it. I just was for 6 months. I was trying to get people to turn this on, and yet you have to have a special machine. It's called the NMR. So I called this is called Professional Co-op Services. This is David on the left. This is Bill. Bill owns the company. He started it. He's a doctorate in Oriental medicine. And that's Frankie the dog. And I had a question regarding small cell particle number. And I'm not going to get into the details of it. But I was a little bit frustrated with, and these guys were frustrated with me because they had this question, but they couldn't answer it. I finally got Dave on the phone. And I asked him the question, and he said, and he answered it, and it was very simple. And I was like, oh, thank you. I don't know. I was happy. He was happy to help me out. And we're just kind of chatting a little bit. And I said, you know what? I'm just really excited about MVX Plus. And because my question had something to do with that. And he goes, oh, we have that. And I said, I know you do, but I can't run it on myself. I said, you've run it on 30,000 people, but I can't run it on myself. Now, he doesn't actually have it. Professional Co-op Services is a third-party vendor for LabCorp. So Dave said, give me 15 minutes, I'll turn it on. So Professional Co-op Services has some kind of clout with LabCorp. I don't know how they did it, but he goes, give me 15 minutes. And I did. And then before you know it, boom, MVX Plus is available. That was January 6, 2025. And then I was afraid for the next 3 months, like, what if they find out, what if LabCorp finds out that it was released without them knowing it? Would they shut it down? And they have not shut it down. So anyways, I'm very super thankful for these two people for turning on MVX Plus, because now we have this ability to measure health nationwide. They have like 2,300 LabCorp locations around the country. It's a very inexpensive. And then any person can run MVX Plus on themselves and then test their therapies. They can test their lifestyle choices, their diet. They can test, whether the medication's helping or whether the supplements are helping. And then you actually get good health improvement. And then you can ignore a lot of studies, like the large epidemiological diet studies. Like, they're meaningless when you can test yourself with MVX Plus, right? And just ignore this test, this epidemiology that has 100,000 people. Doesn't matter, just test yourself. So this is the original paper from February of 2023 talking about MVX Plus, multi-markers of metabolic malnutrition and inflammation and their association with mortality risk in cardiac catheterization patients. So they had their heart rotor-rooted, and then a prospective longitudinal observational cohort study. And they had all these people, 8,000 people or something, and they drew their blood and they waited to see who would die. And then when whoever died, they looked at their blood and they started gathering data, and they found these 6 factors would predict mortality better than anything else. Okay, so it's used primarily to predict mortality, but we're using it to improve health. So this is the conclusion of that paper. And this is what it says. Implications of all the available evidence. Our results suggest that survival might be more dependent on previously unrecognized causal factors. So survival, you could substitute that word in with the word health. Our results suggest that health might be more dependent on previously unrecognized causal factors. Okay, so now we're talking about survival. These causal factors are distinct or different from those responsible for development of the diseases or vulnerabilities considered to be the causes of death. So if you get a disease name like heart disease or a kidney disease, that doesn't mean you're going to die. But if you use MVX Plus and you measure your blood that way, that can predict mortality. Okay, if supported by future research, treating the underlying metabolic dysfunctions or causal factors of the overlapping syndromes of cachexia, sarcopenia, malnutrition, and frailty, those end-of-life syndromes, with anti-inflammatory nutritional or alternative therapies might provide greater survival benefit than targeting conventional disease risk factors. So conventional disease risk factor could be LDL cholesterol, for example. Is MVX Plus more important than LDL cholesterol? 1,000% yes. Risk factors are kind of meaningless now that we have this kind of information. Even before MVX Plus was released, I still think risk factors were kind of meaningless, because you really want to know how are your cells doing. And if you have poor functioning cells, you end up with symptoms and disease names. So then you treat the disease name, you're treating the symptoms. You're treating the risk factors, you're not treating the physiology of the cell. You're not enhancing cellular health. That's what it's all about. So I'm kind of repeating what I'm saying in different ways, in different slides. So what causes chronic illness? Answer: infections, inflammation, toxins, malnutrition. All leading to, down here, all of these are leading to mitochondrial dysfunction. Those are the 5 things. Okay, so what causes heart disease, cancer, autism, dementia, autoimmune disease? It's these 5 things. Any complex chronic illness, fibromyalgia, brain fog, on and on. And we're not talking about genetics. Genetics are a factor, and in my opinion, a separate subject. And as a matter of fact, this week, Thursday, I fly to Nashville to learn about a genetics testing company. I've been looking at their protocols, and guess what? Their protocols address toxicity. They address cellular function, mitochondrial function. So it's kind of all the same stuff. Okay, top 10 causes of chronic illness. This is my clinical experience and opinion. I think there's 10, not 9, not 11. And you can disagree and you might be right, but let's go over my top 10. 5 immune challenges: parasites, bacteria, fungi. That includes mold, candida yeast, virus, and Lyme, meaning intracellular infections. There are 3 toxins: chemicals, metals, and radioactive elements. And then, so there's 8 causes of chronic illness. Number 9 is lack of drainage organ function. Okay, so lack of proper lymph function: colon, liver, kidneys, sinuses, lungs, and skin. Those organs clean. And if they're not working well, that's a problem. And then the last cause of chronic disease is nutritional deficiency. Protein is the most important macronutrient of the macronutrients, including fats, carbs, ketones, and alcohol. And then B1 is the most important micronutrient. We're going to get into B1. B1's amazing. All right. Here we have overlapping symptoms of overlapping diseases. So on the left, we have the diagnosis name, and at the top, we have the symptoms. So if you have fatigue or brain fog, it's in all these conditions. So is muscle and joint pain. How about depression here? It's in all of them except for one. You get the idea. So diagnosing a disease gives us a name. It gives us comfort. It's nice to have a disease name. People like to hear, oh, my doctor says I have arthritis. Okay, but what's causing it? Like, run MVX Plus and find out what's behind it. Okay, let's switch over to more thinking about longevity again. MVX is for predicting longevity and then improving health and measuring cell physiology and function. So it does a lot of things. But this is the old way of measuring longevity. Now, this is from the Lancet. There's the link right above. So each bar that goes across from left to right is the quantity of its contribution to the math of determining longevity. So obviously age is the biggest factor for determining longevity. It's about 28% of the math. Kidney disease right here, it's 27%, 26%. Previous heart failure, 17%. Diabetes, smoking, hypertension. These are all you put all these together to find out longevity the old way. HDL, triglycerides, total cholesterol. LDL is not even on this chart. Total cholesterol is. Okay, gender. Okay, next slide. This is a new way of measuring longevity. MVX right here. It is like 70% of the math of determining longevity. Age goes all the way down here at 20%. I hope you see how profound this is, because this is measuring physiology and cellular function, whereas these are measuring risk factors and disease names. It's a completely different way of looking at healthcare. It's revolutionary. And then we have diabetes, previous heart failure, smoking, hypertension, kidney disease, BMI, little bit of triglycerides, is barely a blip. But like all these go down below 5%. Okay, this is it's heavy stuff what I'm talking about. Okay, let's go over this. MVX Plus is greater than standard risk factors. So from this research here, these findings suggest that the MVX score offers unique insight into an individual's vulnerability to mortality beyond traditional risk factors and disease status. Okay, this Journal of the American College of Cardiology, heart failure journal, February of 2024, conclusions. In this heart failure community cohort, MVX was strongly associated with mortality independently of established clinical factors. That's LDL cholesterol, that's VO2 max, that's whatever, every other thing, and improve mortality risk classification beyond clinically validated markers. These data underscore the potential of MVX to stratify risk in heart failure. So stratify risk means, is it malnutrition? Is it infection, inflammation, toxicity, mitochondrial dysfunction? All right, here's an example of what it looks like. We have this top number here is your overall score, 1 to 100. And then we have this index. It's called the Inflammation Vulnerability Index, which is comprised of glyc and small cell particle number. Now we have this index, Metabolic Malnutrition Index, more to do with diet metabolism, which is comprised of citrate, valine, leucine, and isoleucine. Okay, so as I said towards the beginning, and I told this to LabCorp, this name, MVX, should really be Cellular Vulnerability Index. This is measuring cell health. So when you see Metabolic Vulnerability Index, you see metabolic, think cell. But when you see Metabolic Malnutrition Index, now you're thinking metabolism, cell function, cell respiration. Can you digest protein? Can you metabolize protein? That kind of stuff. So this is what we typically, when you hear the word metabolism, think of it with this index. But when you hear this MVX, think of cellular health. And hopefully they'll change the name. I doubt that they will. All right, so what I just said is now repeated on this slide. There are 3 indices total. We got the overall score, we got IVX, and we got MMX, Metabolic Malnutrition Index. For a total of 9 measurements, there's the 6 clinical factors give us 3 indices. Okay. All right. So don't let this scare you. I've had people be so scared from this graph and they don't ever want to run MVX because it does predict short-term mortality. But the point is you fix it and you improve your score. So when I first had my score run in January of 2025, January 13th, I was still suffering from the gas leak. So the gas leak in my house was all of 2024, and I took B1. Okay, let me back up. I went to the ER May of 2024 with all my terrible pain, thinking I was dying, crushing chest pain, 8 out of 10. And they couldn't find anything because I don't have any blocked arteries. They were looking for a stroke in my brain with a dye contrast MRI. They couldn't find anything. So they kicked me out. And they said, can you at least give me a blood pressure drug? And they said, no, you don't qualify for it. And my blood pressure is like 145 over 95 or something. And I was like, and they charged me $10,000. And so 10 days later, I'm with a patient and she's doing well with her program that I put her on. And she says, oh, by the way, I've been taking high dose synthetic B1 for 4 months and all of my neuropathy is gone. I was like, wait a minute, I have neuropathy. I'm thinking, I have neuropathy, left arm, left leg, like these stroke-like symptoms. Maybe I need synthetic B1. So in my office, I've been carrying benfotiamine for 15 years. I never really understood it. And I muscle tested for it very strongly. I took 3 pills, which is 750 milligrams. Within 1 hour, I was breathing easier. And I walked up to my staff. I was like, look, watch me breathe. And I breathed in and out. Not that they could tell, but I mean, they saw me suffer March, April, May of 2024. Like there was days where my body temperature was 3 degrees too low. My face was white. Oh man, like I was a dead man walking, and they saw me suffer from that. Nobody knew why. So I took the B1. Within 2 weeks, I was like 90% better. The neuropathy took, 5 months or 6 months. And then December 7th, I found the gas leak. So the B1, not only did it save my life for that for 2024, but I still had the gas leak exposure the whole time. So December 7th, I got the gas leak fixed. January 13th, I got my first MVX score. My score was 55. So here's how this works. You can see here, red, vulnerable, green, resilient. Metabolic Vulnerability Index. If you just take this number and you go all the way across, my chance of mortality in the next 5 years was 20%. Cumulative mortality incidence right there. And here's the years at the bottom, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, now for the next month, I didn't do anything different other than I didn't do anything different. I just wasn't breathing in gas anymore. So I rechecked, my score was 31. 4 weeks later, my score went from 55 to 31. So here's where 31 is, right about there. So just draw a straight line all the way across. Now my chance of dying is like 3% over the next 5 years. So I lowered my chance of dying by 17% in 4 weeks. You just got to know your stuff. You got to know how to do it. And if you're in natural health care, you can learn how to do it. So, okay, now notice how it's cumulative mortality incidence. So let's say somebody has a really bad score of 75 right here. So notice this red line kind of goes like this. It goes up over 5 years. And you can see how it's kind of choppy because they've run this on tens of thousands of people at this point, and they had so much data, they could get down to the 1%, being very specific. So the job of healthcare provider is to lower MVX plus. And the way you do that is whatever therapy it takes to make it make the overall score lower and then improve the 6 factors. Okay, so this is a reminder how MVX, it lines up with the 7-step blueprint optimal health. So the glyc is steps 3, 4, 5, 7. Small cell particle is step 6. Citrate is 2 in optimization. And then the branched chain amino acids are 1 and 2 in the 7 steps. All right, now here are new targets for the 6 factors. Now, I did not come up with this. And there's a guy named Simon the Biohacker, Simon Campbell. He just started his online presence. And he is using the math for MVX plus and putting in all these numbers. And he said, if you go in the middle, let's say right here, the middle be 55. Isoleucine should be 55. Leucine should be 150. Valine should be 230. Right here, if you go in the middle of all these, then your MVX score would be 0. And I had my normals, and he said he put my normals into the math. And then if you did what I recommended initially a year ago, your score would be 8. Obviously, we want our score to be the lowest possible. So these are the targets to have metabolic resilience. So glyc between 180 and 260. Now I had the lowest I've seen is around 180, but a lot of people are way over 300. Okay, and even if they're at 300, they're doing pretty good, but you want it to be lower than that. Small cell particle, a lot of people that I test, they're at, lower than 14. I've seen as low as 7. But when somebody's at 19, they are super healthy. And they're at 22, they are so healthy. And there's a calmness about them. There's a stability, right? You can see it. If somebody has an MVX overall score of 20, they're healthy. If their score is 50, they're pretty, that's okay. Not really. If their score is 70, they got work to do. But you'll see it the more you run this. Now, citrate bounces around quite a bit, but you still want that target at 1.7. And then the valine, I already mentioned that. We'll get into how to fix these up in detail. Okay, so here's some little bit of detail on the ideal normal ranges. Total MVX score, the lowest I've ever seen is 13. The worst I've ever seen is 81. If I worked at a hospital, I would see a lot of people in the 80s for sure, 80s and 90s. Okay, IVX, get it as low as you can. The lowest I've seen is 9. If it's in the 20s, you're in really good shape. Glyc, when you're really sick, I've seen it 700 plus, 800. The lowest I've seen is 236, but I think that's old. It's been 180 something. The lowest small atrial particle count I've seen is less than 2.8, but that wasn't my patient. That was somebody else's patient at less than 2.8. And this guy was in the hospital. And this is the same person that had a score of 81 of MVX. He was in the hospital for weeks. Okay, MMX. If it's in the 40s, it's pretty good. The lowest I've seen is 36. Okay, now citrate can bounce around, like I mentioned. Then you got these branched chain amino acids. They can be too high or too low. There's some details to go into with that in the future slides. Okay, let's talk about treating MVX and the indices and stuff. So MVX, there's no treating the MVX or the indices. They're a guide. So glyc A, inflammation and or infection and or trauma. Small cell particle count. Too low is a need to detox. If it's too high, that's not good either. You want that to be lower. If it's like above 23, that's not good. You can test like total tox burden. That's the lab test I use for that. Alcohol can make this worse. Okay, citrate. When it's high or low, add mitochondrial support. B1 is my favorite. And then there's a variety of supplement companies that sell their multivitamins that are for mitochondrial enhancement. Branched chain amino acids. They can be too high or too low. And the bottom line is you got to fix their digestion. They usually need high dose B1. If it's too low, eat more protein. If it's meaning meat or branched chain amino acid powder, if it's too high, that's hyperglycemia, even diabetes. And yeah, they would need to eat more protein to get off the sugar and the carbs. I had, I ran this for the whole year of 2025. And you know how patients, they eat a lot of junk food during Christmas, and then people would rerun MVX. And I'm like, oh my God, they look like they're diabetic. And then I got them on the phone and they're like, yeah, I ate a lot of junk food, pastries and stuff. Yeah, it looks like it. I can see on the lab test. I'm a big fan of this diet, doctor.com/satiety for the high satiety diet. It's a high protein diet. And if I was RFK Jr., I would say everybody should look at doing this diet, the high satiety diet, because when you're eating a lot of protein, then you end up, and not just meat, we're talking high protein plants too. You end up being more satisfied faster and you're happier. You end up eating less calories. So I've had people eat 1,000 calories a day for months and months and months, and they're not hungry because they're eating a high protein diet. Okay, so again, back to the branched chain amino acids. If it's too high or low, you have to fix digestion. What does that mean? It means, work on the pituitary with supplements, the vagus nerve. These are all fixable with supplements, all these organs. Okay. Here's my first test. My score was 55. And then 1 month later, it was 31. Just by not breathing in gas. The inflammation vulnerability index dropped from 50 to 27. My glyc A, 335 to 316. It's a good improvement, but the inflammation was from toxicity, not from parasites or candida or something. But look at the small cell particle number. You want that 19 and higher. So it went from 11 to 17, which is awesome. And then the MMX, my digestion got better. It went from 59 down to 47. You want that in the 40s. So my digestion got better because I was not breathing in gas anymore. So I mentioned the citrate bounces around, and then the valine went up. The leucine went up to a better number. The isoleucine kind of stayed the same. Now, when it comes to MMX, I kind of focus more now on just this pure index here. And I do use this clinically, but I have more focus on MMX now than I did last year. All right, so my third draw, I had an infection in my sinus right there. I didn't know it when I had the blood draw. I didn't feel that until like the next day. So my score was 29. It went up 10 points. Wait, let me back up. I'm sorry. So 31. Okay, it was 316. My glyc A was 316. My MVX was 31. So then it went up to 39, and my glyc A went from 316 up to 350. My small cell particle was 17.1. It went down to 16.6. So here you can see the infection had a greater effect Now, infections can cause toxicity, like bacteria can release toxins. So when people have a really bad cold or flu, their glycate goes sky high and their small cell particle number can drop significantly. And then my digestion wasn't very good because I had all this sinus mucus. It goes down your throat into your stomach. That harms your digestion. The point is, I could track all this with MVX. MVX is telling me the story. So I fixed up the sinus infection, and then my score became 29. This is once, I'm doing a blood draw every month. So right there, 29 is a really good score. I was feeling a lot better. So there you go. That's awesome. And then I got it down to even further down to 26. Then I started detoxing. And when you start detoxing, you stir things up, MVX gets worse. But hey, that's how it goes. That's life. You're getting the toxins out of your cells into your blood. And while the toxins are floating around in your blood, it's affecting your organs more significantly. And where do most toxins get stored? They're stored in the fat cells. So you're just cleaning out your fat cells. So that's how it goes. And I have people do this and their MVX looks worse. It's like, yep, okay, that's how it goes. All right. So let's go over some examples of how to read it. So if a number is lab high, start there. So here's this person's glycate. It was 452. And then their valine was too high also. So it came down 35 points in 2 months. The glycate dropped 35 points in 2 months with the appropriate supplement. And the valine got significantly better. Went from 301 to 213. You can also see their MMX went from 52 to 48. So that should be in the 40s. So we didn't focus on detoxing. Look at his small cell particle number. It was 15.5. It went to 15.3. A little bit of a change, but we're not trying to change it. We're trying to change glycate. Okay, so there you go. That's an example. Start with the lab high factors. Okay. If all the numbers are normal ranges, pick the one most out of range to start with. So in this example, they need a detox. Their small cell particle number is too low at 14. Their glycate is amazing. 262, that's awesome. And their MMX is too high at 58. It should be in the 40s. Why is it so high? Because their amino acids are way too low. They need to either eat more protein or digest protein better. Here's a guy he's a chiropractor in California. His overall score is 23. His IVX is 9. That's really good. That's amazingly good. His glycate is 299. And that's good. That's really good. The small cell particle number is 20.7, which is excellent. But when I saw this, I'm thinking to myself, again, this is like February of 2025. I'm thinking to myself, why is his glycate not 260? Why is it 299? It should be lower because this is so good right here, the small cell particle number. And why is his MMX 52? It should be in the 40s. He's eating something bad. He's not eating the right stuff. His leucine, these are a little bit low, tiny bit low. So his last name is Chinese. I'm automatically thinking he's eating too much white rice. Okay, I'm not trying to be racist or anything, but that's what they do. So I get him on the phone. He's super friendly. And the first thing that I ask him is, do you eat too much white rice? And he goes, no. He goes, I used to, but 2 years ago, I convinced my wife to reduce the rice from 2 cups a day to a half or a quarter of a cup a day. So yeah, he reduces white rice significantly. And then he immediately says, but I like to eat sweets and I get infections in my teeth. And it's like, yeah, that's why your glycate is 299 and not 260. And that's why your MMX is 52, not 45 or 43. So I called him out on it, and I could do that because of this test. So I told him, go get a good dentist and quit eating junk food. See, MVX makes you look like you're brilliant. Okay, this is, you are brilliant, but now you're brillianter. with this. So here's a very bad score, 78-year-old male. His MVX score is 76. He's got very high inflammation vulnerability index because his glyc A is 709. His small cell particle number is 6.7, super low. So he has to do a lot of work. His MMX is 65. His diet's off. He's not eating enough protein, or he's not digesting it very well. His citrate, it's okay. It can come down a little bit, but he's definitely deficient in amino acids. But this is 2 years of work or more of cleaning that he's got to get through. So I just want to show you that example of somebody who's like very high score. Also, this person, same thing, score is 74. Glyc A 897, crazy high. Small cell particle number crazy low at 8.1. MMX even higher than the previous score, 63. Citrate too low. So now I know there's fatigue. Let me go back to the previous one. Here the citrate's 2.19. Not fatigued. This person fatigued at 1.49. Now valine low should be 230. Leucine is so low they had to retest it at the lab, less than 50. Isoleucine okay. All right, now let me say this. Leucine is used in ketosis for fat burning. The valine and isoleucine are used in sugar burning, glycolysis. So it could be that he's in ketosis every day for years. I have a patient like this. His small cell particle number is 7 all last year. His amino acids are okay, but I'm getting him out of ketosis and trying to get the small cell particle up. Ketosis is not meant to be every day for the rest of your life. It's supposed to be, you're supposed to cycle in and out of it. So anyways, when I see this now, and this is new information for me even the last 2 months, when I see low leucine, I'm thinking, okay, maybe he needs to go into sugar burning mode. I don't know what this person's diet is like. This is some of these examples are not my patients. Now this one is, when I have notes like this, then it's my patient. The 64-year-old male reversed his own prostate cancer, but then he got melanoma. And he is very intelligent. He is on like 30 different bottles of supplements. And I'm like, where do I fit in with his care? Like, he already reversed his prostate cancer. And I ran MVX Plus. It's like, well, this is where I fit in. He's got to get rid of organisms here with glyc A. He's got to detox with the small cell particle number here. This is what he needs to do. MMX is okay at 54. It should be in the 40s, but it's not too bad. He's eating enough protein. I can see that. But anyways, you can insert your care as a healthcare practitioner into a patient's program. And then as a patient, you just get more information, and you can share it with your naturopathic holistic doctor. Then you work together as a team to get better results. Okay, this person, vegan for decade. That's not correct. Vegan for 4 years, vegetarian for decades. His glyc A is really good at 278. He ended up with congestive heart failure. His ejection fraction was 20, should be 60, right? But look at and he's again vegan vegetarian, and with toxicity. So I put him on a detox pill. He told me he took the first pill, he could immediately breathe easier. Here it says the ejection fraction was 25. It got down to 20. Okay, so detoxing, he needs that. And then look at this valine, leucine, isoleucine. Of course they're low. He's like a vegan for 4 years. I told him, you need to eat a steak. I looked him right in the eye. And I knew he'd be pissed off. I thought he would never come back to ever see me again. I was willing to lose him as a patient because he needs to eat a steak. Well, he came back. And since January of this year, he's been eating sardines and eggs. Awesome. That's awesome. So these have, he's not retested this yet, but these will come up. Now, he went to the structural cardiologist. He went, there's different kinds of cardiologists. And the structural cardiologist found an aortic aneurysm right where the aorta leaves the heart. There's this bulge in the artery in the aorta. That's a sign of veganism. That's not enough protein. Vegans have more strokes than non-vegans because arteries get weak when you have a low protein diet. So he's reversing. Now his ejection fraction is 65. I just saw him like 3 weeks ago. There you go. MVX Plus, very helpful. Glyc A helps discover cavitations. This high Glyc A helped us find, 419. Now here's how this happened. She presents she presents pretty healthy. She's 71 years old with a score of 40. Overall score of 40 is pretty good. And look at her small cell particle number, 18.5. Amazing. MMX at 50, very acceptable. Protein intake, very acceptable. But why is the Glyc A high? Stands out all alone, high Glyc A. Well, I do muscle testing. She doesn't have candida. She doesn't have parasites. I had her on a parasite program a couple years ago. The only thing left was go to a dentist. I told her, go to a dentist, get a cone beam. That's a 3D x-ray. And it's the best way to find infections in your jaw, maybe from a bad root canal, or if you had your wisdom teeth pulled out or any tooth pulled out, you can end up with an infection if they don't do it correctly. So she did that. They found a infection in her jaw. So Glyc A being high like that, and then ruling out any other kind of infections, we determined it was in her mouth, which is amazing. Okay, so this is a 9-year-old male. And look, he needs everything. His score is 57. That's not good. He's only 9. And of course he has ADD problems. Of course he's on a drug for his attention. Of course he's eating bad food. And Glyc A 363, that's too high. Small cell particle number is really too low, 11.9. Diet's off, 61 is his MMX score. He eventually got off a psychiatric drug and he lost like 30 pounds. But his isoleucine is so low, they had to retest it at the lab. Results verified by repeat testing. So 9-year-old male with a score of 57. How about this? 65-year-old female, same score, 57. Right? Age doesn't matter. What matters is how healthy are your cells and therefore your tissues, your glands, your organs, your body. Okay, now this person needs addressed. Her Glyc A needs to be addressed right here at 448. But to look at her at the age of 65 and see her small cell particle numbers at 16, that's awesome. But she needs work with her diet. Her MMX is too high at 65 also. Her leucine is so low, it's below 50 right there. Isoleucine should be at 55. Leucine here should be 120, for example. Valine should be 230. Okay, this person has lab high citrate, 65-year-old female. And so we want to supply mitochondrial nutrition. Vitamin B1 controls 5 different biochemical reactions within the mitochondria, including step 1, which is getting pyruvate into the mitochondria and turns it into acetyl-CoA. I call acetyl-CoA the money. If you have acetyl-CoA, you got the money. Now you can do the Krebs cycle. You can do the electron transport chain. Okay, now this person also has more things to do. Detoxing here, and Glyc A is too high. Okay, moving on. And citrate can be high from poor kidney function because the kidneys clean out citrate. Okay, MVX score here of 32, pretty good. Small cell particle number too high. But look at this citrate, valine, leucine, isoleucine. They're all high. The isoleucine should be 55. All these are high. Well, absolutely, that person needs B1. And I'm wondering if this is hypoglycemia, diabetes, Like that's what you think when you see high valine leucine, isoleucine. What is their A1C score? Okay, this person, this is interesting. The year before, he was very tired. I put him on high dose B1 and he was doing much better. Coming home from work, walking around the block 4 times. But he said, he goes, I still can't do a push-up. So he's very weak. So we ran this test and look at his valine leucine, isoleucine are 170, 60, 34. They're just too low. Now his glyc A is good at 304. I put him on parasite products, a long time ago. Small cell particle number could be improved. But here I said, you got to take in some branched chain amino acid powder. I recommended this product right here, Maxi BCAAs. So that was January of 2025. At this time, I was in Florida. I work out of Michigan. I wasn't seeing patients in January because I was in Florida. But by email, I said, just take this product. So the next time I talked to him was like March when I was back at home. And I got this lab test before I talked to him, and his score got worse by 9 points. Went from 45 up to 54. Glyc A up, small cell particle down by 1.2 points. MMX up. Like everything got worse, and I'm like freaking out. Actually, citrate was better, but everything else got worse. And I'm like freaking out, like, oh my God, I'm a terrible doctor. You get those thoughts. It was the wrong product. He's not taking the product. What's happening? So I get him on the phone and he goes, you know what? He goes, I was doing so well with the BCAAs and the B1. He goes, I'm coming home from work. I'm happy. I'm sleeping better. My life is good. I added magnesium. My bowels are working better. He goes, I was doing good. And then he started getting worse and worse and worse. When he got this blood draw here, he was at the hospital and the nurses are like, are you okay? Do you want to get checked out? He goes, no, I'm fine. I just didn't sleep well last night. So he goes home and he looks around the kitchen and like, what am I doing with my life that I feel bad? I look bad. And what he did was he decided to put fat into his coffee, like bulletproof coffee, like butter or something. He decided to use cacao butter, the basis of chocolate. So he goes to the store and he buys cocoa powder. Now, cocoa powder is sugar. Cacao butter is fat. So he's holding this jar of cocoa powder, 16 grams of sugar per serving. He's adding that to his coffee every morning for weeks. That's all it takes to destroy your health, and it shows up on MVX. 1 serving of 16 grams of sugar per day, that's what happens. So this is a lesson learned for him and for me and now for you. And I see this on the holidays. I see this when people go on vacation for a week and they come back and they redo it. Yeah, I got a slide coming up with that kind of example. Here's a guy. He's been running this test once a month for over a year. And growing up, his dad owned a bingo hall. And his dad would give him and his siblings the key to the candy store. And that was their favorite thing to do, is eat junk food and candy. So he was diabetic for 25 years. Right now he's 66 years old. And in February of last year, his overall score is 47. He's got some inflammation right there. And then he needed to have stents put in. Now, let me back up. So he had uncontrolled type 2 diabetes. And for a couple of years, I had him do the keto diet. It helped temporarily. I had him do something else that helped temporarily. I put him on B1. That fixed up his glucose better than anything else he's ever done. And his glucose was like 250 and higher. Then with B1 high dose, it came down to like 80 to 120. Like every morning. It was pretty good just from high dose B1. Phenomenal. So that's his scores right here. Pretty good. But now that he's had type 2 diabetes for a couple decades, he needed stents. So they gave him 2 stents, out of breath, and 7 medications. This is what happened. There's the scores right there. So now I know what to do, right? We have to address this kind of stuff. So we, changed some things around, and then he got better, right? And then he got back to normal. Okay, now fast forward to this past Christmas. So we're talking 4 months ago and earlier, he ate bad food. He gained 15 pounds. And guess what? In February, he had another heart attack. And one of his stents clogged up again. And then he needed a new stent for another location. And his MVX got way worse again. I'm like, dude, there's nothing you can do except eat my diet. My diet is no grains, no bread, no sugar. I eat meat and vegetables. You got to do what I've been doing since 1999. Eat a low carb diet. I can't give you any more pills. It's on you. So he's like, yeah, I know. So there you go. But MVX has helped us tremendously get through this. This person was a patient or is a patient, but during this time was not seeing me. So February 17th, 2025, and then 1 month later here, her score went up 3 points. Everything got worse in 1 month. And I sent her an email. I was like, what are you doing? Stop it. And this is what she said. In 4 weeks, went on a 10-day vacation, ate bad food, drank more alcohol, came home, celebrated their anniversary, drank more alcohol, ate bad food. And that's what she did to herself. In 1 month, she made her score that much worse. It's so important for people to be off of the, standard American diet, get off the white bread. I'm thankful that our new food pyramid is upside down and there's no white refined grains. And in the documents related to the upside down food pyramid, it says limit sugar or no sugar. For the first time since 1980, the federal government is saying no sugar. Before that, they said you can have sugar up to 10% of the calories per day. Like, that's total quackery right there. No sugar. That's for everybody. No sugar. Okay. This is a cool story. So this woman, as a new patient, she said to me, I've spent years detoxing. And I'm like, yeah, look at her small cell particle number. It's 21. I can tell you've done your own work on detoxing. Branched chain amino acids a little bit low. And I asked her, and her MMX score is 57. And I said to her on the phone, I said, what's your diet like? Are you more vegetarian? She goes, no, I'm on the carnivore diet for 2 years. And I said to her, when you eat food, does it make your stomach hurt? And she goes, yes. Every meal, no matter what I eat, my stomach hurts. Well, that's B1. That's a B1 deficiency. So we fixed that up. But I could tell right here. Maybe I'm getting this mixed up with it. Yeah, right here. In 1 week, her stomach pain was gone. Right there. Okay, so let me move forward. I might be getting her mixed up with another example, but we'll see. You get the picture. 63-year-old male, had a stroke 2 years earlier. His score was 60. Now, when he came, his wife dragged him in to see me. He's more interested in entertaining me with stories. And I'm like asking him questions, trying to control the conversation. So this is February 2025. I didn't see him until April or something in the office. So I said, based on this test and based on your diet, you got to stop all the refined grains. And I gave him B1, parasite supplements, lumbrokinase to reduce plaquing, kidney supplements, and I said no grains. And literally in 3 weeks, this is 3 weeks difference right here. His glycate dropped 200 points, 527 to 327, right there. Overall score dropped from 60 to 42. So now overall we've got, and his MMX went up from 46 to 54. Okay, that's whatever. We got to focus on that too. And then later we got his overall score into the 30s. Okay, so anyways, but let me get back to this. So one day in the office, I said to him, let's rerun the MVX score. Like, this is like at the first visit. I was like, we got to rerun the MVX score. He's like, why would I rerun a test? I said, so that we can track to make sure that my recommendations are good for you and to make sure that your diet is good for you too. And he got really excited and he totally understood it. And he quit trying to be the entertainer. Now he's the patient. So he reran it and this is what happened. So he's thrilled. His wife is thrilled. Okay. How much time do I have left?
You are the last speaker of the day, so I mean, you can take as much time as you'd like. We do have some questions, but we've got time. So
okay, let me ask you this: how much time? It's 6 o'clock now, right? My time.
Yes.
So how much time is allocated for me?
You've got. We typically have about 90 minutes with questions. So
okay, so we have another half hour or so.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
awesome. All right, 53-year-old female, chest pain. I put her on the whole food detox program. So when I say that, think of whole food detox programs as they're going to have some flavoring. There's going to be some amino acids. There's going to be a bunch of herbs, and it's a lot of stuff. So she took it and she didn't like it. Her body didn't like it. So she switched to a different one, and then a different one, and then a different one. And she has this really heavy chest pain. And over the course of about 4 months, we reran it 4 times or so, and it kept getting worse. Her score, look, here it's 64, and here it's 70. This is September. It's at 70. In June, it was 64. And here is May. It's 50. It went from 59 to 64 to 70. I'm like, okay, stop everything you're doing. I put her on new supplements, very simple, very clean, very basic for detoxing. And her chest pain was 100% better in 2 months. So here we're testing the therapy. We're testing, like the whole food detox versus simple detox. And MVX tells us the whole food detox products weren't working, right? So you can test your therapies. You can test any kind of recommendation. You can test to make sure that the patient's diet is doing well. All right, let's talk about citrate. And I mentioned before how pyruvate gets converted to acetyl-CoA and it goes into the mitochondria. B1 does this. So here we have the outside of the mitochondrial membrane right here. This is within the cell. Each cell has 2,000, 5,000, up to 2 million mitochondria per cell. And then you have this inner mitochondrial membrane. And this pyruvate has to go between or through both membranes. And it becomes converted to acetyl-CoA. B1 does that. And then you get the Krebs cycle, the citric acid cycle. So I'm just showing you that's what. So now citrate here is then it's the first nutrient in the Krebs cycle. So the body will combine acetyl-CoA with this thing called oxaloacetate. This is small and acetyl-CoA is small. And you end up with this big citrate. That's why it's called the citric acid cycle. And then as you go through the cycle, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller, and then it gets big again right here. So when you're measuring citrate with MVX Plus, you're measuring mitochondrial function. And if you have a lot of citrate in the bloodstream, why is it not getting used up in the mitochondria? It's because this isn't working, or the electron transport chain isn't working. Why is it not working? I used to think it was because of toxicity. No, it's not toxicity. It's it's nutritional deficiency. So we know there's 22 nutrients that the mitochondria need. And again, there are supplements designed to have those 22 nutrients. And they include things like iron and sulfur and vitamin B1, B2, B3, B5, B6, magnesium, iodine, stuff like that. Iodine in that thyroid hormone. It's important for mitochondria. Okay. Let's get into a little bit more about the branched chain amino acids. So we're getting deeper into the therapies. So I already mentioned if you have high branched chain amino acids, you need high doses of B1, benfotiamine, and then eat a low carb diet, high protein. Eat a low carb diet. Yeah, and high protein. Eliminate branched chain amino acid powders, though, if you're taking that. If you have low branched chain amino acids, there are similarities. Take high amounts of B1, take in more protein and less carbs and less fat. Eat more meat, the powders. But if you have very, very low valine, leucine, and isoleucine, that's cachexia. That means your body's not surviving. You're on your way out. This is where you eat raw animal foods. You have to fix the digestive organs, address the underlying pathologies, lots of B1. So I have a patient, this is a 2023, I think. She came to me with pancreatic cancer. She had 1 tumor in her pancreas, 5 in her liver. And over the course of a few weeks, I got her to eat only 2 foods. 1, raw red meat. Number 2, raw liver. That was her diet. That was it. Within a couple months, her cancer marker went from 10,400 down to below 200. And 1 tumor was gone. All the other tumors were fading away. She was getting better from pancreatic cancer. And with muscle testing, I didn't find parasites. I didn't find all these other things in MVX. We didn't have MVX at the time. I'm just giving you this example that raw animal foods are amazing, very healing. And then she got the C shot and everything came back within 3 months. She passed away. That's from the C shot. Okay. But the branched chain amino acids are important for determining how well your body's metabolizing and are you repairing? Okay. Here's different examples of high dose B1. So benfotiamine is for the body, heart, lungs, peripheral neuropathy. 750 milligrams per day is a high dose for 6 months. Most people need it for only 6 months. If you stop it and the symptoms come back, go back on it. TTFD is another B1s for the brain. Take 300, 900 milligrams per day. Then the water-soluble B1 salt, not very digestible. Only 5% of it is digested. It's well tolerated. Use that for maintenance. But this is what you see in food. I mean, it's a synthetic ones that are super valuable. Okay. Now, there's a study done at Duke University testing statin drugs using MVX Plus. It lowered the LDL cholesterol, but it did not lower MVX Plus. This study was not published regarding the statin drugs. They did a study with exercise, and they had people running or walking or in a control group on a treadmill. So one group not exercising. They lowered their glucose, they lowered their insulin resistance, but it did not lower MVX, which makes sense to me because the way that you improve MVX is you clean. So exercising is not cleaning. Taking a statin drug is not cleaning. They did publish this exercise test right here. Now, again, my 7-step blueprint to optimal health does not have exercise in it, and it doesn't have statin drugs in it either. That's that second bullet point right there. So, but every single person who dies of chronic illness has one thing in common: dysfunctional biochemistry, physiology in the cells. Your job is to reverse engineer the dysfunctional biochemistry. Drugs are not smart enough and exercise is not deep enough. Detoxifying and nourishing are strong, smart, and deep enough. Here's an example of a test from Cyrex. That's the name of the company, the lab, and this is called Array 12. And it's all these organisms, 20-some organisms. And green is good, red is bad, yellow is equivocal. I got this from Todd Watts from Cellcore Biosciences, 28 organisms. 9 months later, look, they're all green, except for this one. No drugs were used. Use the 7-step blueprint to optimal health, diet, and supplements. So, right, we're just, make sure we're not thinking medically like, oh, this person has this parasite, let's do an antiparasitic drug. This person has this Lyme organism, let's do a Lyme drug. This is a virus, let's do a viral drug. No. You do health improvement with herbs and stuff. So we're thinking holistically. This I got from Bio1 Sciences. It's another supplement company. Here's a case study. Here's the symptoms: high cholesterol, high blood pressure, leaky gut, malabsorption of nutrients, chronic fatigue, 200 plus food sensitivities, hypothyroidism, Hashimoto's, estrogen dominance, low estrogen. Oh my gosh, diarrhea, undigested food, difficulty staying asleep, waking up, skin, hair, thinning, sensitive to chemicals, anxiety, low libido, anger. A lot of symptoms, right? And this is August of 2023 and then July of 2024. This is 1 year. And then when the colors are red, yellow, orange, that means on a scale of 0 to 10, I'm sorry, 0 to 10, 10 is high, 10 is red. And notice over the course of a year, look, they become green. The only thing that stayed red was losing weight. It says 135. I don't know if they're trying to lose weight below 135. But the point is, this is what detoxing does. You go from red to green over the course of a year. All these multiple diagnoses from the medical team. Let me go back to that one. Doreen presented for care in August of 2023. She had multiple diagnoses from her medical team and had been working on her health since the early 2000s. She had developed fecal incontinence, diarrhea. She's unable to travel. Okay. And that's one thing about in the medical field, hear me out on this. They love what's called the differential diagnosis. So you go to the liver specialist and they give you a diagnosis and a drug. And then you go to the cardiologist and they give you a diagnosis, 1 or 2, and they give you 1 or 2 or 3 drugs. Now you're on 4 drugs and you feel depressed. So you go to the psychiatrist, they give you 1 diagnosis. They do the differential diagnosis. Now you're on 5 drugs from 3 different specialists. And now you're on polypharmacy. Look up polypharmacy in the scientific literature. What does it say? It says you die earlier and you're sicker because of polypharmacy. That's what medicine does, is they're so focused on trying to find that one diagnosis for that specialty. They lose sight of this holistic viewpoint, like your body's, whole. So when people are on 10 or more drugs, look up super polypharmacy. Like, it's not good. So here's this patient, Camille, 57-year-old female. Fatigue, very cold, always poor memory, recall, sadness, excessive hunger, fear of not getting better, hurt, negative self-talk, so psychiatric issues, bloating, digestive issues, chronic tingling in my calves, so neuropathy, lymph glands swollen, trouble clearing bowels, relying on laxatives, head inflammation, rash, chronic inflammation, chronic body pain. So over the course of a year and a half, all these scores were 8, 9, 10. They become 0, 1, 2, 3. So red to green, just by doing like the holistic therapies. Here's another one, red to green. Here's another one, red to green. All those symptoms, there could be 5 or 6 different medical specialties in those symptoms. Here's another one, red to green. Panic attacks, so mental, psychiatric issues, brain fog, decreased memory, fatigue, endocrinology, dizziness, lightheaded, neurology, mind racing, psychiatry, trouble falling asleep, go get a sleep study, heart palpitations, cardiology, blurry vision, ophthalmology, chemical sensitivities, environmental medicine, hearing frequency, go to an ENT or otolaryngologist. Okay, but the point is, we're thinking holistically, and her symptoms went from red to green. All right, now I'm going to switch over to this way of thinking. This is the 4 stages of wound healing. And so when you cut your finger, cut your arm, here's the 4 things. It bleeds. Hemostasis means stop the bleeding. Step 2 is increase inflammation. Inflammation brings in white blood cells and red blood cells and fibrin, and you're trying to heal. Proliferation means making new cells to replace the damaged cells. Remodeling means the scar tissue becomes regular tissue. That's healing on the outside. And guess what? It's healing on the inside. So when you go on PubMed and you're talking to MDs, PubMed tells us inflammation is the cause of disease. It is not the cause of disease. Inflammation is step 2 in the healing cycle. Now, every single one of these 4 steps has symptoms. right? But inflammation is the one that causes the most symptoms that you can see. Okay, so hear me out on this. Follow me. Here's the 4 stages of wound healing. This is what happens: stops bleeding, coagulation, fibrin plug, inflammation, edema, redness, pain, swelling, proliferation, fibroblasts, macrophages, remodeling. You get the scar tissue, collagen. Okay, that's what happens. Those are the symptoms. These are the chemicals in the body that cause the healing. Cyclooxygenase, platelets, fibrin over here, histamines, mast cells, antibodies over here. Proliferation has growth factors, FGF, VEGF. These are growth factors. Interleukin 22. Remodeling has substance P, HDL, interleukin, lipoprotein A. Okay, these are the chemicals. Not that you need to know exactly what they are. I'm just showing you that there's these chemicals. Those chemicals are blocked by medications in medicine. We're not going to go through all this, but here we have acetaminophen blocks this chemical. Aspirin, Plavix, warfarin. Medicine is blocking healing every step of the way. These meds, this includes steroids. This includes Humira. This includes Xolair, Zyrtec, Claritin, Allegra, Montelukast, all for like allergies. These meds stop the growth factors, losartan, blood pressure, Avastin, blood thinner. I don't even know what that is. And then these meds, they stop this. So lisinopril, that's the point. Medicine is stopping the body from doing the thing it needs to do. So, but if somebody has some kind of complex chronic illness, what's causing it? Oh, look, it's over here. It's not over here. It's over here. Outside the body, you have damage from a cut. Inside the body, you have damage from chronic infections, parasite Lyme, yeast, chronic bacteria, virus, fungi, candida, mold, mycotoxins. Then you got the toxins. I'm repeating what I said at the beginning. Chemicals, metals, radiation, seed oils, excess sugar, so bad diet. These are the causes that make damage in the body. The body tries to heal inside, and your endeavor is to fix these causes, and then you want to clean up the mechanism and feed the organs to make them happy so that symptoms go away. So that's it. So for providers, mvxtraining.com is where you learn how to read MVX. I have 6 other courses on mvxtraining.com. The Holistic Health Academy is for everyone else. And then the NECA.com is my website for the office to become a patient. So that's it. That's my talk. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Schmidt. This was such great information, and I appreciate you for sharing all those case studies. I think it really illustrated what's possible, and I can see why you like this test, because it really is gauging progress with your patients.
Yeah, it's great.
So do you have time for, we got a couple of questions here. Do you have some time for questions?
I do. I have as much time as you want.
Fantastic. Okay. So let me just start at the top here. So a question came in, what supplements do you use for parasites, or does it depend?
Cellcore.
Cellcore?
Yeah, I have several. I actually have like 1,200 products that I carry. But Cellcore has Para 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay.
And then MediHerb has artemisinin and wormwood. And those are my... And then Bio1 Sciences has X Microbe Plus.
Great. And would that be a similar, somebody said, what do you recommend for sinuses? I think you had mentioned you had something going on with your sinuses on one of the tests. So what do you generally recommend for somebody who's got issues with their sinuses?
Well, with the muscle testing, I'm figuring out what's in there. Like you could have parasites in there, candida, fungus, mucus, so from standard process, if there's mucus, then Anthrax or Spanish black radish. I like Conjuplex, I like Imiplex. From Cellcore, like Para 3 in the Navage, like clean up the sinuses topically.
Mm-hmm.
I use a lot of grapefruit seed extract. I use Biocidin.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a great product.
Yeah.
And I think this is along the same line. So Karen says, we've had mold, heavy mold in our home for over 30 years. Is it possible my episode of sinus tachycardia I was diagnosed with was actually due to mold?
100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I had mold, I was like, it was terrible. The heartbeats and it was just terrible. Yeah.
Yes. And then Jojo was asking, what if someone's not able to digest a lot of protein and it ferments in the gut? How do you fix that? High protein can produce TMAO, indoles, etc. So how do you usually work with patients who are struggling with that digestive piece of proteins?
So I have to say the TMAO can be tested for. It's like less than 5% of the population. So that's an issue for some people. You can use a branched chain amino acid powder, but what's your B1 status? I didn't really have many slides on B1, but to go into like, let me explain it this way. So B1 is the best supplement for the nervous system. That includes the cerebellum and the brainstem, and then the vagus nerve that goes down to innervate the torso and all the digestive organs. So when the vagus nerve is malfunctioning, your stomach doesn't work very well. So there's control of the stomach at the stomach, meaning take enzymes or hydrochloric acid. But there's also distant control by taking B1 to heal the nervous system. So somehow, I mean, it's a goal to digest protein. Now, if you eat meat with fat in it, it could be a problem with the gallbladder, and your gallbladder is not digesting fat. So, and it could be a problem with the pancreas, because that makes lipase and it makes proteases to digest fat and protein. And it could be a problem with the pituitary, because that tells the stomach to make hydrochloric acid. So there's all these reasons why you can't digest protein. And to be honest, I need to make a video about this and put that on my mvxtraining.com for practitioners. But there's a lot of reasons why, and you can't blame the protein. It's more about organ dysfunction.
Okay. And I was just going to ask that. So your link, the holistichealthacademy.com, this is where practitioners can learn from you.
No, that's
kind of
mvxtraining.com.
Sorry, mvxtraining.com for providers. And this is where they can learn kind of protocols and things like that you would use in practice.
Yeah.
Okay. So we had a couple people ask specifically, you did get into kind of the protocols afterwards, but they wanted you to talk a little bit more about specific supplements. And maybe this is where you did talk about the B1, the bentothymine. Would you start somebody there, or would you want to test first before having somebody supplement with the B1? Or do you think most people likely are deficient and could benefit from it?
Most people with complex chronic illness could benefit from B1. And regarding talk more about specific supplements that improve the numbers. Well, if the glycate is too high, then you're looking at all the immune products. So the parasite supplements I mentioned, the biocidin, artemisinin, and then inflammation could be indicated by high glycate. So that's lumbrokinase, nattokinase, quercetin from standard processor like Cataplex ACP. But you got to find that usually it's some kind of organism that needs to be discovered. Regarding small cell particle number, detoxing takes a while. It can take a year, right? So detox programs, Cellcore has theirs, Bio1 Sciences has theirs. Citrate, mitochondrial function. So from Cellcore, they have core nutrients, mitoactive. They have BCATP. They got their magnesium product that came out last year. Standard process has Cataplex B, Cataplex B Core, Cataplex B2 they got Vitanox from MediHerb, Herbal Vital from MediHerb for citrate. I mean, how about that? Is that a good answer?
No, that does answer, because somebody asked about how do you raise citrate levels. So you kind of address that as well.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's great. Now, are you, we did get the question and you have your link there. How can we work with you? So are you currently accepting patients, and is there much of a wait time for that?
I'm not accepting patients, but I do have 9 other practitioners in my office, and
Okay.
they are well versed on this, and they're awesome. So they're accepting new patients.
Great. This was a question that came up a couple different ways. I wonder how long after a detox would be better to test to judge the effects after toxins have left the body and the body has regulated. And this another question that was very similar is how often would you recommend testing just to kind of track progress? Is it because in a couple of your patients you mentioned you were doing it monthly? Is this something because it's so inexpensive that you might do monthly to track progress?
Yeah, typically I have patients do it every 6 to 8 weeks because I see them once every 3 weeks or so at the beginning of their program for like the first 6 months or so.
Mhm.
It's once every 3 weeks. Yeah,
Okay.
so just run it like every 3 to 4, or I'm sorry, every 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay. Do you have a favorite binder? This question came up. Is there one that you prefer, or does it depend?
It always depends. I mean, muscle testing tells us.
Hmm.
I mean, I could have my favorite for myself, like biotoxin binder, because I took it for 7 years to get the mold out, but everybody's different.
Absolutely. And this is an interesting question that came up. Is this test a cumulative test, like an A1C of a 3-month measurement, or if this is like a snapshot in time? This is what the markers are at the time of the
It's
test.
a snapshot in time.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me go back to that previous question. So for
Sure.
binders, my 2 favorite companies are Cellcore, and they have 4 binders. And then the other one is Bio and Sciences, and they have 4 detox products, and 2 of them have binders in it. There's my
Mm.
answer for that. Yeah.
Okay. That is great. All right, let's see. This you had already answered. So this is a good question. A couple people mentioned this. It's interesting about raw animal foods being healing. Are there any concerns about parasites? Is this something that is monitored when you put somebody on a raw meat or raw animal food diet?
Yeah, there's a concern about parasites with vegetables too, and also with walking on sand or soil barefoot.
Mhm.
Like it's part of life to be on planet Earth that you have parasites. So yeah, I've been to Mexico and got a parasite at the resort. Um, yeah, you should be concerned about parasites, but then you take Para 1 or Para 3 from Cellcore and you fix it. Expect to get parasites from being on planet Earth.
Okay. So don't let the fear of parasites stop you from eating something that could be very healing to your body.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Um, so I mean, this is more of a
One more thing about that.
sure.
If you're concerned about it and you're going to eat raw animal food, just eat a lot of hydrochloric acid tablets with it.
Support digestion.
Yeah. Yep.
Yes.
Because that can kill the parasites. Okay. Sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah, no worries. So Jojo asked, this is kind of personal, but she said, do you happen to know why one would develop inner vibration that comes and goes? Started after I got very ill from COVID and was ill for 3 years. Now I'm pretty good, but I still have this inner vibration.
Yeah, I've seen that before. The term would be called akathisia. Inward trembling is what that means.
Mhm.
And a lot of people get that from a vaccine, to be honest, and also from psychiatric medications. So you got sick from COVID, and now your body has this toxin in it. I mean, that makes sense.
Mhm.
So you have to detox. That's your solution. You really have to work on cleaning your body out. Yeah.
Absolutely. Do you have a favorite form or kind of B12 that you recommend?
No, we carry many different kinds, and we just do muscle testing.
And do you teach in your provider training, do you teach muscle testing, or do you have any recommendations where practitioners can learn muscle testing?
Yeah, I don't teach it. I did for years on stage to thousands of people over time, but I have 2 resources to learn muscle testing. Number 1 is Lisa Palmer out of Orlando,
Mhm.
Quantum Nutrition Testing, QNT, Quantum Nutrition Testing. Dr. Lisa Palmer. The other one is through Cellcore. The teacher is Jimmy Scaringi. So he calls it like synergy muscle testing. So go to cellcorebiosciences.com and you can look at their events page.
Great.
Yeah.
And so I did have another question that came up about becoming a patient. Are your practitioners able to work with patients remotely?
Yes. They all do muscle testing from a distance.
Great.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Well, I think we've wrapped up most of the questions here. Dr. Schmidt, do you have any words of wisdom that you would like to share with the community? We've got, self-healers here. We've got practitioners. Any words of wisdom that you would share with them as they're taking in this information this week and trying to go out in the world and help people?
Oh my gosh. That's a big question. Can you narrow it a little bit?
Sure. I mean, what do you think, in your experience when you've seen practitioners working with patients, what is the one thing that you see that they're missing on a regular basis? What is the gap that maybe they could fill a little bit better? Maybe it's, being more specific, being more bio-individual. What do you think is a big thing missing in the functional medicine space right now?
Oh, well, I don't know if this is missing, but I think study is required almost daily.
Mhm.
You have to study something every day. So I've been in nutrition since, started studying nutrition in 93. And for me to come up with the 7-step blueprint to optimal health from 93 to 2018, right? And then when MVX came out in 2025 and it validated all that work, it's like, it's a validation, right? But I got there because of studying. So when I quit taking insurance in 2005, 20 years ago, I did it for the purpose of becoming a better clinician. And I knew that when I stopped taking insurance, I have to keep improving my skills. And I put that on me. Like, this is the burden that I'm taking, is to become a better and better clinician. So when you're in the free market like this, you're not taking insurance, you really have to get people well. That's the bottom line, is that patient gets well, and then you get rewarded with a practice and with an income and that kind of stuff. Now, there are people that, like Cellcore has their program, their foundational protocol, and then Bio Sciences has their foundational protocol. And you give your patient, like, here's month number 1, right? And then month number 2, and that's totally valid. And I know people get better doing that. So the woman that created Bio Sciences, Dr. Elena Villanueva, she doesn't do any muscle testing, right? She never did. She just figured this all out with her head, and lots of lab testing, right? So I don't know. I guess my answer is just keep plugging away, whether you do muscle testing or not, or whether you can customize the protocol or not. There's going to be ways to get sick people well, and just keep working at it till you have a good system.
Fantastic. Lifelong learners. And I think many people in this space are lifelong learners. And so we want to continue learning. So where else can people find you? I know you shared your website, but is there anywhere else that people can follow you, learn more from you, and just follow your work?
My main favorite channel is our platform is YouTube. So find my YouTube channel. As a matter of fact, 1 week ago, TikTok banned my TikTok channel, my account.
Oh.
I had 77,000 followers on my TikTok account, and they shut it down permanently because they didn't like it when I talked about autism and Alzheimer's and stuff like that. So I'm just saying, go straight to YouTube and follow me there. I'm going to refocus on YouTube quite a bit more now.
Great. So everybody go find Dr. Schmidt on YouTube and follow him. And Dr. Schmidt, thank you so much for sharing this time with us today and sharing all your knowledge and sharing this test with us. This was a new one for us, so very interesting. We appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Have a great evening.
Thank you.
All right, everybody, I want to say thank you to all of you who've been with us all day. This wraps up day 1. Now, before we let you go, I do want to share that we do have winners of our giveaways. So For the cell phone chips, the winner is Laura Porter. So congratulations, Laura. For the Therasculpt wand, the facial wand, it is Pamela Gould. And for the TheraCap, it is McKenna Hirsch. So congratulations to all of the winners. Our team is going to reach out to you via email, and they will be contacting you to let you know how you're going to get your prizes shipped to you. So as a reminder, I do want to let you know that we have 5 more speakers who are coming on tomorrow. We will be starting again tomorrow morning at 11 a.m. Eastern time. So be sure to come back and listen to those live. We've got Dr. Todd Frisch, Freddie Kimmel, Jennifer Woodward, Reed Davis, and Jen Sino, all with amazing information coming to you tomorrow. So thank you again. And as a reminder, if you missed any of the sessions for today, you're able to rewatch them here on YouTube until 11:59 p.m. PST. So go ahead and catch any of those if you missed them, and we will see you all tomorrow. Have a good evening, everyone.